about 16 to 17% of the vote statewide. That's going to go for Biden, but it's a matter of how much. Number 14 to 16, that's the number I'm going to look for. If he's trailing by more than 14 or 16 points in this county right here in Pima County, then the president's going to have a problem. He can lose Maricopa by a little bit, but he can't lose it too much. Our polling showed him regaining some strength in Maricopa, and that's 62%, 60% of the vote. That's really going to make or break it. Yavapai, Mojave, those are all going to go big for the president.
Weren't they reporting early? I thought I saw on Twitter that they said that actually Maricopa had a net plus 30,000 Republican votes. Maybe I misread that. Are they actually reporting any kind of footage out there, Richard?
They were 3-1 on Election Day, Steve, 3-1. And the night before early voting ended, or when they wrapped it up, right at that final day, Republicans took a slight lead in party registration. They outvoted Democrats in Maricopa, and they had some more muscle to flex because in the voter file, Maricopa's actually R plus almost 5 now, but they were at about 69% turnout. Democrats were at about 71. They had to beef that up today, and we're going to find out if they did it.
I know we got to lose you in a second. Give us a 60-second wrap-up on Pennsylvania. Where do you think the president stands on Pennsylvania right now?
Pennsylvania, they felt good about their turnout there. The Biden campaign just had a bunch of uncertainty because they didn't know there wasn't a lot of early voting going on there. Philadelphia looked light. It looked light to me going into the final 6:30, looked at it at 6:30, and they were underperforming Hillary Clinton. And I'm wondering if that's a reporting issue or they just didn't get there. So Biden would have to do so much better in the suburbs.
Richard, look forward to having you back. Richard Barris of Big Data Polling, I think one of the smartest guys around, has been with us walking through his polling. And now we're talking about the raw votes, where to look for, where he specializes in. Richard, look forward to having you back a little later in the program.
All the best, Steve.
Thank you. Richard Barris of Big Data Polling. We're going to get his Twitter handle up there if we can. Raheem, give us some, Jack, yeah. Raheem, Midge, what do we got as far as news go?
Yeah, so I just want to bring you the latest from the New York Times election needles. And the needles are pointing plus 3.2 to Donald Trump in Florida, plus 1.6 to Donald Trump in Georgia, and plus 2 for Joe Biden in North Carolina right now. Now, Florida is reporting 79% of the vote at the moment. Georgia is only reporting 5%, and North Carolina is actually less than 1%. So Florida looks like it's pretty likely going Trump. Georgia looks like it's tilting Trump, according to the New York Times numbers at least. And then North Carolina, they say it looks like it's tilting Biden. But as I say, there's not an awful lot of vote that's been counted in North Carolina.
Let's take a deep breath and let's go back over that again. This is very important. Remember, the foundational elements for a Trump victory tonight have to be Ohio and Florida. That's the foundation. On top of that, the next layer comes Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. If you got that foundation right there, that leads you the ability to get, obviously Iowa will come our way, but the ability to either get Pennsylvania or Wisconsin with Nebraska too. Now Nebraska too could be kind of difficult, but we'll get into that later. And in fact, if you just get Wisconsin without Nebraska too, I think the math ends up you're at 269. It gets kicked into the House of Representatives. So not that we're throwing that out yet. Pennsylvania's going to be a dogfight. But let's go back, Raheem, and walk us through what the Times is reporting right now.
Yeah, some people were saying that I shouldn't be sitting down because Bill McGinley's too big, so I'll stand up, but he's still too big. So the election needles on the New York Times website point to the following. 2.9% up for Trump in Florida, with 79% of the vote counted so far. 5% counted in Georgia, and Trump has plus 2 in Georgia. And less than 1% counted so far in North Carolina. However, the New York Times giving Joe Biden a 2% lead in North Carolina.
North Carolina and Georgia. It's early.
Just say it's early.
It's early. You
can say
There's a lot of votes to be counted here. Let's
talk about
let the process play out.
Let's talk about trust the process. Let's go to let's talk about North Carolina. North Carolina's had some funky things on the mail-in ballots. Talk to us about that.
They basically have the ability. Absentee ballots and mail-in ballots have to be postmarked by Election Day, but they can be received up to November 12th.
November 12th?
Yes, it's a 9-day.
This is ridiculous. You're telling me November 12th, hold it, ballots have to be postmarked by the Election Day, right? But they have 9 days to get them there?
Judge Sullivan just ordered the U.S. Postal Service to go find 300,000 ballots.
Is Judge Sullivan not the D.C. Judge Sullivan?
This is the D.C.
This is Judge Sullivan of the General Flynn trial. Judge Sullivan, isn't he known as the most hyper-partisan judge on a federal bench?
He was appointed, I believe, by President Obama and received confirmation from the Senate. So, look.
So he's a federal judge.
He's a federal judge.
You got to take it.
And that's what they do.
But he's Mike Flynn's. This is the Sullivan that's got the Mike Flynn case, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So talk to us. What does it mean that he's ordered a search for 300,000 votes? And is it postal? Is this UPS or is this the postal service?
USPS, which is the Postal Service. So what they're talking about is going through the facilities. Are there ballots that are stuck in the facilities that should have been delivered to the election authorities? And what they're basically going to be doing is looking for those that are going to be postmarked prior to Election Day, that because of through some fault of the Postal Service, not the voter, we're going to see what happens with those ballots. And so that's going to become the place, the Magical Mystery Tour, to basically go find ballots in some of these states that are extremely close. So if you're sitting on the legal team of either the Trump or Biden campaign, one of the things you're really starting to watch is the data as it rolls in. Where are the discrepancies between the mail ballots that were requested and those that were returned? Are those in your counties? Or are they in the Republican counties? And so the data analytics, the political guys, and the lawyers are all starting to scrub this data to try and see, is there an issue in one of these counties where there's a breakdown in a postal facility or something else? Because what they're going to want to do is basically go over there and try and find ballots if they're located there. Now, it's not out of their own possibility. You had 300,000 people who requested mail-in ballots and never cast them, right? Some state laws will allow them to go in person and cast their ballots. So basically what it is it's an extra step in the system when you're trying to verify the vote totals from a state, but it is going to be an issue to watch if this thing's going to be close.
Mitch and Jack, if you guys have, listen, breaking news, you get something up on Twitter, just jump in. Don't be shy here. Our audience knows what the war room is. We're here trying to get you as much meaningful information as quickly as possible. We're going to go to Matt Palumbo. Remember, okay, we're not quite ready yet.
Steve, I want
to talk about Ohio, though. Ohio, we had a blowout number in 16. I think it was 9 points. We're not going to have that tonight. Ohio's another part of this element. You got to get Ohio and Florida locked in. You got to lock them in early. We're going to go to Palumbo as soon as he's ready. Yes, sir.
I do want to let people know where we are so far for certain. So, Joe Biden currently has 16. Donald Trump currently has 13. Biden 16. Vermont has been called for 3. Virginia has been called for 13. And for Donald Trump, West Virginia has been called for 5, and Kentucky has been called for 8. That is a certainty what we know so far.
Okay, let's go to, we're going to bring in Matt Palumbo now. We're going to talk about Ohio. Matt's been a specialist out in Ohio. Oh, this is our other Matt Palumbo from the...
from the Bongino.
Yeah, Bongino.
We've got two Matt
I love
Palumbos
this,
tonight.
man. You got the Bongino report. Hey, so talk to us
Hey guys,
about what's your assessment so far tonight of what's going on?
I mean, I'm not optimistic or pessimistic yet. I've been looking at Florida. I think so far the most. And Trump's down about 100 to 150,000. That being said, in Miami-Dade back in 2016, he lost by 30 points. He only lost by 7 points this time around, meaning there's a lot less Democrats, edge so far, and a lot of the remaining counties are going to lean Trump, presumably. So right now, you see Biden ahead by a point or two, but you look at the betting odds, or you look at what the New York Times is modeling, and not the biggest fan of the Times, but even they have Trump as it's a 90+% favorite in Florida now. So it's very optimistic there. Then it's just going to come down to, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, all those other swing states.
But look, I want to go back to, they were projecting last night, they had Charlie Cook. As esteemed as Charlie Cook is, they had Charlie Cook on Lawrence O'Donnell, and they were sitting there high-fiving. They're talking about a Walter Mondale-type blowout, that this would be a crushing defeat that would destroy not just President Trump, but destroy Trumpism, this populist nationalist movement. And, so far we got a real dogfight going on. I know, Dan, you guys have been running the site. You guys are challenging Drudge right now, just doing a terrific job. But what did you think about all these, the 17-point Wisconsin poll that came out the other day, 12 points in Michigan, 7 and 8 points down in Pennsylvania? These are clearly suppression polls. They're there to break the spirit of the deplorables. What was your assessment of how the media kind of really tried to run up the score before the actual voting started?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, when you see a poll that has, Biden ahead by 3 or 4 points, it's a nail biter. But then when it's up by, 15 points, to go, oh, well, they know nothing. And that's been a constant theme. And I think it's unique to Trump and how unique he is as a candidate, that the polls just really can't capture a lot of things. And there's the hidden Trump voter, the people who just don't publicly say they support him. And B, the Republican Party has been expanding their base a lot during Trump, and they're registering a lot more people, and they aren't necessarily picked up in the polls. So it's just, the poll, and then turnout is just so much higher this election cycle, and it seems that the pollsters haven't really been able to capture that. So while historically polls have been accurate, Trump is so unique that it seems like it's just not going to tell us reality.
Matt, as we go through the evening, tell us where you're really focused. What are the areas of the country that you could think are going to turn this one way or the other for President Trump? And what's the Bongino report focused on?
So, it comes down to really just those 9 key swing states we all know of. It's, Florida, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, and the various Midwestern states. And Trump can afford to lose maybe 1 or 2 of them and still win, but it's really just going to come down to that. So that's where our focus is. And, it's unfortunate that we might or probably won't know the results up until a few more days, at least in Pennsylvania.
Well, do you think President Trump ought to step up and actually set the narrative tonight? Do you think President Trump ought to talk about where he stands, particularly if Florida and Ohio fall in place here, and he's leading in Pennsylvania, he's secured it? I mean, what would be your recommendation to him?
Yeah, I mean, he's a man who never shows weakness, and I think, the strong thing to do would say, hey, listen, I'm ahead, and why not tell it as it is? Obviously, that could change with mail-in ballots coming in, but we have a general idea of how those mail-in ballots are going to go because we know by party affiliation who's turned them back already, and unless one party massively defects for the other, that we kind of already know what's going to happen there.
Look, Mike Roman and some other people associated with the campaign had a Twitter feed today that was lighting up in Philadelphia of all the nonsense that they saw, having our poll watchers there, activities going on in Philadelphia, the greater Philadelphia area, and of course all over the country, Minneapolis, Detroit, etc. What's the Bongino report? Are you particularly focused on this issues regarding the vote? Are you focused on this lawfare of these legal fights are going in? Actually the vote tonight and what's happening. Where else are you guys focused?
We're trying, I try to make the website kind of have a theme based on what the stories of the day are. So our economics section, I'll try to make it, here's what the stock market will do if Biden versus Trump wins, and just have every kind of section cater towards that. So we had some on the shenanigans going on in Philly. Although the good news is it seems that turnout in Philadelphia, across the board, especially among demographics that were more likely to vote for Biden, are actually down. So, it seems that it's not, or it's going to be beneficial towards Republicans despite whatever they're trying to do. And it is amusing because the narrative historically has been that, Republicans are the ones trying to suppress the vote, yet in these key swing states, they're getting a bit nervous.
Okay, Matt, what's your Twitter handle? How do people get to you in the Bongino report? You've been doing a fantastic job.
It's Matt Palumbo 12, and ironically, I think if they go on the wrong Matt Palumbo, the Ohio Matt Palumbo, I think in his bio he also links to mine as a courtesy.
No, Matt Palumbo's old buddy. We're going to go to him later and talk about Ohio because Ohio is absolutely central. Matt, thank you very much. Bongino reports. Tell Dan hi. He's in our prayers about his health. He's just a fantastic guy. He's done an extraordinary job.
Thanks, Steve. It's great meeting you.
Steve.
Yep.
Bloomberg's live blog is projecting South Carolina for Donald Trump right now. Joe Biden is actually taking the lead in Florida at the moment but it's by a 0.1 percentage point, and the New York Times is keeping Florida in the president's corner for now.
Are they down? It was at 2.9%. I mean, that was big. You're saying that's already been eaten into by Biden and...
That's been eaten into, but I expect that the remaining, I think it's 19% of the vote that's due to come in Florida right now are counties that Donald Trump is expected to easily carry. And that's why the New York Times is keeping it in Donald Trump's corner to the point of in excess of 95% likelihood, they say.
Look, also Florida is. He talked about the pivot to go to the Republican counties. It always comes in a Republican a little later. They traditionally have this tendency to hold back Broward and to hold back Palm Beach. You might want to talk about that, Brother McGinley.
Yeah, because historically,
Florida's been
historically the election administration in those counties has been less than ideal. to put it charitably. And what that typically means is that before they're going to report the returns from those counties, there's going to be some extra due diligence to make sure that there's no transcription errors or any of the other typical mistakes that are made that force these election administrators to revise their.
I want to say, is it because they say historically that they always hold back.
Let's start
those
from
counties.
2000 moving forward.
Yeah,
even in 2018 during the Senate recount, they had problems there.
Now, Ed Pasquale, we're going to have him on later. Ed Pasquale says they do have new election officials at the senior level. They think it's going to go better. But they've had a tendency, they have this history of holding their votes back to kind of see how the state's playing out and then releasing them at that time, right?
Yeah, they finally went out and recruited some other people to give it a shot to see if they could improve it.
Far be it for me to say that they would hold them back to see how many more votes they needed to bring them in by the ballot. Let's go in South Carolina. Is there any update on Lindsey Graham?
It's been called for Trump in South Carolina, but I don't know.
They're
about
still
Lindsey
not
Graham.
giving.
I have an update on Lindsey Graham.
They're saying that they think Trump has it, but they're not calling.
Lindsey Graham is ahead of Jamie Harrison right now, but only by only 3% of precincts have reported so far.
Okay, that's one. We can't lose that Senate seat. It's going to be tough enough to hold the Senate. So Raheem, let's go back and kind of reset where we are. If you looked at, and Jack and Midge jump in here, if you looked at the polling and everything that was leading up to this, the mainstream media, social media, and we just want to say our Twitter feed, we got locked out of it minutes before we came on air, right? And for something that took place, Jack, what was it, 3 or 4?
29th.
On the 29th. And Jack Maxey's been putting up a little heat on the Twitter feed, but it's all the receipts, right? He's putting up emails, he's putting up wire transfers, he's putting up stuff from the hard drive from hell, and it's all facts. So I don't know what their problem is. It said we put up some false data or something like that. We're going to get to the bottom of it. But one tweet, right? And here we're having the biggest show we've ever had. And what do? They take our Twitter feed down right at the beginning. They also, if you looked at what the mainstream media did leading into this, it's going to be a landslide. Trump was going to be blown out. He's going to end up being Herbert Hoover. He was end up going to be Jimmy Carter. Last night, I think it reached, and they kind of understood what was going on as they kind of ended the early vote and ended the mail-in vote. They knew they didn't have the numbers, particularly in places like Florida. They started getting very nervous about the Hispanic vote, the Latino vote. Looks like President Trump could get, 45% in Miami-Dade County. Maybe a higher percentage than we got of the African-American vote.
The Associated Press has called Tennessee for the president.
Okay, great.
The Associated Press has called Delaware for Joe Biden. The Associated Press has called New Jersey for Joe Biden.
Okay.
Can we just pause for a second and talk about how this is not a red mirage? The AP is calling states. Right? The whole basis of the red mirage was that...
Got to count every vote. You got to count every vote.
Got to count every vote.
I got into today with Irish radio. The RTE guy was jumping. You got to call every vote. I go, brother, I said, we call elections all the time. You don't even come close. They don't even count the votes that are there. They just project
But this is how elections work, right? The nation is a quilt. It's not a blanket when it comes to a presidential election. You win state by state. Voters walk in and cast their ballots for the elector's pledge to the party of their candidate. And some of these states, we've always known, an overwhelming majority of are going to be able to exercise good election administration, count the ballots, and produce their returns so that the AP and others can make projections. We're starting to see, we're only at 8 p.m. on Tuesday night, and we've already got around 5-6 states that are starting to come in and actually have totals where the AP can make their projections. This is going to continue through the night.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Bill. And the speed at which calls are being made right now, Rhode Island is being called for Joe Biden.
Well, it's 8 o'clock. We're going to start having other states.
We're going to be calling other things. Oklahoma is being called for President Trump. Mississippi being called for President Trump. Alabama being called for President Trump. So the scores on the doors as they stand right now, at least according to the New York Times, is 85 Joe Biden, 55 Donald Trump.
Let's go to Florida. Midge, you got some breaking news on Florida?
Yeah, we have 81% reporting. This is from Fox News, with 49.5% Biden, 49.7% for Trump. So this is incredibly close. They think.
Look, there's no path to the presidency for President Trump without Florida. I mean, that's a must-have. It's like Ohio. You absolutely have to win it. Maybe it's bad enough, and maybe if you lost Georgia, you could make it up with Wisconsin or Michigan. That would still be a reach. So these traditional states that he locked in 16, he's got to lock in again. He's got to lock in Arizona. He's got to lock in Georgia. He's got to lock in North Carolina. All of them are going to be problematic. This is going to be a real knife fight here to the end. But I want to go back, jump in here.
I've got more calls here, by the way, if you guys want it. Maryland being called for Joe Biden, Connecticut being called for Joe Biden as well.
These polls are closing at 8 o'clock, and they're calling them right off the bat. McGinley, it's a really brilliant analysis. This whole nonsense that every vote has to be counted, right?
Right.
I mean, this is in Connecticut. They probably haven't started counting at all. They're just making a projection off of what they think is some of the early things that have come in and their projections on exit polls, etc.
That's right. And let's not forget, Twitter put out a new policy that said you had to basically have two-step authentication in order for somebody to be able to declare victory in a state. And that was that you had to have the AP plus the other list of news organizations that they respect, or you had to have the state election authority who declared that the votes were counted and a candidate is won. So now we have the AP that's already called a lot of these states before many of these votes have been tallied. The whole red mirage building up to the election turns out to be a mirage in and of itself. Let's just let the process play out. Let's count the ballots and let's see who won. But in a lot of these states where it's going back and forth, remember what we're looking at is we're looking at the vote totals that are being reported from precincts and counties that may favor one candidate or the other, and you may have some of these counties and precincts that are still outstanding. So before we start getting upset or hyperventilating about any of these results, let's let it play out so that we can actually begin to see.
There you are, Raheem. Look, here's what this has been since the beginning. This has been psychological warfare.
Correct.
This has been information warfare. They knew that some of these polls were way outside the norms. They did this to try to suppress the vote. What you saw today was really the deplorables, I think, stepping up in a big way in the state of Florida, just a massive way. And I can tell you, with more of these counties going to report in the western part of the state, President Trump should run up the score and break free of Biden, but we'll just have to see. We're going to get Richard Barris back on to give us some more analytics in a moment. Raheem, what else you got for me?
An empty glass. I think it's time to take a break.
Okay, let's take a short commercial. That's good. Let's take a short commercial break. We're going to return with more coverage. We're going to get Richard Barris, our analytics guy, back here. We're also going to get Ralph Reed. We've got a number of guests, grassroots people that are seeing it on the ground of what's exactly happening. This is the Global Election Special on War Room. Our partners, G News, GTV. We're going into China tonight. We've got a whole Chinese crew next door doing it. John Frederick's radio show. All of our distribution partners are here in Washington, D.C., and really the best location we can possibly have. We're going to return in just a moment.
War Room, Global Election Night Special Edition, will return after this.
Stephen K. Bannon, The War Room. We're live from the nation's capital. Fog City Midge, Jack Maxey, Raheem Kassam. We're going to Bill McGinley join us in a second, but I want to go immediately to Richard Barris of Big Data Poll. Richard, can you give us what's your update you want to give us from either Florida or Georgia?
Yeah, so Steve, Florida's the big news. So Trump has jumped out now to a 2-point lead. I know nobody's called it yet, but not only is this puppy just about over, Bay County's 29% in. That's going to be Biden's best foot forward right there. It'll just widen out in Bay County for this. When I was looking at the margin before, it was enough to take Trump over the top just for that. So just Bay County alone was enough to close that gap. Pinellas now has eked to a standstill. Every time they're about 99% in. And it looks like, we can do it. So we can do it. It's done. Florida is going to Donald Trump. That is a projection. The map's not updated yet. It's over.
Okay, I want to slow down for a second. Walk us back through that. Because nobody else is calling it yet. Why are you saying, in your mind, you know Florida better than anybody, why are you saying Trump's going to win Florida? Walk us back through it.
Yeah. Florida's over. That's going to Donald Trump, and this margin is going to keep growing. All right. So I said 2 points. I may be a little off. It may be 3. You cannot win 45% of the vote in Miami-Dade as a Republican and lose the state of Florida. Where's Dave Wasserman's 10 to 15 point lead in Duval County? It's less than 4 points. Where's his 17-point lead in Pinellas County? It's dead even. Trump came back there. Hillsborough, only 6 points. That's a gain from 2016. This is over. This is over. Donald Trump is going to win Florida, and he's going to win it big.
Why was you projected that Trump would win Florida by more than 3 points? People were laughing at you. Why do you think? What is the cause of this victory by Trump? And what did Wasserman and what did Charlie Cook? What did all these guys get wrong? They were saying that this was going to be a lock for Joe Biden.
First of all, getting stuck in groupthink is a horrible place to be when you're a data journalist. You cannot do that. You have got to listen to other points of views and other criticisms. And I saw the movement in Pinellas and Hillsborough, so I'm not surprised Pinellas is tied. You guys carried it 4 years ago by a couple of points. That's the nature of Florida. That's the nature of politics. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. President Trump, he understood the concerns of those South Floridian Hispanic voters. There's no doubt at 45%. He won black voters too down there. There is no doubt. So my 12% can be laughed at all they want now. You can't get to 45%. Now he's going up 46% in Miami-Dade without romping it with Cubans, without romping it with Venezuelans. A new group that Dave Wasserman, Nate Silver, and Nate Cohen never saw coming. Because they're not pollsters. They don't have voter files. They just watch their favorite that's Nate Cohen has voter files because he works with one university pollster. But they don't look at this stuff, and they really don't know the people, Steve, that they're trying to predict the behavior of. How can you predict the behavior of a group of people you are wholly unfamiliar with? You don't live by them. You don't live near them. You don't talk to them. You don't care about their concerns, their values. And you just try to social bias them into the corner. There you have it. You can see that the map just updated. It's a check. That margin's going to grow, Steve.
Okay, Richard, we're going to lose you. You're going to be back in about 15 minutes, but I want to ask you before you go, update us on Georgia. Is there anything or any of the things you're looking at? Arizona, Pennsylvania. What's the update you got for us before we get you back at the bottom of the hour?
We still need a little bit more in Georgia to see what's going on there, but it's going to be a haul, Steve. It's going to be a fight. It's going to be an Abrams-like Kemp fight.
Abrams and Kemp. Abrams and Kemp took how long to work out?
It took a couple of days, 6 days.
6 days. Okay. Richard, thank you very much. We'll see you when you get back, bottom of the hour. Really appreciate it. I know you're working overtime tonight. So the call, we've got the first call on. I just want to make sure. Richard Barris is telling us that Florida is going to be in Trump's camp. That's before anybody else.
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's
right.
called it.
And the New York Times numbers show that with 89% reporting at the moment, the president has 50.3% of the vote, and Joe Biden has 48.7% of the vote. Now,
these are slow calls, I got to tell you.
That's we were at 87 5 minutes ago. We're at 89 right now.
Newsmax just called it Florida for Trump.
Hey, we beat them.
I
love the guys at Newsmax. I love the guys at Newsmax. We beat them.
Called it.
No, Newsmax is fantastic.
I want to say,
by the way, Chris Ruddy and the crowd are down in Palm Beach. So if
Yeah.
anybody knows Florida, it's Chris Ruddy and the team at Newsmax.
I want to say, by the way, the numbers for Trump in Georgia increasing on the New York Times election needles. People will recall at the top of this show, I talked about the 2%. When they went to 3%, now it's at 5-point difference for President Trump in Georgia at the moment. So the early Georgia butterflies may have been misplaced.
How much percentage of the vote is in?
We are 15% reported.
Okay. We're going to see if there's royal cannons. Look, President Trump, the suburbs, wherever you go, I mean, right now you're going to potentially lose Nebraska too, because the suburbs of Omaha, the suburbs of Phoenix and Denver, Dallas, Atlanta, Charlotte, Philadelphia. You know, the reality is President Trump's not going to do that. He's not going to be strong in these suburbs. And that's why in the southern part of the state, in eastern part of the state, President Trump's really got to overperform tonight in Georgia, but it's good news out of there. Let's walk through Raheem. Anything else we've got? Jack, Midge, jump in here. We're going to get McGinley back, but walk me through where do we stand in South Carolina? Is there any update on Lindsey Graham particularly? Because I know that's a race. The South Carolina Senate race, his opposition, Harrison, who was a staffer in the Congress, he raised, I think, over $100 million. I mean, this is in South Carolina, which I think the biggest number has ever been raised is like $15 million or something like for a big number for South Carolina. But the amount of money, the amount of resources that went in there this time was absolutely extraordinary. If we're going to hold the Senate, clearly Lindsey Graham's got to be reelected, or we're going to have a very long night tonight. Any updates on Graham?
They're calling South Carolina for Trump now, right? And Trump has about the same exact spread in terms of the numbers that have been counted. So theoretically, in the numbers that have been counted, Biden is still ahead, but they're calling it for Trump because they know the votes are coming in. The same thing with Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham has Jamie Harrison ahead 53-45, but again, there's only 7% of the votes have been counted. I think the election day voting is going to be what is the key in South Carolina, like so many other states tonight.
You know, in Georgia, if it goes long, the Stacey Abrams Kemp situation took, what did Richard Barris say, six days to work out?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I think they actually didn't do a recount because Kemp at the end of the day had too big a spread. But that was a very contentious one on how the votes were counted. Remember, President Trump got, I think, personally involved in that. At least personally involved is his Twitter feed and I think some statements. So that was, and Stacey Abrams had a big role in this, a big role in Georgia. She raised a lot of money. She had to get out the vote. She understood what was important for her. And it's really, I tell you, Georgia's now a battleground state. We're going to sit here and Texas is going to be a battleground state. People have to realize that these states are now, as a particularly place like Texas, get more Californians coming in. Yeah. It's going to get increasingly purple and increasingly battleground. Raheem, I think the lessons, guys, and Jack, you live down in Florida. There's a huge lesson, particularly about populism and economic nationalism coming out of Miami-Dade. Jack, it's stunning to me that Donald Trump could get, 45% of the Hispanic and Latino vote down there. I mean, that's absolutely extraordinary.
You know, it's not that stunning to me because the values that the party espouse really are Latin American values, the Catholic values, family, the importance of hard work and keeping your word. These are all fundamental values that you find throughout the Hispanic culture.
Yeah. And I think also Latinos for Trump has done amazing outreach. I was in Miami on Sunday, and they had a Trump caravan car parade with 80,000 cars. And I spoke to many people there, just massive support for President Trump among the Cuban community.
That's spontaneous. It was 30,000, the anti-communist rally.
Yeah,
and by the way, they had Venezuelans, they had Colombians, they had Puerto Ricans. There was everybody except for Puerto Rico living in oppressive societies. It was pretty powerful.
Okay.
Yep.
Here's something. We jumped straight in on this broadcast to everything.
Yep.
I want to take a step back. And recognize just what an incredible view we have here behind us. The U.S. Capitol building right behind us. here on Capitol Hill. We have the entire best view in the city. Stephen K. Bannon, Raheem Kassam, Jack Maxey, Fox City Midge, Bill McGinley, the rest of the team here. I want to take a step back as well and recognize the live stream audience here for a moment, because I know we've got nearly 50,000 people, a record number of people watching live in the live stream right now. And I want to convince everybody, make sure that you hit the like button, you hit the share button, bring more people into this broadcast, because we're breaking news right here. We're making calls before the establishment media will.
Yes, we called Florida before anybody. Beat our buddies at Newsmax by 2 nanoseconds. But
2 nanoseconds. And I want to make sure that everybody is subscribing as well. This is the channel you want to get to. We'll be live tomorrow morning, to my chagrin, at 10 a.m. in the morning again. And we'll be with you until 3 a.m. in the morning tonight. So make sure you're tuned in right here. And let's get back to some of the numbers.
Now, I want to make sure, Midge, you got this right. Give us what the New York Times is saying.
Yeah,
sure this is a call?
No, this is New York Times has moved their needle, right?
Okay.
And so before... they kind of had it leaning a little bit. They have 13% reporting with Trump slightly ahead, and then they updated it to say that now they're saying that it's 85% likely for Trump.
85% likely for a Trump victory? Is that what
you're going to tell me which state you're looking at?
Oh, at Georgia.
In Georgia?
Yes.
I'm looking at an 84% Trump victory in Georgia.
I tell you, that's a big change. This is going to get a lot of pressure off people tonight, because I got to tell you, talking to the campaign today, they felt pretty good about Georgia. They thought the two reaches, the things they had to push on were Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If one of those two came through, they thought they were going to lock this up. So, very important to focus on that. You know, Richard told us, I think what you're seeing in Georgia is they're going to overperform down the southern part of the state. That's what's so incredibly important. Also in Georgia. Yep.
Steve, heads up on that same needle. They're moving. North Carolina is getting closer and closer to Trump. They now have Biden up by 0.5 percentage point, and they had him estimated winning at 65% just 10 minutes ago. It's down to 56 now.
55% reporting in North Carolina. You're absolutely correct, Jack Maxey.
Okay, we're going to go to Pennsylvania. I want you guys to get sharp on some other calls. We're going to go now to Pennsylvania and Jim Schultz. Jim Schultz, he's on with us all the time. He's a CNN contributor, former member of the White House counsel's office under President Trump, and really a lawyer who knows Pennsylvania better than anybody. So, Jim, walk us through overall where we stand with Pennsylvania right now. Then I want to talk about the lawfare that's going up there. Where do you think we stand? You're a veteran of dozens, if not hundreds, of campaigns up there at the state level, at the district level. Where do we stand tonight in Pennsylvania?
So I am sitting here in Bucks County election headquarters tonight, Steve. Bucks County is the key to the Philadelphia suburbs. Without Bucks County, without a good performance in Bucks County, there's no winning Pennsylvania. And last time there was about 76% turnout. I'm understanding that turnout here, anecdotally is higher this time in Bucks County. But in the lower parts of Bucks County, I understand that in the places where Biden needs to do well, the turnout hasn't been all that high. That's good news for the Trump campaign.
Give me that again. Talk about the Biden turnout. It hasn't been high where?
In the lower parts of this county, in the blue collar worker, in the areas of this county, Democratic precincts, traditionally Democratic precincts in this county, there were traditionally where we would think there would be high turnout for Democrats. It's just not happening here. There's not a lot of enthusiasm. That's what I'm hearing anecdotally from the folks on the ground.
Did the Democrats, did they eat into and just cannibalize their game day vote? Is that what we're seeing here in Pennsylvania today? Because as we've talked to people throughout the day, you didn't have the intensity at these Democratic strongholds as you had at the Trump and Republican strongholds. Is that, did they cannibalize with this big, 1.5 million votes that are in? Did they cannibalize their game day vote by taking their high propensity voters and just traumatize them and have them mail it in?
Well, what I think they did, they really relied on this mail-in vote, especially in the city of Philadelphia, and trusted that folks in the city of Philadelphia were going to do that. We didn't see it, especially in the African-American wards in traditionally African-American wards in Philadelphia. You're just not seeing that kind of, turnout in terms of mail-in ballots, in terms of the absentee ballot program. So they were caught flat-footed, I think, in Philadelphia. Remains to be seen what turnout's like in those wards. But I have to tell you, I think they were caught flat-footed. The knock and drag and going door to door, they just weren't ready for that, because I think they were relying on some early voting.
Okay, I want to go now to your governor. Your Governor Shapiro, and I called him out this morning, Maria Bartiromo. Your Governor Shapiro,
Attorney General.
By the way, and I understand from people that say he's a pretty good guy, but he has been taking a very aggressive role. I think almost voter suppression of what he's tried to do in saying, hey, when we count them all, Biden's going to win. Are they that afraid of what's going on in Pennsylvania that you have senior officials like Attorney General Shapiro that is running for governor? Are they getting that kind of involved into this process?
Look, this is a high-stakes state. You don't win without Pennsylvania. Everybody knows that as Democrat. Democrats will not win without this state. This is a must-win for them. It's not necessarily a must-win for President Trump. It's a must-win for the Democrats and Joe Biden. And I think they needed their top officials, namely the Attorney General, to come out and make a political statement, and that's what he did. And what that causes is some confusion for the person who's charged with calling balls and strikes. It becomes very, very difficult for when he needs to go into court and his people need to go into court, that people are going to trust that he's going to be nonpartisan.
Okay, I want to ask you about the lawfare part of this and about the mail-in vote and all that. What is going on there?
So I think, I think a lot of this is going to have to do with the mail-in vote, where you had drop-off areas throughout the counties and around the city of Philadelphia, especially in the suburbs. They're supposed to be picked up at 8 o'clock. It remains to be seen as to whether they were picked up at 8 o'clock and whether they were shut down at 8 o'clock. And I think a lot of that is where the rubber's going to meet the road in some of these lawsuits.
Talk to us about Philadelphia. You actually live in the city. Talk to us about Philadelphia. We're hearing word, and even from the campaign, that Philadelphia may have underperformed from Democrats. Is that just anecdotal, or is there any backup to that?
No, it's just anecdotal for now, but I haven't looked at the numbers yet. They're going to start rolling in fairly quick. Philadelphia does a really good job of getting the data uploaded onto the system. We're going to see that, as the night goes forward. I bet you by 9 o'clock, we're going to see a lot of what's going on in Philadelphia. They've been counting the votes in Philadelphia over at the convention center since this morning. There were some complaints that the watchers from the Republican side of the aisle weren't allowed to really see what was going on. I wasn't there. I don't know what went on in there, but there were some complaints about that. The bottom line is they're being processed. I think the vote count will be in Philadelphia fairly early, I believe, and we'll have a good sense of what turnout is there. And that's really going to set the tone for the chances for President Trump in Pennsylvania.
Now, hold on. I think there's 7. Haven't there been 7 counties that have announced they're not even going to start processing or even counting the mail-in votes until tomorrow morning?
No, I understand that there have been some counties that have said they're going to wait until tomorrow morning. I think the counties that really count in this race, the ones where we're going to look and say, what do we need in terms of turnout? I think we're going to see those fairly early. But every vote's going to count, and some folks aren't starting until tomorrow, and we could drag out for a day or two if that's the case.
Okay, I also want to go to, you had Mike Roman's Twitter feed was on fire today, not just about Philadelphia, but also other places. I understand he's kind of the field operator for the lawyers. Tell us what went on in Philadelphia. In the morning show, our regular show, we were showing videos coming from Philadelphia. Was there really cause for concern of what was going on in some of these precincts? I understand that some of these Democratic precincts, this is the first time they've ever had poll watchers from the Republican Party there, or the Trump campaign. So, Jim, you're pretty experienced in this. What went on?
So I think what you were seeing a lot is, look, this is the first time we've done the mail-ins. This is the first time that this program's been run in this state. And I believe that, there was it sowed a lot of confusion in this state. I think at the polling places, you saw the mayor of Philadelphia go and try to vote someone else, which is essentially ballot harvesting at the end of the day. But I think that was just a mistake, right? And I think that kind of sows the confusion there. So that you just can't take someone's ballot and vote for them at the drop-off locations. So I think there's a lot of confusion, and I think it's great that folks are there to try to ensure the integrity of the process. And I think that's what Mike was trying to do, and I think that's what everybody's trying to do, is to make sure everybody's vote counts. It's only counted once. And that we have a fair election.
Hey, Jim, can we ask you to hang on for a second? We got to come back to you in Pennsylvania. But we got our analyst, Richard Barris from Big Data Polling. I think one of the smartest guys around, the first guy to call Florida, and now we've got other people calling it. So, Barris, you got one up there tonight by calling Florida early. Before we start talking about other specifics, all the 538s, all these guys that are so famous and swore that they weren't going to get anything wrong. They were actually going to do the work. All the guys at the big media companies that were calling Florida all for the last couple of weeks for Joe Biden. What are they saying right now in the Twitter feed? And more importantly, what did they get wrong that you got right?
Right. So this is what's important. Now that we know Florida's in, we can see how it broke. And I'm looking at Pennsylvania's early returns right now on the map, but I was just taking a look at North Carolina. The early in from North Carolina was about D 14.5. Donald Trump went into 2016 about D plus 16.2. So Biden's lead there is only about 10 points.
I tell you what, can we get you've got Pennsylvania up. Can we go let's put Carolina up on the screen.
You want to take Carolina?
Yeah, let's see Carolina. If you want to talk about Carolina, let's.
What this is telling me, we're separated here with these candidates by about 9 points when the early vote was coming in as a partisan split at about 14.5% favoring Democrats. So what this tells me is that Biden is underperforming the polling that these guys were, touting going into election night. Who is it got to be? So
hang over a second. Walk us through why you say he's underperforming their polling. Walk our audience through how do you come to that conclusion, because I think it's very important in looking at Carolina going forward.
And we're seeing it tighten right now even more. All right, so we got about 65% in. The election day romp for the president is going to be bigger. In order for Biden to win Florida, he needed that margin among independents or NPAs that they were showing in the polling, 10, 15, 30 points that some of them were coming up with, which was going to give him this monstrous early vote lead. That's not happening. It's not happening. And there's really no other way to say it. If Biden does eke out one of these states, if he takes North Carolina, for instance, it won't be because he had these large leads. Remember, the New York Times poll in North Carolina, Steve, was +7 Biden. The early vote is dumped. This is the best foot forward Biden was going to get. I was expecting what they told me, which was a 15-point spread in the early vote, 20-point spread. That's not happening. And that can only be because Republicans did not abandon Donald Trump en masse. NPAs and independents did not vote 20, 30 points for Joe Biden. It didn't happen.
You think this was the big misread, that NPAs stand for non-party affiliation? And what Nate Silver and all these guys were looking at is 20 and 30 points spreads in the non-party affiliation of people that were independents, essentially voting for Biden. You haven't seen that throughout the night. You think that's one of the big misses they've had?
I do. And let me take you out west, for instance. Henderson, Polk, right? Big red areas, Transylvania, Jackson. They're starting to report now. One I looked at right away.
Oh, is this in Nevada?
This is North Carolina.
North Carolina.
One of the right, yeah. Robeson in North Carolina. This is why some of these, I think what happened here, and it was willful blindness. They wanted it to be true, and so they just made it so. What happened here was this country and the battleground states, voter file from state to state to state, with the exception of Virginia, has largely gotten more Republican. Now, Democrats have made some registration gains in Arizona. That's a state I think that is going to be tight because of that. But just about everywhere else, and Nevada but Republicans they surged back at the end. So it wasn't as heavy as we saw in other states like Virginia, for instance. They don't have party affiliation, but we call it inference. We know they voted in a primary, they donated to somebody, a cause, a campaign contribution of some sort. And we know if you support some super PAC that is pro-abortion, you're a Democrat, right? So this is how we do this. And in the end, I think what they did was not recognize that some of those MPAs from 2016 are now just Republicans. How did we do it? We called them in Florida. We knew their voter registration. We knew what they were, but we asked them. Same thing in Pennsylvania. And they will tell you that I'm a Republican, but they're not. They're Democrats on registration or independents. And that's really it. You gotta be careful with that.
I want to go now I want to step back for a second. Last night when you and I finished the kind of pregame, you had Georgia and North Carolina at what? You had President Trump winning both of them by a point and a half. I just want to make sure before the vote started today, What was your prediction? Because you and I worked through this. We had a slightly independent, but I came up with 289 electoral votes. Part of it was on your analysis of Georgia and North Carolina, President Trump holding it, but doing it in a very tight margin. So last night, when you put all this to bed, where were you in Georgia and North Carolina?
Really tight. Georgia, I felt a little bit better about for the president because we did have that landmark poll out. They know their state well, but I do see these states getting very tight. Maybe holds this year, but later on, they're a cause of concern for Republicans. Same thing with Arizona. That's why it's crucial for the Republicans to win the Midwest moving forward. That is their path as a national political force. But Georgia, 1-2 points. North Carolina, I see, 2 points. I can see it in the mix here. I can. There's a lot of red counties that are still out, and some of the blue that you see on the map now will flip as more of the election day vote comes in. We have nothing at a Carteret yet. We have nothing at a Hyde.
Richard, hang on. I want to reset. I want to reset for a second because, quite frankly, we're having thousands of people join this broadcast every second. We've already got millions of the diaspora of China watching this nonstop, and I want to reset this. You're watching War Room, our special global election edition. You got Maggie Vanderberg. You've got Jack Maxey from the War Room. You know her as Fog City Midge, one of the biggest influencers of the Trump movement. Of course, our co-host, Raheem Kassam, Stephen K. Bannon. We're going to be bringing in all of our hitters from all the key battleground states all night, but we're particularly honored to have big data polling. This is a serious young man, I think, that's broken out. He's called everything so far in advance. He was the first guy to really step up and say, hey, Trump's going to take Florida. Here's how he's going to do it. In Miami-Dade, you're going to see President Trump dominate like no Republican's ever done. You're going to have 45% of the Hispanic vote. Said all this in advance. We were the first guys to call Florida a few minutes before Newsmax, before AP and everything. So Richard Barris at Big Data Polling. Richard, how can people get your Twitter handle right now? Because all the thousands that are entering want to know who you are and how they get access to you. So before we go back to Georgia and North Carolina, walk us through, how do people get more access to you?
They can follow me on Twitter, Steve, at @peoples_pundit, @peoples_pundit. And they can follow along with the work we did at Big Data Poll, @Big Data Poll. And, follow us on Twitter. And you'll see I push everything that we do out on my feed anyway. They can find me there.
So here's why the reason that we're doing this broadcast tonight. We represent the populist kind of economic nationalist wing of the Republican Party and certainly the Trump movement. Huge Trump supporters. We try to offer the deplorables tomorrow's news today in the signal, not the noise. And that's where we have guys like Richard Barris involved with us that get down to the nitty gritty. He's not a pundit. What he is a data analyst, big data. And he told me as we talked this through, he said, look, Ohio and Florida are clearly the anchors, but then you got to hold Arizona, you got to hold Georgia, you got to hold North Carolina. They're all going to be a fight. They're not going to be big spreads in these. So let's go back to North Carolina. Where as you see it right now, how do you think this thing's trending? You actually made the statement you thought that on the early vote in the mail-in, at least it's been counted, that Biden had much less of a lead than his people thought. You've also gone to this big thing of NPA's no party affiliates, and you're not seeing the kind of margins for Biden. So as you look at this map now, where does President Trump have to get votes? How do you think this thing, directionally, where do you think this thing's headed? Because I can tell you, there have been people early in the evening that are very nervous about Georgia, very nervous about North Carolina, and very nervous about Arizona. So tell us where you think we stand right now in North Carolina.
So they're going to be close. There's no doubt about it. But for Biden to put it away, Steve, I was looking for anything north of 12%. Really, if they had that edge of 14.5%, then it should have been more than that, a little bit more than that, considering the MPA.
You're saying on the early vote, you wanted to see him. You thought north of 14% is going to be tough for President Trump to beat him. He's coming at 9%, correct?
Yeah, his total vote came in at around 12.5. 12. You break this down by decimal points. Okay. But we are seeing the president gain now. He's about what now? 6, 4, 3, 7, 8 points behind.
Okay,
He'll have to make that up. You can see Cherokee not out there. Carteret will be a big dump for him. Between Carteret and Craven, you have that district. It's about R32. He really needs to romp it there, and Craven will probably wind up giving him about a 15-point margin. Carteret will give him a huge margin, no doubt. It's just based on what I'm seeing here. New Hanover is closing. So this, again, is an area where if there was going to be this revolt in the suburbs, then we would have seen it in some of these other areas. And I was arguing this the entire time. There are plenty of educated, affluent suburbs in Carteret. Keep your eye on that county. They're not going anywhere. They're going to stick with Donald Trump.
Okay, let's go back to Georgia then. Let's go back to Georgia. If you can get that map up there, where do you stand on Georgia right now? Early in the evening, you had Fox News. I think, has Fox withdrawn that? Is Fox still saying?
They better have.
I think, did Fox call it?
They never actually called. It was a really bad headline, and it wasn't clear what they were trying to say. But it seemed like they weren't actually calling for Georgia, but it was like, hey, here's some states Biden could win, and Georgia was in there, but they weren't. It was a bad headline, and I think they did it intentionally, vaguely, to try and be one of the first to Georgia.
Lachlan Murdoch called down there and said, hey, let's rattle President Trump's cage. As I said earlier, that's not a headline or story he wants. Okay, let's get the Georgia map up, Richard. Where do you think we stand on Georgia? It's been a big scare for people early in the evening. Where do you think we are in this?
Yeah, so there are still a lot of votes out here, Steve. We got the Atlanta suburbs out here at Fulton County, Clayton. This, again, though, now we're starting to see about 29%. So soon we'll get past that early vote and we'll get into some election day vote. So I want people to understand this. The president has taken a lead because some of these counties have come in about 50% reporting. This should have been where I'm going. I don't want to say this the wrong way, but I didn't expect Trump to take a lead this quickly in Georgia. It takes a while for the Republican in a close race in this state to catch up. So I'm a little bit surprised that it has flipped that much already. But Cobb still has about 66% of the vote in. Fulton, it's going to be heavy for Biden. They got about 80% in. So it's going to get a little, it's going to get closer. And I want people to understand that. But yeah, I mean, these red counties are coming in now, and the president has pulled ahead. There is some votes out here in the Savannah area, Chatham and Liberty both. Chatham is going to be a wide margin for Joe Biden, but Liberty is already tightening more than I expected it to. If there was going to be, again, this run away from the president in the burbs and this giant swing among independents, then we would have seen closer to like a 63, right? 64. And right now what I'm seeing is that this is Biden's early and best vote. And this will start to crunch away as the night goes on. So he's going to rely on these burbs out here around the Atlanta suburbs. The talk is the black vote share is down. And Steve, I got to tell you, even with his support among Hispanics in Miami-Dade, what did I tell you before the election? He's going to hit 40, Steve. He's going to hit 40, right? All he needs to do is get to 40, maybe 42. He got to 45, which means he did it with 12 to low teen support with African Americans in Miami-Dade. There's just no way. So I'd be really cautious when some of these other counties come in. I wonder what the president's margins will be. Is it that some of these black voters that are coming into the Trump fold, is it that they're chipping away at what would be an otherwise ugly margin? I don't think we know yet, but it's looking at Florida. It's an incredible possibility.
Okay, real quickly, before I know we got to let you go, you're going to be back. We're going to bring Jenny Beth Martin, the Tea Party Patriots, on to talk about Georgia and the rest of the grassroots. Just real quickly, before you leave, give us your assessment of Pennsylvania. What are you seeing right now? Directionally, where do you think this thing's headed?
So this is about the lead I did expect for Joe Biden in some of this early vote. I'm looking at Allegheny. This is really nothing but early vote. The magic number in Allegheny is 40% for Donald Trump. You got the endorsement of the Pittsburgh Gazette, and that was the first time since 1972. Good old, Tricky Dick Nixon. He was the first one to get, the last Republican to get it. And I'm going to keep an eye here on Philadelphia. Word is, just like in the Atlanta suburbs, Biden was having trouble getting even as many votes as Hillary Clinton. And I'm talking about total votes. right, to the polls. Hillary had in the 700,000s. The last time I checked at that 6:30 hour, it was about 610. So this is the early vote in Pennsylvania. 80-20 roughly. That's pretty much where I would have expected it to come in. It's playing out as expected.
Okay, and
By the way, Nate, Greene County's not going to Biden.
What is, before I let you go, Wasserman and these guys, all these guys that got the big names, where are they standing on their Twitter feeds right now? What are they saying, particularly about Florida, particularly the Hispanic vote? What are they saying about the misses they've had already tonight?
You know, I don't know, Steve. I've been too busy celebrating my victories over them. I mean, in all truthfulness, you could see them walking it back on Twitter. Nate Silver said he was going to go take a walk with his dog because he's not going to entertain the stupidity that MPAs aren't going for Biden as big as he thought. You know, ridiculousness. Oh, Trump's election day turnout can't possibly swamp how bad the MPAs are going against him. It's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay, Richard, we're going to let you go. We know you got other commitments. We're going to bring you back in a while. The audience loves it. You're lighting people up. It's just fantastic. It's everything we envision you would do with your analytics. Richard Barris of Big Data Polling. He's going to join us back a little later. He's been right all night tonight. He's focused on Georgia and North Carolina. We got to hold that. We got to hold Arizona to make the final sprint through to Pennsylvania and hopefully maybe Wisconsin. I now want to bring in, let's get an update on our team. Then we're going to bring in Jenny Beth Martin from the Tea Party Patriots. She's also from the Atlanta area. She can update us on Georgia. Raheem, what do you got?
Okay, so Bloomberg's calling Alabama for President Trump, Massachusetts for Joe Biden. But here's the interesting thing. There is some discrepancies over Ohio at the moment, and people are in two minds over the way Ohio is going. Now, with 49% of the vote reported at the moment, Joe Biden holds a 55 to 43.8 lead in Ohio at the moment. That is sending the market into a bit of a tizzy at the moment.
Hold on. Walk me back through that.
I will walk you back through that. Joe Biden is holding. Now I have to reload it up here somewhere because I closed it because I said it. Let's load it up here. Ohio. Okay, so Joe Biden is holding a 55% to 43.8% lead in Ohio so far, with 49% of the vote reporting.
What's the analysis on that? We'll get back on Ohio when we get back, Richard.
Well, it's really interesting because the market, as far as Bloomberg is concerned, and I do trust Bloomberg for the market reporting, the market is having different reactions here. So initially, as we opened up reporting on different states tonight, Bloomberg started saying there's no blue wave, it's not going in the way of the Democrats. And then as we've gone through some of the Ohio numbers up to the 49% that we see here, they're saying that the market is now changing its perspective on the night and that Ohio could actually be a harbinger of things to come. Now, it's only 49% reporting.
Well, that's a lot. Trust me. If you get 40, you get half that. Now, I realize you don't have a lot of the downstate. You don't have some of those reporting. You're going to have Cleveland, the early vote, and all that get counted up first.
Right.
Ohio's somebody that reports very quickly.
Yeah, that's right. But again, with Florida now, you have 91% reporting, and you have 50.7% to President Trump, and you have 48.3% to Joe Biden.
And plus, what you don't have in Florida, it's just not going to catch up. I mean, I think
it's not going to catch up here.
Florida's
at the moment,
safe, and that's a big one. Ohio's supposed to be much safer. Remember, Biden could have closed this out a couple of weeks ago by going to Ohio and I think trying to deliver a knockout blow. It didn't happen. Clearly, they thought something was up. They did send Biden back in the last couple of days of the campaign. So the Democrats and Biden campaign clearly thought something was up there.
So people on the live stream are asking for a general update. So I want to give them a general update of the state of play as we have it right now. Joe Biden at 85, Donald Trump at 61. Let's break that down. Joe Biden in Vermont, in Massachusetts, in Connecticut, in Rhode Island, in New Jersey, in Delaware, in Maryland, in Virginia, and in Illinois. Donald Trump in Oklahoma and Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, and West Virginia so far. So those are the things we know that have been called, that people are saying are beyond reproach in terms of reported states. We are adding here in the war in Florida to President Trump's pile in that regard. Again, you have 91% reporting, 50.7 is in Donald Trump's corner, 48.3%. That doesn't mean to say that it can't change. However, It is looking like, and the swing tracker, even on the New York Times, is looking like Florida is going for Donald J. Trump.
You see, here's one thing to think about it. You've got a foundational element, which would be Ohio and Florida. Very tough to win, but you got that foundational element. Then the next tranche is Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. If you lock those down, and those three are going to be very tight, very tight. Then you've got a chance to take either Pennsylvania or Wisconsin. Obviously, you got to include Iowa is already in the safe category. But you've got a chance to either get Pennsylvania or Wisconsin with Nebraska 2. Nebraska 2 may be a little dicey tonight. But here's the thing: Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina right now are looking tough. They're trending, I think, to President Trump. I know that people in the campaign are concerned about North Carolina. There's a lot of concern about North Carolina. It's not breaking away like they thought. We're going to have more on that. But right now, I think a surprising bigger win than people anticipated of President Trump in Florida, and particularly the makeup of that with this big Hispanic turnout for President Trump in Miami-Dade, I think is a harbinger of potential things to come with the Trump movement and what he's been preaching as far as economic nationalism and populism. I want to bring in now Jenny Beth Martin. Jenny Beth is the legendary founder of the Tea Party Patriots. She's also a Georgia girl. She's a Georgia peach, if I can say that. Is that politically so incorrect?
I'm a peach mama twins, Steve.
Exactly. Here's the question I've got first before we talk about Tea Party Patriots and what's going on throughout the country in places like Ohio. Walk us through Georgia, because I got to tell you, Jenny Beth, at the beginning of the broadcast tonight, it came out of the box. Fox kind of had a funky headline and looked like they might be calling it early, or they said that Georgia could be in trouble. I know people over the White House, they have a big data room over at the White House tonight, over in the EOB that they're working out of. I know people in the White House were pretty concerned about Georgia. You're a Georgia girl. Tell us exactly what's going on in Georgia from your perspective.
Well, Steve, I went to welcome Joe Biden to Atlanta just last week, and there were more people for Trump than there were for Biden. And that was let me rephrase that. I know in South Georgia, there were definitely more Trump people. Outside of the event, there were more Trump people. When I was in downtown Atlanta, I'm not sure how many were inside the event. But in Georgia, they said the exact same thing 2 years ago about Brian Kemp and Stacey Abrams. And the fact is, Brian Kemp won without a runoff. And in Georgia, the presidential race would be a little bit different because we don't have a runoff for that. But for the governor to win when there were more than two candidates on the ballot without a runoff, that's not a close race in Georgia. You have to win by 50% plus one to avoid a runoff. So I think that the polling it's not quite what is on the ground in Georgia is not what I've seen from the polls. Now, we'll see at the end of the night whether this trend where the New York Times right now is not predicting Georgia to be the winner, but they're predicting Trump to be the winner, but they're leaning much more heavily towards Trump winning than Biden winning. And if Trump wins, I just don't think people understand exactly what's on the ground right now in Georgia.
What is it? Have the suburbs changed so much? Are they so anti-Trump? I mean, why do we have this scare that it is trending to President Trump? And let me tell you, we got to put Georgia away. If Georgia was to fall into Biden's hands tonight, it would be very, very difficult, I think, for the president to win re-election. It'd be tough. You'd have to pull down a Wisconsin and a Michigan, and we don't know if that's going to happen. You got to lock in Georgia. You got to lock in North Carolina. I know people are concerned about both of them. So what happened? Is it the Atlanta suburbs? Is it Trump doesn't translate to the suburban housewives? Walk us through your assessment.
Well, I think that when you're in the suburb areas right close to downtown Atlanta, so you're looking at Fulton County, Gwinnett County, and Cobb County, those will tend to, they're going to wind up being much more Democrat, and they've changed a bit, so they're just not like the outer suburbs in Atlanta. In the outer suburbs, people love President Trump, and we wanted to be open. Schools were open in many of the outer suburbs 5 days a week or in a hybrid situation, but in those counties right in the heart of Atlanta and the suburbs right around downtown Atlanta, they're still not locked down, because we're not really locked down, but their schools are not back in person the same way they are in the outer suburbs. And where I live, the thing that parents are talking about the most, especially moms, and around the state, the things that I've heard from moms, the number one issue is about schools and being able to make sure their children are going to get educated. Now, I don't know that that translates into the number one issue when they go to vote, but I know they're worried about their children's future, and President Trump has been fighting for our kids this year during the lockdowns and the shutdowns.
If President Trump's to take Georgia tonight, and by the way, I do want to report, I think we're getting a real sense of confidence, people associated with President Trump, people on the campaign. I think they feel that Georgia is trending their direction. I think they're feeling better about North Carolina. I'm starting to get some enthusiasm about Pennsylvania. We got a long way to go. But I tell you, right now, I think people are in fight mode. Jenny Beth, before we start looking at the rest of the country, particularly Ohio, because I want to get your sense from the Tea Party Patriots perspective of that, is he going to overperform down in the southern part of the state? He's going to overperform in the eastern part of the state. Where is President Trump going to lock down this victory in Georgia? Because you absolutely need to take Georgia tonight.
Well, I think that there will be places in the southern part of the state, but he just went to Northwest Georgia. He wasn't going, well, he was in Macon, which is south of the city, about a week and a half ago or 2 weeks ago, but Sunday night he was in Northwest Georgia. So he's trying to get outside of Atlanta, and he's just trying to I think it's my impression they're trying to just drive up as many votes as they can outside of Atlanta.
Okay, I want to pivot now from Georgia. You're making us feel better about Georgia. I know you've run a bunch of campaigns down there. You know Georgia as well as anybody. A little disturbing news coming out of Ohio right now. Walk us through. The Tea Party Patriots is a national organization. You got grassroots everywhere. As you look at Ohio tonight, tell us what your concerns are there.
Well, as I'm looking at Ohio, and I was listening to you right before I came on, I'm not. It seems like it's a state we should be able to lock down. If we don't lock it down, I would be very concerned. But the people who I've been talking to, they care very much about fracking, and they care about those blue collar jobs that President Trump fights for. The people in Ohio are the people who were forgotten before President Trump, and he has not forgotten them. So we'll see how the rest of the night goes, but I think that they appreciate how much President Trump has fought for them. Certainly the people who I speak to in Ohio.
Okay, you're leader of one of the biggest grassroots movements in the country. This is a very pro-Trump. The Tea Party's kind of become part of the Trump movement. Walk us through Tea Party Patriots. What right now, what are you guys seeing tonight? Where are you putting your shoulder to the wheel? I know you guys do a lot of resources in to assist this. President Trump, from day one, you're always there at the White House. Every time they need something on an advocacy basis, whether it's for glorious ACB or every other aspect they've got. Walk us through, from the Tea Party Patriots perspective, where do you think we stand tonight?
Well, it's my hope, of course, that President Trump wins. The places where we have focused all of our efforts with our super PAC have been not in Ohio, but in Pennsylvania. That's been our number one state all year long. And Michigan and Wisconsin are our top three states. We also have worked in Georgia, Arizona, Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, just making sure that we're doing all that we can to drive messages and to make sure people understand what is at stake. But with our super PAC, we did 1 million handwritten notes to voters in Ohio. I'm sorry, I keep saying Ohio because we were just talking about it, but Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, we sent text messages to all of those voters. We also made phone calls to them, and then we sent another about 250,000 of those voters an additional hand addressed note from our supporters. On top of that, we've done the peer-to-peer text messaging and paid text messaging, reminding people what Kamala Harris warned us about, that the protest, the peaceful protests were not going to stop. And showing people, we had a video ad that we created showing people the mostly peaceful protests with burning buildings in the background, just making sure people understand that's what the Democrats are okay with, and President Trump is for law and order. He's the president who we want to lead the economy as we come out of this pandemic, and the one that we want to help us have optimism and hope as we deal with the pandemic, the rest of the pandemic that's still to come. We have to find a way to live with it and also protect the people who need protecting, but we can't protect everyone so much that we shut things down and people go out of business and schools are closed and we don't even live life anymore.
Jenny Beth, we want to keep you close tonight. We're going to come back to you on Georgia and other aspects of this national race, particularly the Tea Party Patriots. You have people everywhere. I want to thank you for jumping in tonight. I feel much better about Georgia. Barris and you back to back made me feel a lot better because I'll be honest with you. Fox rattled me right out of the gate tonight. I wasn't expecting that. We know they're going to be very tight in Arizona, very tight in Georgia, very tight in North Carolina, but we got to lock these down. I think Lachlan Murdoch's phone call went to the wrong guy. I think Chris Wallace took it too literally and put it up there just to get in the president's face. So, Jenny Beth, thank you so much. You're a great patriot. Look forward to having you back on later in the evening.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, let's get some updates from everybody.
Calls. It's 9 p.m.
Give me some calls. Okay.
Midge, you want to do it?
I don't have anything at this
Oh,
second.
I got the calls, baby.
You've got the calls.
Okay, at 9 p.m., the Associated Press calls New Mexico for Joe Biden. At 9 p.m., the Associated Press calls Wyoming for Donald J. Trump. At 9 p.m., the Associated Press calls New York for Joe Biden, calls Louisiana for Donald Trump, calls North Dakota for Donald Trump, and calls South Dakota for Donald Trump. No surprises so far.
Okay, here's one thing I want to reset is remember, we were supposed to be here for the big blue wave. We were supposed to be here for get absolutely blown out by a Walter Mondale type defeat tonight at the hands of Joe Biden. If you go back and look at the polling, it's now a time to start to heckle these people because you're seeing Trump take Florida, competitive in Georgia, competitive in North Carolina, competitive in Arizona. There's not going to be a blowout. Competitive in Pennsylvania. There's something we got to get in back of the Ohio numbers. A little disturbing there with 50% of the vote in. But here's what it's not going to be. There's not going to be a big blue wave. There's not going to be a knockout punch by Joe Biden tonight. There's not going to be a Mondale type blowout. He's not going to end up being Herbert Hoover or Jimmy Carter. I said this was the mainstream media and these phony pollsters they've got. People coming in saying he's 17 points down here, he's 15 points down here, he's 7 points down in Florida, talking about he's going to get 30% of the Hispanic vote. This is just all information warfare. And I think tonight, if we can do anything, is to strip the face off of this and let the deplorables out there know that if you keep going to sites like ourselves and others, we're going to bring you the information you need to hear. We're not here to spin you. We're not here to pat you on the head and tell you it's going to be better. But there's no need to clutch your pearls. This is going to be a tough fight tonight, but President Trump's in this fight, and I can tell you right now, I feel pretty comfortable saying there's not going to be a blowout. All this nonsense about he was going to have a Walter Mondale type defeat, and quite frankly, there were some pollsters I know and I think very highly of. I've used them in the past. People I really think that were so shocked. You know, they stopped their polling like a week or 10 days ago, and I go, guys, you got to run through the tape here, because this thing with the hard drive from hell, right? The hard drive from hell, fracking, other aspects, this thing is going to go right up to the edge. Now, you know, these presidential campaigns are just like the playoffs in football, just like the playoffs leading to the World Series. It's about momentum. President Trump did something extraordinary. He put this entire campaign on his shoulders, and he brought this home. I mean, those rallies were unbelievable. 54,000 people in Butler, going all over the country, doing 5 or 6 a day like we did in 16. Remember, in 16, he was an unknown quantity. And I can tell you, there was a different qualitative feel to these rallies this time. You felt like it was a movement. I've never seen something where you had tens of thousands of people at a rally sitting there going, "We love you." When was the last time you heard anybody, working class men and women, united in telling a politician, "We love you"? This is what's so extraordinary about it. President Trump put it on his shoulders for the last 3 or 4 weeks, ever since that first debate, and he came out at, 74 years old, having the CCP virus, shook it off in a week, got back on the campaign trail, said, I'm going to go out and see my people. And here's what I thought was so amazing. He showed tremendous respect for the American people, because what did he do? He went out and made his case on the hustings, just like we've had presidential races since the early 19th century. He took his message to the people and said, here's what I propose, here's what I've accomplished, here's what I'm going to do. Joe Biden, put the lid when the New York Post printed the first day of the hard drive from hell, the laptop from hell. Jack Maxey, you remember this. Joe Biden put a lid on it. For the next 10 days, he had 2 campaign events, and I took one of his granddaughters to go get a milkshake. Okay, the mainstream media backed off. It was absolutely absurd. He was hiding in the basement with his wife. I tell you, we got Richard Barris. I'm gonna get off my soapbox for a second, and we're gonna bring Richard Barris back in. Richard, one thing I want to do before we go back to Georgia, North Carolina, Target States, walk us through Ohio. There's some general concern of Ohio. It looks like, is Biden overperforming, or are we just getting the early count from Cleveland and from the early vote? Walk us through there, because we've got a lot of people. People's fear level tonight bounces from place to place to place. First it's Georgia, then it's North Carolina, then it's Arizona, now it's up in Ohio. What do you got to tell us?
To start moving Trump's way, and it's going to be a slog, but it's starting to. Biden is outperforming in some places in Ohio, but there's no doubt that we got the best of Biden first, okay? I even suspect Cuyahoga will probably tighten a little bit based on where some of these returns are coming in. So you take a county like Trumbull right now, there's about 68% of the vote in. That's an area where I would say that Biden at least appeared to be overperforming, but it does look like some of the election day vote now is coming in, Steve, and it's trending towards Trump. So it's not a win in Ohio like I think we saw in 16. There's still half the vote out, and the electorate looked to be pretty heavily Republican on election day. So again, I think we just saw a disproportionate break. He does have about 240 something thousand votes he's got to make up. With 55% reported, it absolutely can happen. This seems to be, and I want to stress this with people, I tried to tell people how this night was going to go. It's not a normal election. It's, by the way, it just shifted. It's now down to Biden 5. It's not a normal election, guys. It's nothing like you've experienced before.
Okay.
It really isn't.
I want to reset here. This is Richard Barris from Big Data Polling, one of the smartest young men in the country about this analytics. He gets in back of, he's not a pundit. He's really a statistical maven. He's gotten in back of this. He's had so many right calls. He absolutely called Florida really weeks ago. What played out in Florida is exactly how he was going to play out. He's not a pundit. He's a guy that rolls his sleeves up and does the work. I want to go back to Ohio. When you say Biden, I want to get that map up, because it's best when you're talking, not that you and I are not pretty faces, but I think our audience comes here, they come here for the granularity. They're not coming here for people that look like movie stars and have a bunch of happy talk that's written for them by producers. So, Richard, what I want to do is I want to go back to that map of Ohio. Be specific. Can you point to where Biden overperformed early in the evening? There was a point in time, less than a half hour ago, Joe Biden was up by 12 points in Ohio. Look, Ohio was the anchor for our victory in 16. Remember, it was our getting the spread in Ohio that allowed us to go to places not Ohio. This is why we got the big blue wall. We got Michigan, we got Wisconsin. I also tell people there's a demographic around Youngstown, Ohio. There's certain demographics that the whole region kind of moves into with these blue-collar Democrats. And remember, in Ohio in 16, we won by 9 points. That 9-point advantage and the ability for us to see that early gave us to really have a tremendous opportunity to go to other places and to get the Trump message, and that's what got us over 300 electoral votes in the big win in 16. We started, it was at 49% less than 30 minutes ago. Biden had a 12-point lead. So if we can put the map back up for a second, can you walk people through where Biden really overperformed?
Well, here's Trumbull County. We now just saw, as you were talking, that flip to Donald Trump. In 2016, Donald Trump was the first Republican to take Trumbull like that. He took it 51-45. We're about to see a similar margin there. That was an area of concern that we were talking about. Maybe Joe Biden has gotten some of that working class vote back. Not happening. So let's move over to Franklin. This is the very educated Republican suburbs of George W. Bush and a la Rob Portman. Okay. But again, at 54%, Steve, and we have a range the way we report these results because it is a quasi mail-in third world like election that we're running over here. We don't really know, like a normal year, how much is really out. I think another story is how big the election day turnout was for President Trump. And now Biden's about to lose. You noted where he started off with. He's about to lose this margin. It's tightening on him rapidly. We're down now to 6 points. We don't even have anything, by the way, I just want to mention from Highland. But again, Franklin is an area where definitely you see Joe Biden overperforming, but that's going to tighten as time goes on. And Trump actually did lose Franklin. He just lost it 60-35. And so if this gets around that ball game, then you're going to see things changing a lot quicker. In Wood County, by the way, that was barely red in 2016, about 7 points, another overperformance by the president. He's down 6 there now, but right about where we're at right now is right about where you're going to see the president start to change things, just like when you were talking before in Trumbull County. By the way, that leads down now to 4 points. So it just keeps going. This is the story all night. Was President Trump's turnout big enough to overtake the quasi, right? That was the story. And I think it's pretty clear in most of these states, the answer to that is yes.
Richard, let's go back. When you say the turnout today, the game day vote was bigger than anticipated by the mainstream media, you kind of called this. How big actually was his turnout today in Ohio?
We're going to find out. We're at right now, what total we're at, I think, 80 something. No, we're still down in around the 40 something range. So actually, I got to tell you, Steve, this vote should have been more Biden than I even expected. We are starting to get some of the later early vote too. But right now we're at about 3.5 million votes in the state of Ohio and about 58% reported. I think there's no doubt we're going to eclipse what we saw in 2016 for the president. I don't really think there's any doubt about that anymore. Maybe 300,000.
Hold it. I want to make sure. I want to be very, very specific here. You believe that we're going to outperform 2016 tonight in Ohio?
I think you're going to get bigger numbers. So the margin, I don't know if we're looking at that 9-point margin in the state of Ohio. But then again, I've learned don't underestimate this guy. I really have. The margins are changing so rapidly when that election day vote comes in. So what it's telling us is it's not, 55-35 with some undecided. That didn't happen here. Biden was saying throughout the day, President Trump needs more than 60% in most of these states to win these states. He got it. There's just no doubt. You can't change Trumbull like he changed Trumbull. And that's going to widen. There's more to be reported. That is going to widen. It's going to look a lot like 2016. So, if we came in at 5-7, I wouldn't even be surprised.
You're saying if we came in at a 5 to 7 percentage point victory, is that what you're telling our audience?
Yeah, I mean, I can't call it,
right.
But this state is moving now like Georgia moved, like North Carolina is moving. I anticipate North Carolina will shade. I don't mean to give people.
Well, here's what I do. Here's what I want to do. I want to move back
that way.
We've only got you for another 2 minutes. Can we get the map of North Carolina before we lose you for this segment? I want to go to North Carolina. Just to reset, our data analytics partner, Richard Barris of Big Data Polling, who's done an incredible job of working through the last couple of weeks of calling this, of being very precise. You're saying right now, my phone is blowing up with people that are very nervous in Ohio. As you see it, this is trending back to President Trump. Those parts of the state that are coming in, the overperformance of Biden you think has been capped. You see this coming back to President Trump. You think it will be a victory at the end of the day, somewhere between 5 and 7%.
Yeah, I could lower it a little bit, Steve. I could, but I'm still looking at because of Franklin. So Franklin really put a blunt, and that may tighten. And if it starts to, that'll make the difference between a bigger win and a smaller win, around 3 points or something like that. But I think there's no doubt it is following the trend that these other states have followed. And if he keeps, putting up the numbers like he does on this election day vote in a place like Trumbull, then I wouldn't be surprised if Franklin, tightens back to 30. If he gets 35%, you're looking at a bigger vote.
We've got the map up. We got about a minute left with you. You got a bolt. I want to go just quickly to North Carolina. It's another one that people are really panicked about. I want to tell people right now, I think the campaign is starting to feel better about Georgia, better about Ohio, better about North Carolina. But Richard, where do you see North Carolina before you take your break? Where do you see this trending right now?
So Mecklenburg is in. They've shot it, right? And Buncombe, you go out to the west a little bit more, that's done. Montgomery, this probably will get more Trump as we go. These counties that came in early for Biden that were blue, they either shrunk considerably or Trump flipped them. We are now getting some from Dare. That's a margin I expected. Look at that margin in Carteret. Didn't I tell you last segment Carteret was going to give him a vote share?
Yep.
Look at that. I mean, this is all, and you do that all over the state, and you start to maybe not take those blue counties, but lighten them up a little bit, and that turns into a 2-point win.
Okay, we're going to let you go. We're going to come back. People are on the edge of their seats. You got Georgia, you got North Carolina, you got Ohio, but Richard Barris has done an amazing job of calling this for it, going down to the specific districts, precincts that got to turn to bring a victory for President Trump. Richard, you're a rock star. We're going to come back to you in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
All the best, Steve. See you soon.
Okay, Richard Barris of Big Data Polling. And I got to tell you, it's absolutely amazing. He's like McGinley. What we try to do is get the smartest guys around to talk to you about tomorrow's news today. They say, here's what's going to happen. Here's why it's going to happen. Here's how it's going to happen. And it tends to play out. Barris has done a tremendous job tonight. Just to reset, Richard Barris of Big Data Polling, our partner here tonight, is actually saying from being 12 points down with 49% of the vote in 30 minutes ago, he said Biden's been overperforming. And even during this conversation, I think it's down to 4 points right now. Richard Barris says that the trend continues in Ohio that he sees. He thinks at minimum President Trump will get a 3% win in Ohio, could be as high as 5 and 7. Obviously underperformed 2016, but we don't care about that. A win's a win. That's what we're looking for tonight. And remember, let's go back and reset. The foundational elements of the Trump victory will come from Ohio and Florida. You got that as your foundation. On top of that, you got Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina. They're all tight. We told you they're going to be tight from the beginning. You get those three, and then you can strike and get either Pennsylvania or Wisconsin coupled with Nebraska too. We're going to get into all that when Richard Barris gets back. I want to know, I'm sure we got tons of breaking news, folks, but I got to tell you, right now, Florida looks like it's for Trump. Ohio's trending for Trump. I think in Georgia, we've down from what Fox News said at the beginning of the broadcast, we're trending in Georgia, both Richard Barris and Jenny Beth Martin. I think we got better news coming out of North Carolina. I think you're hearing better news coming out of Arizona. I can tell you, I think people that are very close to this, they don't feel great, but they're feeling better. I think we've passed some real problems. I think Biden's had a couple of shots here to put this away in a few states. He had a shot in Ohio. They knew a couple of weeks ago he had a shot. That's why he went out there. That's why they ramped up the spend. Remember, the Trump campaign essentially ran out of money. You saw him being outspent 8 and 10 to 1. He did not put Ohio away 4 weeks ago. It gave President Trump, when the hard drive from hell, when Jack Maxey and Luda started dropping bombs every day after the New York Post, when the Biden campaign went into hiding, President Trump had that 10 days. You saw the turn. And tonight, you could see potentially where a victory for Biden could come from. You could see where he could overperform. The beginning of the evening on Ohio was quite disturbing, as many of these things were. Raheem, Maggie, Jack.
Lost on Ohio that everyone should understand. 3.1 million votes in right now, 49-50%. But of those, over 900,000 were the early ballots, all of which have been counted theoretically
Ohio
by
does
8 o'clock tonight.
Right.
And Biden had a better than 20% lead in those ballots. So now you're watching this 10, 12% tighten, as what we've always expected is the deplorables are going to show up on game day and get over the football. So I think that you're going to see that tighten throughout the night. So I agree that we are going to take Ohio.
Yes, I have a fun one.
Okay.
Bloomberg has just popped. AP calls Marjorie Taylor Greene the QAnon candidate, winning her seat in Georgia.
Oh, my Lord. From Bananon to QAnon. Welcome aboard.
Capitol Hill just got a lot more
Madeline Peltz is going to melt down today. Midge, Fog City Midge, you got anything for us?
Yeah, we got some breaking news with the first Senate seat flip of the night. Fox News has called Colorado's Senate seat for Hickenlooper. Yeah. You remember the Democrat who ran for president? And he is projected to win over Gardner, losing the first Republican Senate seat of the night.
Okay, that was Cory Gardner put up a good fight, but he didn't. He came up short. It's been a tough one out there in Colorado. I want to bring in now Adam Brandon. Let's bring in Adam Brandon. What do you got for us?
Just very quickly before Adam comes into the show, the latest Michigan election results, and Michigan is obviously one of the states we're following quite closely here. We're 17% reported. We're 59.3% in the camp of the president. We're 38.4% with Joe Biden. So actually the president is taking a very
out of the box.
Michigan.
Okay. If we can get Michigan, ladies and gentlemen, it'll be a repeat of 16. Let's keep our fingers crossed, keep grinding. Adam Brandon. Adam is the head of Freedom Works, one of the best grassroots organizations out there. This guy not only works incredibly hard, he's the most dialed in, I think, of just about all the grassroots leaders, and you got some great grassroots leaders. Adam, I got to tee it up. Adam, one thing I got to say, though, you had some polling done from guys we respect, and you were a little bit in the mumble tank a couple of weeks ago. I take a real I'm very proud of the fact I talked you off the ledge, right? You're my guy. I said, hey, take a deep breath. We're going to get through this. And we saw this in the mainstream media, but there were even some of the best pollsters on the Republican side and the conservative movement, I want to say, just kind of missed this. They looked at some, there were a lot of guys sitting there saying, hey, I think this could be a blowout. What do you think they got wrong? As you see, you've got your fingers on the grassroots. What do you think's happened tonight that really reversed what the pollsters were seeing a couple of weeks ago?
Here's the numbers I'm looking at right now that are changing that. Because, of course, whenever you do a poll, it's based on what the turnout models are going to look at. This is comparing precincts that we have fully counted right now, comparing 2016 to 2020. Trump has picked up 11.5% of Hispanics, a growth number in support. He is up 4% with Black Americans. Where he is down, baby boomers, he's lost 2% to Biden on baby boomers and 2% on high income earners. So
let him go.
The minority vote.
I'd rather take working class minorities any day of the week. If the rich yuppies are going to bail, you're going to bail, right? If you can take those kind of pickups in working class and middle class Hispanics and working class and middle class African Americans, that's the way you build a new political movement. Is that not true, Adam Brandon? Is that not what we've talked about for years?
That's what the polling has gotten wrong right now. The polling got wrong because when they looked at these numbers, there's no way they believed that Hispanic Americans and Black Americans were going to overturn out the way that they did for Donald Trump. And yes, you do have a problem with in the suburban districts, particularly with suburban women. But then it's kind of static. Yes, Trump lost some ground there, but it's not as catastrophic as people expected to be recently.
So give us a perspective as you look at the whole battle map. Freedom Works is all over the country. You've got one of the biggest, most influential Facebook pages. You can bring a crowd to wherever for whatever. Tell us your perspective tonight as you look at the entire map. You know, we've had some nervous moments here. Fox kind of giving us a misdirection play on Georgia early in the evening. I know people have been very concerned about North Carolina. There was a moment there, as Jack Maxey said, when the early vote came in, we were down 15 or 20 points in Ohio. Where do you see this thing rolling out tonight? You've got some of the best contacts throughout the country, particularly grassroots that were out there today driving the vote. Where do you think we go from here tonight?
Hey, my Freedom Works team sent over 10 million text messages directed at swing voters. But I got to go back to my hometown of Cleveland here. What we are seeing there is Cuyahoga County, which is the heavy Democrat block in Northeast Ohio. Voting is down. They didn't even match the numbers they hit with Obama in 2016 or before Obama's best numbers previously. So not even matching 2016. So what that means is that it's going to be, as the votes come in, it's going to be close, but I still give the edge to Trump. But I'm hearing, this is the big news, I'm hearing similar numbers out of Wisconsin, where you're looking at the counties around Milwaukee that are not having that turnout that Barack Obama saw. So what that means is that Trump has a very good shot at repeating in these Rust Belt states. So to me, I think you mentioned earlier, you got to get beyond Florida, you got to get beyond Ohio. Okay, so what are we looking at now? If once we get there, it's Pennsylvania and it's going to be Arizona. And with
how important was it, Adam, that President Trump actually ran a campaign? What I mean by that, the guy's 74 years old. He gets the CCP virus. He's out there at Walter Reed. He had a debate performance I actually loved. I know a lot of people didn't. The media was all over him. It was that point before the hard drive from hell hit, but that was probably the bottom of the campaign. Looked like it was a big spread in votes. But then he went to the hustings and he took his argument to the American people, while Joe Biden went into a 10-day lockdown because of the hard drive and then never really came out of it, kind of phoned it in, went to a couple of drive-ins with Obama. How important do you think it was that Trump actually went out and ran a more traditional campaign?
I think it's very important because it kept him you look at the image is so important. And he had crowds and he was out there. I mean, I thought it was good to see him with his gloves and his coat, showing that he's out there in the cold and he's still fighting with energy. And Joe Biden's just got this very scripted look. And I've seen this in sports so many times. You're ahead, and so you play it safe, and you just sit back and you relax and just hope you can run the clock out. Well, when we're looking at these results tonight, it looks like Biden got maybe if the election was 2-3 weeks ago, he could have waited it out. But I think you are looking at a late Trump surge, and I just think all the issues are piling up from. What are we going to do? I think people are scared we're about to enter into another COVID lockdown. They see Europe locking down. No one wants to go that direction here in the United States. I've talked with multiple. One thing I hear a ton of in the suburbs is you do hear a lot of people that want to get their kids back in school. And they're saying, our kids are now getting to a point where this could permanently affect their life if they're not allowed to go back to school pretty soon here. And the teachers' unions are saying, no, and not until there's not one more case of COVID in the country, which is absurd. And by the way, who's losing the most out of that? Minority students. They're the ones who are taking the brunt of these school shutdowns. You start piling all of this in together, and I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing some shocking results from Team Trump tonight. And we have a long evening, and we're going to have a mountain of a mess to count when you get to Pennsylvania. But I'm feeling a lot better than I was just a few hours ago.
You're a Midwest guy. Before I let you go, I got to ask you, Wisconsin and Michigan. They both seem like they've been out of reach here. We've been much more enthusiastic. I actually called when I put up the other day 289 votes that President Trump would win with 289 electoral votes, including Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. I know that Washington Post ABC came out with a 17-point spread in a poll. As you sit here tonight, being that you're a guy from Cleveland, you've seen how Ohio's starting to shift back to Trump, you see what's happening in Pennsylvania. Do you think President Trump has an opportunity to also pull down and have huge upsets in Wisconsin and Michigan?
I believe so. Because I think it's going to come from two areas. It's going to come from the over turnout of, what can I say, the deplorables. And then I think you're also going to look at either depressed turnout from minority voters just saying, you know what, I like what Trump's done for me in the last several years. I'm just not going to vote. Or even folks going and casting a vote for Donald Trump. And I think those numbers look at a fundamental change. And by the way, I think this is, you have one election cycle, it's one thing, but 2 election cycles, you have to start talking about a realignment. And I think what you're looking at right now is the future of a GOP that is going to be middle class, working class, but that's working class of all races and colors and creeds. And I think you're going to see the Democratic Party move as fast as they can to upper middle class and very rich urban, and with the very urban poor, that's going to be their ticket forward. So it's amazing to watch this realignment happen before our eyes.
Okay, you and I have talked about this forever. That's why, hey, if we got to lose some high-income people, if we got to lose some of the boomers, We want to get everybody. We're a Big Ten, but we got to lose them. But you're picking up Hispanic, working class Hispanics. You're picking up middle class Hispanics. And if you're picking up African Americans, and particularly African American males, we'll take that trade off every day. You're seeing, I think, a realignment. And this is why I think the mainstream media is so shocked. Remember, tonight was supposed to be the end of Trump and the end of Trumpism. It was going to be a Walter Mondale type blowout. There was going to be Charlie Cook sitting there smirking last night on Lawrence O'Donnell, saying this thing was over. This is going to be a historic landslide. We know for a fact that that's not going to happen. Adam Brandon, how do people, give us your Twitter handle, how do people get to Freedom Works? You're one of the leaders of the grassroots movement, a big supporter of President Trump. Tell us how people get more access to you guys.
I'm fired up. Adam_Brandon, or just come join us at freedomworks.org, or find us on Facebook at find us at Facebook on FreedomWorks. We're excited and ready to go.
Okay, Adam, thank you very much. Hopefully, probably bring you back in the evening and get more updates in the Upper Midwest. Adam Brandon from FreedomWorks. I'm here with Fog City Midge. I've got Jack Maxey, the conscience of the war room, with me. Raheem Kassam's over doing a hit at AVN. We've got our Chinese partners broadcasting right next door. We're actually live on TV into mainland China to get to see it. Midge, what do you got?
We have some updates from the New York Times is reporting in North Carolina. They're saying it's 91% likely for Trump.
91%. The needle goes there. So it looks like, I know people have been very nervous about Georgia, been very nervous about North Carolina, very nervous about Ohio. They look like they're trending our way. I want to thank everybody that's now into the broadcast. This is record numbers we're doing. We're also doing millions of the diaspora with the Chinese and in mainland China. We want to thank you for joining us tonight on our global special. We really pride ourselves in not trying to waste your time. We're going to get Bill McGinley back here. And am I seeing on one of our old War Room Pandemic, is that brother Stephen Hatfield over there? We're going to get him for a special guest appearance later. This is like old home week on Pandemic. Okay, we've got the best analytics department around. It's a partnership with big data polling. Richard Barris, he's called it all right. He's able to work this thing through. This is where all the big shot pundits, all the big analytics guys are getting embarrassed tonight because they all called it as a big landslide blowout of Donald J. Trump. However this night turns out, the one thing we know it's not going to be a landslide. This is going to be hard fought. It's going to be tough. And the things that have given us concern early in the evening, Georgia, Arizona, North Carolina, Ohio, are now starting to trend our way. Let's go back and reset. Remember, for President Trump to get a victory, it's kind of a three-layer cake. The bottom layer in the foundation has to be Ohio and Florida. Republicans have to win those two to really drive forwards and try to get the rest of the country. You get those two, and he had, I think, an upset victory in Florida. I think it's going to end up being much bigger than we did in 2016, and he did it down in South Florida, Jack Maxey. He did it, and Jack Maxey has called this for months. He said President Trump is communicating with the Hispanic community. Number one, many of the Hispanic community, whether from Cuba, whether from Venezuela, whether from Colombia, have lived under dictatorships. They know what freedom is. They like the fact that President Trump's a strong guy, and they're going to relate to his economic nationalist message. It came tonight where President Trump got, what is it, Jack, 45% of the vote in 45% of the vote in Miami-Dade County, the Hispanic vote. I mean, extraordinary numbers.
And I think it's going to end up at the end of the day, I think it's going to be higher than that, Steve. I really do. I think that we're seeing a sea change occurring inside America because you see Donald Trump treat people, not as little boxes.
Let's bring in now Richard Barris. We're going to go back to Richard Barris of Big Data Polls, the People's Poll, the pollster. I got to tell you, first off, I know we only got you for a couple of minutes, but I got to ask you, all these pundits, what's the Twitter feed saying right now as this night starts to shift back to Donald Trump? What are they saying? All these cocky pundits that mocking and ridiculing you, mocking and ridiculing the War Room, Madeline Peltz at Media Matters, all these guys saying this is all the crazy talk coming from the crazy wing of the Trump movement. These guys are crazy. This is going to be a blowout. These double digits in these states. So, Richard, we're not calling this tonight, obviously. We've got a long, tough night ahead of us. But where do you stand right now in Twitter world with the Twitterverse, with what all the pundits and all the 538s, and quite frankly, all the money that went into this from the mainstream media so they wouldn't have another 2016? What's going on there before we get back to your numbers?
So it's like the reluctance over the course of the night to understand what's going on is starting now to seep in, and you can see it. You know, I gave him a little recognition before. It's playing out everywhere. And we spoke about Ohio earlier, and at first it looked like Biden was doing better than even I think they thought in Ohio. But now we're starting to see Trumbull come home. We're starting to see Wood come home. And, you know, to these guys, it's a real shame. Because I got 2016 right, did not make me a Trump pollster. I always just called it how I saw it. But, you know, over time, you see the stuff they pile on this guy. They see the stuff they pile on anyone who doesn't agree with them. You know, Steve, they push you into it. They really do. They push you over the edge. And now here we are again where I mean, I just don't know where they're going to go from here. I don't know what to say to them.
I want to go back to Ohio. If you can put your Ohio map back up, I want to go to Ohio. I only got you for a few minutes. I want to focus on Ohio and North Carolina and hopefully try to put these to bed. One thing I like about you, Richard, in the war room, we're not here to entertain people. What we're here to do is provide information that can lead to their enlightenment and make their lives better, make their financial lives better, their family lives, their professional lives, and how they spend their time on politics. So that's why we're the show for the deplorables. What I love about you, you're all about granularity. I mean, you're not spinning, and I got some special algorithm. You will actually go down county by county, district by district, and say, hey, here's how I think it's going to go. Let's go to Ohio. That was a big problem early in the evening. You had us when you left. You're actually saying, hey, it's too early for me to call it. You were the first guy, by the way, tonight to call Florida. You said it's too early for me to call it, but the way it's trending, I'm seeing a potential 3 to 5% Trump win, not as big as 2016. Let's go back to that map. What have you seen, and what's changed since you left the broadcast about 20 minutes ago?
So I put up Erie because this is another great area to say, you know what, this is why Ohio isn't in the bag right now. Joe Biden definitely did better in Erie County, a pivot county, right? Trump carried it by 10% last time. There's a lot of votes in this county compared to 2016. And I'm actually wondering about that a little bit, to be honest with you. But when we get over here to Montgomery, we're now seeing that tighten a little bit. There's 72% of the vote in. When we get to the 60s, Steve, it starts to tighten everywhere. That's what we have been seeing everywhere. In Wood County, this is an Obama, Trump county. Wood County now flipped back to Donald Trump. There's more to report. And he actually could take Wood by roughly the same margin that he took it last time, which was about 7-8 points. But they're in the beginning when this started to be reported. Trumbull's another one. It looked like there was some danger in some of these counties for Trump and the Trump campaign. There's about 85% left to be reported. Donald Trump took Trumbull County, another working class ancestral Democrat area. He took it 51-45 in 2016. He's about to push Biden below that. So in this area, that 2.6% for Johnson, that Nate Cohen at the New York Times said was going to overwhelmingly go to Joe Biden, it just didn't happen. It doesn't happen everywhere. And there is some slippage for Trump in some of these other counties, but he's getting bigger votes in other areas. And like I said before, this stuff doesn't occur in a vacuum. Political realignments do not occur in a vacuum. And when all's said and done, I really do see, and by the way, we have nothing out of one of Trump's best counties. So there are votes to be made up here.
So before I want to go quickly, we've got a minute with you. We've got a minute with you, Richard. We got a hard break. Okay, can I get to North Carolina? Richard, give us 60 seconds on North Carolina. Let's put the North Carolina map up and give us 60 seconds on North Carolina. You were last on the broadcast 20 minutes ago. Give us your update. Where do you think we stand?
Donald Trump is about to pull ahead in the state of North Carolina. 100%. Take it to the bank.
Oh,
That's it. Mecklenburg is out. Mecklenburg is out. They're done.
Okay, hang on for a second. It turns out we have you for a few more minutes. I want to reset here on North Carolina. What was the problem early in the night? What you predicted early on, what was going to happen? Walk us through it, because you right now are becoming enthusiastic about North Carolina. I want our audience to hear it all.
It was going to be a slog from the beginning. It really was. But it was always whether about these MPAs, these independents, were going to shift to Biden in such numbers that we were going to see areas like Carteret. And this is why I keep going there, because it's important. This is an increase from 2016. Affluent suburbs, rich, they all have boats. They pull up to the dock. I know because I live right there. They pull up to the dock and dock their boats out on the piers and eat shrimp on the wharf. These are the educated voters that were supposed to abandon Donald Trump en masse. It didn't happen. There are areas where Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton. The problem is, I don't think until the dust settles, we're going to know how much that was. Because in the end, every time this early vote was in, and then 60, 65%, 70%, that election day vote starts to come in, and Steve, the vote was bigger than anticipated. And now look at that vote share between these two candidates. Donald Trump is going to overtake pretty soon.
So I
really do believe that.
Do you feel pretty good? Walk us through what's the spread right now.
It's going to be close.
It's going to, you had said before, correct me if I'm wrong, when we talked about this over the weekend, were you doing your final numbers, you thought this might be 1.5, correct? Maybe 1.5, 2 points?
2 points tops, but you have, Mecklenburg is in. Some of Donald Trump's bigger counties are in. We are, and just to let people know, we are overestimating how much is in. I think it will be a little bit, it will be closer than I thought, but I think it's pretty clear that North Carolina is still moving to the president. There are counties out that he still can grab votes from, and some of these spreads are going to be considerable. They're going to be considerable.
As you see it right now, where do you see North Carolina ending up, and when do you think you'd feel comfortable enough calling this?
Well, here's where we're at in North Carolina. They're going to be getting these absentee ballots. Usually it's 3 days, and that is very typical in North Carolina, but it's 9 this time. So with this, voter turnout was very high. We're looking at just shy of 5 million votes in the Tar Heel state right now. I think it's going to end up probably about 0.5 point to Trump. It's going to be close, Steve. So he's going to have to watch that like a hawk. But 0.5 point when 5.1 million votes are in is it's very difficult. It depends where that margin ends up. But I think that if the president can widen out 0.5 point to a point, then even a little bit more, then in the end he'll be able to fend off that 9-day onslaught.
Okay, what I'd like to do now, we got you for a few more minutes. I'd like to go back to Arizona. Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina is that second tranche that he's got to lock down. Yeah. These are all going to be tight. You told me as we worked through these numbers over the weekend, you thought, hey, from 1 to maybe 2.5% in all of these. You thought Arizona might be, I think, at one time the biggest spread. Let's get the map up on Arizona. Tell us where we are right now.
And just to give you a heads up, I was getting a little cue. What I meant was widen that out in North Carolina to about 1.5, which is where I think it's going to end up. This way you can fend off that 9-day. And then this way they get it within 0.5 point. Hey, it's close, but it's a win, right? It's a win for the president. He needs a little bit of buffer room. So in Arizona, just to shift gears real quick.
Yeah.
When we were polling Arizona, it looked like Biden could get maybe a 2-point lead in the state of Arizona. What happened in the last, I would say, early October, Steve, the Maricopa margin shrunk. And you had all of these other counties. In Pima, I was shocked he wasn't doing as bad as I thought he would do. And then you had counties like Pinal, counties like Yavapai that were just much bigger than we ever anticipated from a Republican, even though those are Republican counties. So I was looking at the data and I'm thinking to myself, he can win without Maricopa. But in that last week and a half, moderate women that live in Maricopa County that are independent, some of them are Republicans, they just started telling us Trump. And we asked these people why, And it really was their wallet, and it was their safety. I think when these results come in, again, another very close state, Biden should have a lead there when the results come in. But turnout there in Maricopa was 3-1 Republican today. Penal, it was also very strongly for Republicans. They were even performing more than I expected in Pima. And because we're not seeing that crossover really anywhere else, we're just not. Then I'm very, very cautious of the polling that showed that Biden would take independents by enough to flip the state too.
I want to go back to something we had Terry Schilling on at the beginning of the broadcast for American Principles. He was the one that came up with the moniker Glorious ACB. They're one of the grassroots groups that pushed ACB, and particularly how she comported herself. You and I have talked so much about establishment Republicans, particularly Cindy McCain and certain elements of the Mormon faith out there associated with Jeff Flake. I think it's Casa Grande, the crowd out there that had been very hesitant, very anti-Trump, almost a never Trump movement. How important it was to bring establishment Republicans back. As you see this right now, where do you see the establishment Republicans coming?
So in the end with us, McSally was again having a bit of a bigger problem than Trump with the base, because the base is bigger than the Cindy McCain's, but it is 7%. So it's an issue, Steve. It's something that has to be addressed. You're right about that. There's just no doubt. The reason why he was remaining strong in Arizona with us is there is an independent voter. He's a man. He's typically 30, really 45 and above, but they're in their 30 to 44 range too. And they don't like Republicans. They don't vote Republican, and they may not even vote at all if Donald Trump's not on the ballot.
Hey,
Richard, he was stomping Biden by 30 points with that group. Oh, go ahead,
Richard.
Go ahead.
I know you got to bounce. We're going to have you back in a few minutes. You become an audience favorite already. The place is packed. A live stream in China. You're becoming a global rock star tonight, and here's why. You do the hard work that other people will not do. You will grind through these numbers. The level of detail you've got in working through this stuff is just amazing. You're fantastic. Go take your break. We're going to get you back here to talk about North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Arizona, all of it. Thank you very much, sir. That is Richard Barris of
All
Big
the best,
Data Polling. And he's going to come out tonight. You're seeing the emergence of a new star. He got it right in 2016. He's a very humble guy. He just does the work. He's been grinding through this. He told us, Jack, exactly how Trump was going to win Florida. He's told us exactly what was going to happen in Georgia, exactly what was going to happen in Ohio and in North Carolina. It's all fallen into place tonight. We're going to have him back. I've got Raheem Kassam back from doing a number of hits. Midge, got Fog City Midge. The conscience of the war room, Jack Maxey, is with us. So Raheem, I want to go to you to reset this, and then I want to hear from Maggie Vandenberg and from Jack Maxey.
Well, look, it's 9:47 on the East Coast, and this is the sort of time in the night where things get a little bit complicated. People start regretting some of the calls they've made. People start wanting to row back on certain things. Certain media organizations are reporting that Virginia may actually be in play and is not right to have been called.
I want to talk about that. Midge has been elbowing me in the ribs all night. What is going on? We just had one of our line producers over here freaking out, bringing up the iPad, saying, is Virginia been reversed? Is John Fredericks the oracle of the deplorables, who has been talking smack about the deplorables turning out in droves and going to win Virginia? And I dismissed him the other day. I said, hey, it's a 4 or 5 point stone cold loser, and I'm from the Commonwealth. I'm a native son. So what's going on? CNN reverse it?
CNN has not called it. Last I checked a couple minutes ago, they're still not calling Virginia. And Fox News is acknowledging that they called Virginia early, but they believe they are confident in their call. They're standing behind it. But yeah, it's some strange things going on with CNN calling some states, not calling others. Fox News still not calling
hedging,
Florida.
Okay, at this point in the night, it's called hedging. They don't want to look silly, But the problem is they've already made some calls, and maybe they shouldn't have made them. But that's where we are at the moment.
What I want to try to do is we want to try to get access. We ought to talk to John Fredericks. He's the number one guy. Maybe I'll text him and get him on the show. But that's massive. Particularly if you got to reverse a call in Virginia, and Virginia is not a purple state anymore. Virginia is a blue state.
Right.
But Northern Virginia is really the District of Columbia, all the way down to Fredericksburg, and so it just can't overcome that. And they called it for Mark Warner early in the evening. So if Trump is reversing this, you're seeing the beginning of a new coalition, even to make it competitive. You're seeing what President Trump's able to bring as a deplorable step up today. What else you got, Midge?
We've already covered that. That's what I've got.
Okay, good. Jack, you got anything for us? You got any big picture stuff you want to?
Well, Vish just sent us something. The yuan is tanking right now, apparently, watching the election returns. Thank you.
Boom! I want to get all the folks at GTV and G News. It better tank. They're seeing another Donald Trump presidency on the horizon, correct?
Yes, they are.
I got to tell you.
And Ohio is basically
around the world.
We are so proud of the fact that we're doing this for the first time. You've got free Chinese from the diaspora here right next to us. You got GTV and G News that have been all over this campaign from day one. These are Chinese that have left mainland China fighting for their freedom. They're here overseeing the Capitol tonight, having their own broadcast. They're over at the W Hotel. They've been bringing people in all night long. What do we got here?
We should get a break. We need a break. There has to be a break. We need a break before the 10 p.m. results start coming in, and we got a couple of things to roll through.
We want to take a short break. I want all the audience to hold. We're going to get you the most details. We're going to bring back Bill McGinley. We're going to talk to you about the lawfare, because guess what? Although President Trump is putting up massive numbers tonight, the deplorables showed up. We're really just at the beginning of this fight. They're going to try to steal this from Donald J. Trump. They're trying to steal it from the deplorables. We're going to get Bill McGinley back in studio, get him suited up, and tell you exactly how we're going to fight all this. Short commercial break. Be back in a minute. Do not change the channel. Stay exactly where you are.
War Room Global Election Night Special Edition will return after this.
Florida did, in fact, go to Trump with almost 52% of the vote going towards Trump, a little bit higher than what it was in 2016. But looking at some of the exit polls, pretty interesting. Some of them kind of predictable, if you will. But I think what was the tricky one was actually when it came to the Latino vote, and specifically in Miami-Dade. As you guys probably know, the Biden campaign spent the vast majority of its time in Broward County, which is predominantly Democrat, whereas the Trump campaign focused a lot of attention in Miami-Dade and Palm Beach County. But both did, however, actually hold rallies in Tampa, which is on the other coast of Florida. And I think from what we can tell right now, that seemed to pay off, at least if you believe some of these exit polls for the Trump campaign, because the Latino vote was pretty much half and half for Trump, half for Biden.
Yeah, the president definitely outperformed, obviously, with the Latino, Hispanic, African-American votes so far in Florida. You would have to think that will, if that trend continues, that's a good sign for as he moves out to Nevada and obviously Arizona. And like you said, Florida hasn't been called by some of the major networks, but most places say now that it's about a 95 to 100% chance the president is going to win it. Things do look a little tight in Georgia, maybe soft in Ohio, so there's still some concerns going forward here for the president. What are you going to be looking for next now that Florida has pretty much been called for the president? Do you have any big concerns? What states do you look towards next?
Oh, I don't know. I think I'm looking at all the states. I find, this whole thing fascinating. If I learned anything from 4 years ago, is just when you think you know everything, you know nothing at all.
Yeah.
Right? I just remember everyone being stunned. It didn't matter what side of the aisle you are, but the vast majority of people did not anticipate President Trump to win, and he did. It didn't matter which aisle. You probably recall this. I think only 2 polls got it right. So I'm up for anything
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
For the sake of the country and the sake
1, 2,
of
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I hope we learn
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Every state's been acting a little differently. Here, those mail-in ballots, we should go ahead and count them. Some states aren't allowing that, so it could be days, it could be weeks. Who knows? Hopefully, we find out sooner rather than later, because I think it's time for us to unite and heal again.
Well, you're absolutely right about that.
I'm interested in a lot of things. Yeah.
Well, you're absolutely right about that, and you're absolutely right that Florida DeSantis has done a great job there in Broward County, changing out some of the personnel, counting these votes the way they have, and reporting as they have. They did a phenomenal job. All right, Miranda Kahn,
1,
there
2,
she
3,
is,
4,
the
5.
host of News On,
6, 7,
right
8,
here
9,
on
10.
Real America's Voice. Thanks, Miranda. Enjoy the rest of the night. Live from Studio
1, 2,
6B
3,
here,
testing,
6
testing.
minutes to the top of the hour, boys, as we close it out here. Paul Nolan, any final thoughts here? We still have seems like a long way to go.
No, it's just going to be a long night. Just got to keep drinking coffee.
Or just put the period after drinking.
Might just have to put a little bit of rum in that one.
I will say this here before we get to the end. I did see that in North Carolina, Tom Tillis has closed the gap.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was just about to say, it looks like he just took the lead.
Okay, that's huge. That is a huge race in North Carolina, because that makes their chances of holding the Senate much more. Closing thoughts here.
Things. It looks like Trump is starting to pull away in Ohio, which is good to see, and his numbers are going up in Pennsylvania as the night goes on. So things are trending the way we want to see them.
All right, Rick Amirati. Obviously, no sports tonight, but give me your thoughts. And that suit is just spectacular.
The president. Thank you, Big D. And the president just took South Carolina. They declared that, so there's 9 more electoral votes. And I'm feeling good about tonight, Big D. It's going to be a long night, but I think we're going to pull it out. We're going to pull it out like a 2-minute warning, big rush at the end.
I don't need it quite that big.
We'll watch. Lindsey Graham seems like he has won. I see some breaking that Lindsey Graham has won in South Carolina as well. So that's good news. Again, in the Senate, every race is important tonight in the Senate. If Tom Tillis can pull that race out, that is a huge deal in North Carolina. And Lindsey Graham wins in South Carolina, so Trump wins South Carolina as well with 56%. Really wasn't even as close as some people thought it was going to be. So, all right, Real America's Voice taking over at 10 p.m. Stay with them. Dr. Gina and crew will take you through the rest of the night. It's been a great night. Thanks to the audience for checking in. As always, we salute our military, active and active police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs. Thanks, everybody on the show. Thanks, G. Thanks, Frank. Great job by the crew tonight. Great job, everybody on the show. And thank you to the Live from Studio 6B audience. We will see you tomorrow night with maybe some more idea of who the president's going to be.
You guys realize I can't see the top of the prompter, right?
Do you have your phone ready in the backup?
Oh no. My headphones are on top. As of 7 minutes ago, Tillis is pulled within 300 votes. Tillis what? Pulled within 300 votes.
Hi, Tracy in Minneapolis.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. I hear you perfectly.
Perfect. I got you good and clear too.
Awesome.
There is an echo. I don't know if that's like I can hear myself delayed.
I don't hear that. It'll subdue as we go along.
Okay. Yeah, no big deal if it.
Start talking. Do a check.
Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check.
Election Night 2020. Tonight, America Speaks. Live Election 2020 starts now.
And welcome to our special election night coverage right here on Real America's Voice. I'm Dr. Gina Loudon, coming to you from our Washington, D.C. studios. And we're going to head all around the country to our hosts and our correspondents in Florida, Colorado, North Carolina, Arizona, and right across town over at the White House. But first, we have our power panel here in studio, and I'm going to introduce them. But I have to tell you, I'm hearing so much from you out there on social media, and I want to thank each of you in our audience. I've heard from friends of ours in Germany, Uva, also in Florida, and Mark in Missouri. And I just want to give a special shout out to those folks and thank you for watching and joining us here on Real America's Voice. In studio with me tonight, Mark Serrano, Tom Borelli, and Tudor Dixon. And Mark, your thoughts just so far on tonight. North Carolina's super squeaky, too close for comfort for anybody watching this right now. Those are the words you said to me just right before we came live here.
Right. So, Dr. Gina, I'm feeling good. Florida looks like it's going to be a tremendous victory. I mean, we've got a lead of possibly 400,000 votes in the state of Florida, far exceeding anyone's expectations. Yeah. Throughout the day, we had good signs in places where we needed it, critical counties for us in critical battleground states. We had tremendous turnout. People lined up for hours in some cases. Thank God for them. There were a lot of counties that the Democrats really needed good turnout with, and it's sort of underwhelmed in several key places.
Right.
Look, this is a tight race. There's no doubt about it. And, this is now the in-between time. This next couple of hours, we'll start to see more states reporting. You have to be careful when you're looking at these states reporting, because it may look like one or the other has the lead, but you don't know which counties have reported at that point.
Right, and so you don't know how much necessarily in some of these states the early voting has already been counted,
right,
or they're holding it back, these mail-in votes, and
right,
God only knows what can happen there.
Yes, absolutely. So, Look, but we've got exciting results coming up. I think we're going to do tremendously well in Iowa. I think we'll do really well in Arizona, where the voting has ended already. Mm-hmm. And so, Donald Trump is to have such a victory in Florida, and it's not called yet, but we got a tremendous lead, is just a great boost in the arm for everybody who loves this president and recognizes the contrast between him and Joe Biden for the sake of the country.
Well, it's an interesting night because I've been speaking to some of my friends internationally, and they're all watching this, of course, from all around the world. And one of the things that has happened is the racial gap has been diminished significantly by Donald Trump in this race. It's always been a case of, if you are a person of color, you're supposed to vote Democrat. And if you're not supposed to. And that's kind of always how it's been. Donald Trump has kind of broken through that barrier. He's made very specific attempts to do that. And, although the vote in Florida, I have to say, everyone's attributing that to Miami and Southeast Florida and the Cuban vote and some of that minority vote down in Southeast Florida. But I will say, I'm from Palm Beach County. And in Palm Beach County, Republican returns were beating Democrat returns by about 20%, which is unheard of. It's a blue county. And that's not necessarily a racial thing at all. So there were some other factors at play. But Tom, I want to go to you. Because you obviously have a beautiful wife who's one of my good friends, and she's obviously a huge Trump supporter, and she's tired of being one of those being castigated all the time as somebody who's supposed to be a Democrat because of her skin color. Right. What will this mean, Tom, going forward for those who want to campaign? I mean, this really changes the whole dynamic, doesn't it?
No, great question. And I think really the important thing here is this is why the Democrats are so desperate, because their traditional lock coalition, tried and true, is breaking. They're starting to lose the black vote, which they always
War Room, Global Election Night 2020 Special Edition with host Stephen K. Bannon.
It is the 3rd of November, the year of our Lord 2020. You're on election night, one of the most, if not the most important election in the history of the American Republic. And yes, it is not going well for the globalists. It's not going well for the elites. They're back on their heels tonight. They had predicted that the deplorables were going to have their nose rubbed into a catastrophic landslide defeat of Donald J. Trump. And ladies and gentlemen, that is not happening. I think we're going to get very close. If things continue where they are, we're going to get very close to the cusp of victory here. Another amazing come from behind victory for Donald J. Trump. I want to do a reset. We got Raheem Kassam. We've got Bill McGinley, our legal expert that's been ahead of it. Richard Barris in the analytics. The big data polling has had tremendous calls tonight before anybody else. I got Fog City Midge here, Maggie Vandenberg. And of course, we've got the conscience of the war room, the guy who weaponized Where's Hunter's hard drive from hell, the laptop from hell, Jack Maxey. Want to welcome you. We're here. We've got GTV and G News, our Chinese partners are broadcasting right now. So it's the first time in history the Free Chinese have independently gone out and have followed an American presidential election because it means so much in China. We say this is the most important election in American history. Well, guess what? It's the most important election in 5,000 years of China. And you've got a whole team of Chinese here tonight with tens of millions of people watching. We're very thankful. We've got millions here watching on our hook in to GTV, G News. Want to thank everybody here in the United States, all the Chinese Americans that are watching us. So it's been a big night. Raheem, let's do a reset. We've gone through some nail-biting times, whether that was Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, early in Florida. But it seems like the trend is trending towards President Trump wherever we look. But I wanted to have a reset. And then I want to get Brother McGinley to give us what we should be looking for, because we know it's all about how they're going to steal the victory from the deplorables. Raheem.
Well, the latest news is that Donald J. Trump has won in Kansas, but let's take a reset here in the 10 o'clock hour Eastern time about the whole race as we know it as it stands. Now, there's a lot of people becoming very excited about people wondering about the race in Virginia. That's still too close to call. We're not sure where Virginia is going to go. And sure, that's a big deal. But I'm a very conservative kind of guy when it comes to positions like this. We're going to hold on that and keep watching the numbers in granularity as they come in. But it's very clear that when you look at the numbers as they're coming through in Pennsylvania, the numbers as they're coming through in Florida, in Georgia, in North Carolina, in Ohio, that this does now look like it's Donald J. Trump's race to lose. You have 69% of the vote reporting, for instance, in Ohio with Donald Trump at 50.5%, playing Joe Biden's 48.1% there. That is a overtake of where we saw it 1 hour ago when it was the opposite direction and the markets were freaking out about Joe Biden potentially winning Ohio. I represented that case here on the show as well. I want to make sure we welcome back our viewers here on the live stream, here on the live chat, making sure that you're sharing this, liking this, subscribing to this channel, Steve Bannon's War Room. We're broadcasting from one of the, if not the most august location in the entire city here in Washington, D.C. You see the Capitol building behind us, and we're bringing you live reports as we get them of the numbers. Steve.
Okay, we're going to actually get Barris back here in a moment to talk about North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Arizona. But I want to go to Fog City Midge and Jack. Do we have any breaking news, any updates? We're trying to get John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Radio Network to give us an update on Virginia. He's been telling me that Virginia is too close to call and could get very competitive as some of these rural counties come in. Midge, Jack, you got anything for us?
Well, what's interesting, in Virginia, you actually have Trump ahead in terms of the vote count right now. This is only with 53% reporting. He's at 1.3 million and Biden is at 1.12 million. So there may be some question marks in Virginia. Maybe rural Virginia pulls through and teaches the counties around Washington, D.C. a lesson.
Bill, let's talk about as we go through the evening, and particularly something like North Carolina. Hold on, we're going to hold Bill McGinley for a second. We're going to bring in,
Just very quickly before we bring the British betting markets, which have been consistently pro-Biden, have now flipped to Donald Trump. The British political betting markets have now flipped to President Trump to win the election.
I think Raheem laid a few bets earlier in the week. He's going to buy his new place on Capitol Hill on a Trump victory tonight. So a lot pulling in. Okay, let's go to Richard Barris of Big Data Polling. Richard, let's go back to North Carolina, okay? And then I want to talk about Virginia. There's some confusion about Virginia, but let's go to North Carolina. You just gave us an update. about 10 or 15 minutes ago. Are you still confident that North Carolina, that gave us so much consternation early in the evening, is that still trending for President Trump? And why is it trending for President Trump? And where is it trending for President Trump?
So we're looking at North Carolina. We see about a 1.5 point lead for the president when all is said and done, Steve. There was always these red counties that were still out. Mecklenburg, the big Biden area, big Democratic area, it's trending more Democrat, is basically done. So that's it. And that was always the story of the night, Steve. They put their best foot forward. And in the end, it was all about whether Trump's election day vote would get it out and be big enough. And look, the moral of the story here, Steve, is love Trump's hate. These people love him. This election day vote is so much bigger than even I thought. That's the truth. North Carolina is going to the president.
Let's talk about what areas of North Carolina are still to report, and where do you see Trump overperforming that's going to bring this home for him? And you believe at the end of the day it's going to be a point and a half? And what about the vote? What about the vote that could still come in for the next 3 months? Isn't Carolina one of these states that has like open-ended ballots are accepted at any time?
Yeah, so that'll be about, they'd have to find 100,000 ballots, Steve. I don't see it. They had 2 weeks to get this vote in. Now they got an extra 9 days. They usually have 3, though, in North Carolina. They're not going to find ballots like that. When all this is said and done, these blue areas that have some out, that margin's going to tighten for Biden in most of these areas. He did outperform Hillary in some, in Wake County, by the way, another big one for Democrats. Cumberland, actually closer than I thought. Hope closer than I thought, but they're out. It's a wrap, and they've maxed out. We're looking at 5.3 million votes in North Carolina. There's just not many more people to go to. There's just nobody else to write in.
So you're not prepared to call it yet, but you think at the end of the day we're going to have a 1.5 point victory in North Carolina?
I do. I really do. And some of these areas like Hyde, they'll report at 99, but we know there's a little bit more out there. Dare County, they're at 99 too. There's a little bit more out there. And that's the story in North Carolina. Carteret actually says they're saying they're not 100% in yet either. Look at that margin in Carteret. That even widened more, Steve, since the last time we spoke. That's a huge vote. He outperformed there, and he lopsided. And by the way, New Hanover has now tightened, and when more vote comes in there, I suspect that's going to deadlock it probably 50-50. It's a little bit confusing to viewers because it says approximately estimated 99, but a lot of these places are telling us they still got a little bit more.
Okay,
it just gets worse for Biden as time goes on.
Can we go up to Virginia? I know it's something we have not focused on because it's not really a battleground state, the Commonwealth. There's some confusion about who's not calling it. Is it called? Can we put the map up of Virginia, and can you give our audience an assessment of what's going on there?
So this is why we did call Virginia for Joe Biden, right here, this county, right here, Loudoun County. And Fairfax is always the talk because that's the big Democratic stronghold. But once upon a time when Loudoun was a battleground, it was a great county for the George W. Bushes. It is not the same as it used to be, and it has changed a lot. And I knew that in the end, when more votes came in Loudoun, Joe Biden would take the lead. What happened here is that there's still a lot out there with Loudoun, and there's still a lot in Fairfax. This just was a huge rural vote. And even in these areas in Loudoun, it was a lot less educated and more male. We're seeing that in a lot of places too, which, by the way, that's what we had said was going to happen. Men were juiced. The most enthusiastic voter was a rural male voter, and that's why everyone's confused about what's going on in Virginia.
Okay, if
this was a huge vote.
We've got 60 seconds left with you in this segment. I want to go quickly to Pennsylvania, put the map up, tease our audience for what you're going to come back with. Where does Pennsylvania stand right now? Because I got to tell you, if trends continue that Richard Barris is talking about, if trends continue how we've structured this analysis of this campaign, as we've said now for months, Pennsylvania will hold the keys to the presidency. Richard Barris, where do we stand?
So right now, Steve, we have about over 2 million votes. If you remember how this went in 2016, which I know you do, once he took the lead in a map that looked just like this one, he didn't give it back up. And in the end, he couldn't flip. He took Luzerne. He couldn't flip Lackawanna. And right now, with 42 to 50% of the vote in, Lackawanna is going to Donald Trump by 18 points. If that holds, it's a wrap. I underestimated him. Look at Erie County, almost a 20-point margin. That is a county that went for Barack Obama with Joe Biden on the ticket twice. The last time in 12, it went by 2 points. It went by, 16 points. Donald Trump flipped it in 2016 by 2 points. We told everybody registrations matter. And when you call people and more people are telling you they're Republicans than actually got off their butt to register as a Republican, and they just kept that D next to their name, but you still see those trends, this is why it matters. This is what JP Morgan meant when they said, you know what, I don't think Nate Silver's I don't think he's getting this. Look at the regression models. We're talking about 90+% certainty that when somebody gains that kind of registration edge in a state, shaves 200,000 off, it's very indicative that the state is more likely, not less likely. We're still waiting on Bucks, though. I really want to know what's going on in Bucks, Steve.
Okay, we're gonna let you go, but I gotta tell you, we've camped out in Northeast Pennsylvania. I've said now for weeks on Fox that that's the key that picks the lock. And I got to tell you, what's most important here is that you said he was going to take Lackawanna County by 4 points. People were laughing at you. That was looked as very aggressive. Right now, you're reporting that he could take Lackawanna County by 18 points. If that's the case, this could not be that competitive, and I don't want to get ahead of ourselves or over our skis, but these kind of numbers coming out of Northeast and in the western part of the state, and Jack Maxey, this is directly related not just to the fracking industry and what Biden said, it's also the hard drive from hell. These are working class Catholics. That hard drive has been up there. They know about the Biden selling out the country, the Chinese Communist Party. They also know about all the debauchery on that. Richard, I know you got to go. We'll come back with a more detailed look at Pennsylvania when you do. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All the best, Steve.
Okay, Richard's going to be back with us as well. Guys, I want to reset here. This is so important that I got to tell you, as Barris has said, now it looks like Pennsylvania could within strike. Yeah. He wins Pennsylvania, he's going to win the presidency. He wins Northeast Pennsylvania, gets overperforms in the western part of the state, is going to offset Philadelphia. So right now, where's the Lincoln Project? Where's George Conway? Where are all you guys spiking the football? All you guys that worked in the Trump administration that trash talked and went out today with your I voted thing. I don't need to call individual names, but all the hatreds you dumped on him, and particularly how you mocked and ridiculed he was going to lose in a landslide. The mainstream media should be tarred and feathered for this. This has been a great disservice to the country. Okay, after 4 years when nobody got fired for what happened in 2016. The same group of people are on TV, the same producers are there, the same editors at the newspaper, the same writers, all of the exact same crowd. You had 4 years to get ready for Donald Trump. You were all high-fiving in the last week, just like you were in 2016 when the exit polls came out. You're all high-fiving, and what are you saying? It's going to be a historic landslide. Well, not only is it not a landslide, right now, Donald J. Trump may be, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but may be on the cusp of a bigger come-from-behind victory than you had in 2016. McGinley, I got to talk to you, particularly North Carolina. These states, you got to explain North Carolina. Here, President Trump's running up a big number, and you're telling me that they can actually take votes up to the 12th of November? Why don't we just go to Thanksgiving? Why do we have any rules at all?
Well, let's put a finer point on that. Absentee ballots that are postmarked on or before Election Day can be accepted up until the 12th. If there is no postmark on the ballot, it must have been received today.
Okay.
When the polls. So it's not an open-ended vote mining operation that they can conduct. But let's talk about what the Biden campaign's probably doing right now. My guess is that the lawyers are starting to gather with the data and the political folks, trying to analyze what's happening in North Carolina, Pennsylvania. They're closely monitoring Arizona. They're looking at Georgia, and what they're trying to do is they're trying to figure out where the anomalies are. where are some of these returns that are coming in that just don't make any sense to them based on their turnout models and their get out the vote campaign. They're also looking at how many ballots are outstanding, right? They're looking at the margin that the president may be leading right now and asking how many ballots are still outstanding. The data guys are now going back and doing the poll to try and figure out what percentage may or may not be sitting in there for Joe Biden. So right now, both campaigns are starting to analyze everything to get ready in case these margins are close. With 90% in, the president is up 0.6, right? I don't know what the automatic recount trigger is. It's either 0.5 or 1% in North Carolina, but they're looking for opportunities, if it's 0.5, to get it down into that level, right? So that they can go back and take a look at these ballots. Because one of the things that, remember, in Florida, we learned this in 2000, the public learned this, there are historically some people who will vote for down ballot races that undervote the presidential race. And so they're going to start looking at the vote totals down ballot and start saying, okay, well, how many votes are out there? Because is this not a dimpled Chad? Is this something where they colored outside the lines? Did they mark the ballot properly? And is there voter intent? So lawfare is starting to gear up here. They're starting to review this data. They're starting to analyze the state. They're starting to look for the precincts where they can go out and try and find the absentee ballots to 300,000 with the United States Postal Service.
Okay, I want to hit the reset on this because I want to make sure the audience knows that we're here to give you the reality check, and we give you the signal, not the noise. Right now, Arizona, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, these are all Georgia, these are all going to be, if they're wins, they're going to be wins that are really tight. You're going to go anywhere from a half a point to maybe a point and a half. Florida looks like it's a bigger margin. I think Richard Barris is telling us he feels comfortable 3% north in Ohio. You can put those to bed. But you got these other states. So let's go back. Right now, you're with the Biden campaign, and you said, "Hey, we're just not going to accept this right now. This has been catastrophic." What are the lawyers doing? They're getting with the data guys, and they're saying what?
And they're also
give me the spread between what the vote count shows I'm losing and what else is not out there that hasn't been counted, or is it a mail-in, or actually potentially to be mailed in?
But also the undervotes, right? If you're looking at the vote totals down ballot, is Biden underperforming with that, right? Are those opportunities?
Because you're saying I can go in and file saying I want to go
manually check those ballots,
and I want to go into a post office and see if anything's laying around.
That's right. And so, this is something, and the other people that they're talking to are the comms people, right? Joe Biden, I don't know if he's still going to be making a statement tonight, but
he won't be conceding, because Hillary Clinton said under no circumstances will you concede. He's certainly not going to concede on this,
right?
Because they're going to look at this as tight wins, right?
Right. And the tell's going to be when the Biden campaign comes out with their comms people, and they're going to start talking about the process. We know what the vote totals are right now, but
every vote has to be counted.
Every vote has to be counted. We all agree with that.
I think AP. Well, I don't. AP. Didn't they call some things pretty before any votes have been counted?
Yes.
Right.
But the Biden campaign, if they think that they're going to fight this and that this is actually going to be close, or they feel that they have an opportunity to overturn some of this through lawfare, what's going to happen is the comms people are going to start floating out there. The election's not done, right? We haven't counted all the ballots.
Hey, breaking news. I got to read this. This is from the production team. This is Nate Cohen. Okay. Yep. An ominous sign for Biden in Pennsylvania. Trump running ahead of his 2016 performance in Trumbull County, Warren near Youngstown and on the West PA border. As we said, Youngstown was a place we focused on because that demographic drew a lot, with nearly all the vote counted. You're having the mainstream media now sit there and understand there's something big happening tonight, and they're starting to tweet it out. You heard that President Trump right now, and I think Alexander Priet and others are telling me in Pennsylvania, he's winning across the state in bigger numbers than we put up in 2016. The forerunner of this was in Butler County, in Butler the other day. I think 12,000 people, little town. He had 54,000 people show up for that rally in the freezing cold, right? Raheem, you were up there in Scranton, Wilkes-Barre the other day.
That was
that was bitter cold. You reported from that. I said, man, I'm glad Raheem made the trip and I didn't. But it's we've got now Fog City. Talk us about the Senate. What is Fox saying about the Senate?
So as of a few minutes ago, Fox was reporting that Republicans are 90% likely to hold the Senate. So that would be a really good sign. Hopefully that holds the rest of the night.
We're going to bring in Richard Barris. Let's bring him in when we get him. Richard Barris is going to rejoin us. I want to go back to what are they, Raheem? If you got something to jump in.
We're also getting some calls lower down the tickets at the moment. It's worth paying attention to as well, because they're saying that the Associated Press has Senator Doug Jones, the most vulnerable on the map, has lost in Alabama. Tommy Tuberville as well. So that's a really interesting point. That will tell us where that's going as well. And I have to tell you, if you look at the numbers, especially if you look at the numbers in Pennsylvania, 29% reported so far. Donald Trump is in a commanding lead now of about 6 to 7% in Pennsylvania. The election needles, as far as the New York Times is concerned, is looking at Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, all of that, in Ohio as well. Florida, of course, we know. So, Steve, this is really looking very strong for the president across the board at the moment.
And can we take a step? Yeah. Let's take a step back.
Yeah.
Right? Everybody's been obsessing over these polls.
Yes.
These polls have been used to demoralize the Trump supporters, right?
100%.
There's no way that he can do it. But at the end of the day, credit goes to the Trump supporters, because what determines the winner of an election are the votes, right? And so
Bill McGinley came on War Room Pandemic 3 months ago, and he said, I want to tell everybody, own your vote. Own your vote. This is your vote, own your vote, and then start to help other people own their votes. What you saw today was exactly this. And these weren't polls. Let's say exactly what they were. This was information warfare. This was all set to not just destroy Donald Trump, but to destroy the Trump movement. They thought, they're all high-fiving and smirking over at MSNBC and CNN. We'll cut those channels on now, put it on mute, and watch us. But you can see they're not smirking now. Okay, another nightmare has come around, and this is their own fault. Their arrogance, their stupidity, and their laziness. Not one person got fired in 2016. And if you're the corporate owners of these apparatuses, to blow 2 in a row, and to particularly blow it in coming after the deplorables and coming after Trump, to me, it's just outrageous. I want to bring in now Richard Barris from Big Data Polling. Has been right all night. Richard, you're on a roll. Let's go to Pennsylvania. We're hearing from our folks in Pennsylvania that this is kind of a rout right now in Pennsylvania. They haven't seen numbers like this, but I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I want to go to you. Ground us in reality. Ground us in what you think is happening.
So we still have a lot of vote out in the southeastern part of the state. Look at this, what's going on here in Delaware County, Steve. Look at what is going on in Delaware County. Dare I say this is a shy Trump vote all the way out in Bucks on the Northeast. We were talking about Italians before. This is why I poll and ask about nationality and detailed ethnicity, country of origin. Are you Italian? Are you Irish? Because it matters.
30%.
And what we saw.
Okay, hang over a second. Because I know when you do the upper Midwest, Wisconsin, Michigan, the reason you called it in 16, the reason we partnered is because you get down to it. Why is ethnicity? Why do you ask somebody if they're Norwegian? Why do you ask somebody if they're Italian? Why do you ask somebody if they come from the Middle East? Why is ethnicity such an important factor when you start to really model out where your polling is going to come out?
A couple reasons. One is that they tend to vote together, and it really doesn't matter if they live in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, or they live in Ohio and southeastern Ohio. If they're of the same education class, what have you, we can model them into profiles. And nobody pays attention to the census data on who makes up what. It can also be an alarm bell for when you may have bad data. So if you poll Pennsylvania and you do not get majority German descent, you screwed up. You call too many metro areas. You use live caller, Nate, and you miss everybody. And that is really, it's like a canary in the coal mine. But in Bucks, it's a very diverse county. Up here, you have Trenton. It backs up against Trenton, right? And then as you get more north, you get more rural. And this is what is going on all over the country. These rural working men, those kinds of Italian guys, that moved out of Philadelphia, super proud of their Rocky heritage. They live up in northern Bucks now, many of them. And this is why we're seeing what we're seeing here. It's lopsided, Steve. Norwegians, so important out in Wisconsin. In Norwegians in Pennsylvania were dominant. They're not as big as they are in some of these other states, but it told us, well, if Norwegians are going 80-20 for Donald Trump in Pennsylvania, I expect it'll be closer in Wisconsin, but there's a huge vote share out there. And Minnesota, what's it going to look like over there? And if we're seeing confirmations across states with these nationalities, it really gives us a much better indication of what region's going where.
Richard, can I ask you to I want to go to the suburbs of Philadelphia. We kept hearing how President Trump was going to get buried in these suburbs. That combined with Philadelphia would make Pennsylvania unwinnable. In fact, it was just the other day on the eve of the election. You got to remember, ladies and gentlemen, they had Trump down 7, 8, 9 points in Pennsylvania. Let's go to, if you can talk about and put your map up, if you can talk about where these suburbs are outside of Philadelphia and how Trump is doing.
So there were a couple of counties that we polled in Pennsylvania and were stunned at the numbers. We expected Chester. That's a county that Mitt Romney actually took back, but barely, because they like that kind of Republican. There's a lot of the more affluent suburbs there. But as you get out more west, it's rural, and they didn't like Mitt Romney. So when I say he took it, he barely took it. What is going on in Chester right now? Because Steve, mark my words, this is going to tighten in Chester. This is going to tighten. It's going to be a fight in Chester as more votes come in. What's going on is that rural vote widened for Trump out north and more to the western part of the county. And then the southeastern part of Chester, it's a shy vote. It's a suburban woman who looks at Joe Biden and no offense here. And then they look at Donald Trump. Who do you want protecting your children? Who do this is really what's going on. That's why we asked the questions that we asked. The most likely to be a shy voter, folks, there were two groups: black men working between the age of 30 and 65, and then suburban women. And if you want to look at Wisconsin in this segment, we could do that too. But look at Racine, Steve. Look at Kenosha.
Okay, let's go. I tell you what. Let's put the map up. Let's go to Wisconsin right now. You would if you pull this off for me, brother Barriston. I got my 289. I'm feeling pretty good. Okay.
Yeah.
Vish, what I want to do is pull up my map later in the evening and put it back up. So let's talk about Wisconsin. Where do we stand right now, and particularly where we stand in these suburbs?
All right. So the southeastern region of Wisconsin, it has this one little block of blue, Milwaukee County. And you can actually see that Donald Trump is overperforming 2016 and Joe Biden is underperforming Hillary Clinton. And below that, in Racine, Donald Trump he's romping it. And this is it. I told Laura, my partner in crime here, I said, Laura, I'm wrong in Wisconsin because I modeled the electorate incorrectly. Look at Kenosha, 66% in our last poll. Look at where he is in Kenosha right now. In Racine, 57%. These are the voters who were supposed to, according to the New York Times, according to Murray at Marist, according to Murray at Monmouth, these are the voters who were supposed to be abandoning Donald J. Trump in droves. Steve, you give him anonymity. You tell him you're not a media guy. You tell him her interview is confidential. Your name will not appear in USA Today somewhere. You can tell us the truth, and they will.
Okay, Richard, I got to ask you a question. You've had this nailed from the beginning. You and I argued about Wisconsin. We argued about certain areas of Wisconsin. You always had the data to back it up. How can you be so different? How could the Washington Post and ABC, was it 5 days ago, Raheem, come out with a poll that showed that President Trump was 17 points down? I mean, how could that happen? Just walk our audience through it, because I know a bunch of the Trump deplorables think this can't be a poll. This has to be information warfare.
I'm starting now. The cynic in me, and my partner has always been one, but I always like to try to stay academic about it, or I did. Tonight has killed that. It has killed the last bit of idealism in this industry that I have held, because I try to engage these people and say, look, your modes reach certain people. They don't reach others. Each mode reaches different people at different rates, and nobody wanted to listen. I think just some of it, Steve, because there's a lot more to it than that, but that's a good, preface to the conversation. And I think some of these people, they just have no incentive. They're ideologically corrupt. That's number one. That I don't care if I want Donald Trump to win or not. I'm not going to spike a poll or fudge a number. because I want him to win. I want to be right more than I want a candidate to win. They are ideologically corrupt. That is number one. And two, their industry punishes people who don't fall in line. I think when CNN fired Opinion Research Center, that sent the signal, Steve. Don't ever show a competitive race with Donald J. Trump again, or you're out. ORC didn't do that bad in 2016. They still were off, but they didn't do that bad. And we should have been having a conversation over the last 4 years, especially when they missed all of those state races in 2018. Fox News, Donnelly +7. Donnelly +7. Howley tied with McCaskill. Come on. At some point, you can't. There's just no denying it.
Richard, before you lose you, and you'll come back later, but I want to ask you about Wisconsin. Where do you think it is right now? Is it trending towards Trump? And do you see this as potentially something? Because I know when you polled this, you did have Biden up by a couple of points, but you said you could see a path to victory for President Trump. Where do you stand tonight? At what time is it? About 10:30? 10:30 at night. Where do you stand?
What happened in Wisconsin, and I did release that with a caveat because I saw Trump win in those numbers. I did. I mean, you don't get this much in Racine. You don't get Kenosha. You know, we had an argument over here, and I said, listen, the responsible thing to do is R1, R2. The voter file's telling me it's now R8 when you infer based on partisan voting and contributions. And I don't know. I guess really the right call here was probably more like R5. But Steve, even if you went to R3, and I showed people the difference, even if you went to R3, it started to show a comfortable win for the president. If you went to R5, 8, then we're talking about a 5-point win in the state of Wisconsin.
So as you sit here tonight, we're not going to hold you to that. You're not calling the state, but do you think that this is trending for President Trump? Do you think Wisconsin may be in play?
Oh, yes. I mean, the bottom line is Dane County is 2/3 in, Steve. He is severely. Milwaukee is got a lot of votes still out. The problem is that he is not performing like Hillary Clinton performed in the county of Milwaukee.
Joe Biden.
He is not. Right, Joe Biden. Sorry, sometimes I do that with my pronouns. Let's go up north for a second. This is a funny county. It will report first a couple of election day results, and that's why Bayfield. I expect Ashland and Bayfield and Douglas to go blue. All right, maybe Bayfield a little bit closer, but I expected that. This is the 7th congressional district in here. This is a Trump romp. Tom Tiffany won it by 7 in a special election. I believe it was 7 or maybe a little bit more, but he didn't win it by the margin that the incumbent used to win it by. Those are Trump voters. They're not Republican voters. They're Trump voters. They're working class. They don't care very much for the Republican Party, but they have conservative values, and they get up, put their shoes on every day, and head out the door.
Okay, Richard,
and they just don't bite on this.
Richard, we got to let you go. We're going to get you back. What's going to really just before you go? Give me 15 seconds on Arizona. We have people melting down about Arizona. You've been on top of Arizona. You said, hey, I think this is going to be a 1.5% to 2% win. Where do you stand now? Why are we doing so poorly? We've bounced around the country of hot spots that have been problems for Trump tonight. Everyone's worked out so far. What's the problem in Arizona?
So if he wants to win Arizona with the remaining 20% of the vote that's out, he's going to have to tighten Pima County to around 40. That's where we had him, by the way, 40% in Pima County. But really what's going on here, a lot of the vote is still out in Maricopa. The election day vote is going to start to come in now, Steve. The difference in our polling that gave Trump the slight edge was that Maricopa was fought to a basic draw. This is early vote. We're getting this first. And we're just going to have to see if it follows the pattern that the rest of the night follows. As of right now, I suspect that it will. I mean, this has been the story of the night. It really has. That the early vote comes in, it's heavy for Joe Biden, but then it tightens, and it tightens considerably. Navajo, I see 70% in, of course. Yavapai, that was a big margin for Trump, but we had him at about 63. Probably does inch up.
But
there,
this is going to come.
Maricopa.
This is all about Maricopa County. As you see it right now, is there enough votes for Trump in Maricopa County to turn this around? Because this spread's pretty big.
It is pretty big, but Maricopa is where it's at. If he can, there's 73% roughly out, maybe tops 87, they say. But the margin on election day does look big. It's tightened considerably. He's got to fight it to a draw, though, Steve. Really, he's got to fight it to a draw. I just want to know, it does look like a big margin, but there is vote out in different areas that are red. It won't be enough. He really needs Maricopa to tighten to a draw. And if he does that, and then Pima County, right here, ticks up to 40%, then he's got a shot.
Okay, we're going to get back to you. We got to let you go, Richard. We're going to come back and focus on Arizona. There's always another hot spot around Arizona. We always knew it was going to be a problem, Arizona and Pennsylvania. Richard, thank you very much. Richard from Big Data Polls, the top guy around. He'll be joining us in a few minutes to talk about Arizona. Thank you, sir.
All the best.
Okay, Arizona's a problem, and Raheem, you seem to be much more concerned about it than Richard Barris. What do you got?
Well, I actually think I'm in the same amount of concern as Richard Barris is. If you listen to the words that Richard Barris is using there, it's hedging, and I think he's right to hedge because the Arizona numbers are not looking particularly strong. Now, we've got 75% reporting in Arizona at the moment. Joe Biden leads by 53.7%, i.e. 54%, to Donald Trump's 45%. And of course, look, with the amount that hasn't been reported yet, yes, it could tighten. But it's not a good position for Donald Trump to be in at the moment. Now, these are the sorts of times in the night. Bill McGinley's here with us as well. Look, it's 10:41 p.m. Eastern Time. Weird things start to happen. Weird things start to happen in Ohio. Weird things start to happen in Virginia, especially at the moment. I know Midge is following a lot of this stuff too. Bill, I want to get your take on this. The Arizona numbers, if you're looking at these right now and you're 75% reporting in, if you're the Trump campaign, you don't feel that confident about Arizona right now.
No, what you're doing is you're looking at the 25% that's still outstanding and trying to model it out to try and figure out where this could end up. Look, I think this is an important lesson. You have to let these states count the ballots and report the results, right? North Carolina is still under 1% difference.
Oh yeah, no, North Carolina's tight. Trust me.
And Arizona is going to potentially be an issue as well. We'll see how the remaining 25% goes, right? Pennsylvania is about 30% in. Right? That's a lot of ballots left to count.
Right.
And so I'm not trying to be the guy that drinks the cup of coffee at a keg party, but what I like to say is we need to let the process, and this is why it's a grind, right? You grind out the early vote, you're grinding out the messaging, you're grinding out election day, and now you're afterwards, this is where you got to grind out the counting of the ballots and to make sure you have a pretty nuanced understanding of what's happening in these counting rooms, with the ballots that are still outstanding, and with the people who still could actually add some ballots to the pile through affidavits if they put it into the post office. This is why you got to take a holistic view about some of the issues that were raised before the election, on election day, and now you've got to do it now while the ballots are being counted.
Okay, we're going to come back to Bill McGinley in a second. Midge, you've got some breaking news. Let's get us an update on some of the issues you've got.
Yeah, so we've got some market updates, which is always exciting. I know you like that, Steve. So NASDAQ futures is up 3.6%. S&P futures up 1.4%. Dow Jones is up 0.7%. The markets are happy, so that's a
well, they're happy
that's a
until
good
they
sign.
start looking at Arizona. Maybe they're going to get a little unhappy.
Maybe not so.
What about that? You had something on the popular vote that actually stunned me.
Yes. So Fox is reporting that Trump leads the popular vote at this moment, leading by 1.7 million votes, which is pretty fun to see.
That's pretty amazing, since a lot of people say he's going to lose the popular vote here between 5 and 10 million.
Jake Tapper at CNN actually had a good line. He said, Trump has worked his tail off.
I tell you, he has. That's what he did. He took a campaign. Okay, let's bring in Jenny Beth Martin from the Tea Party Patriots. Jenny Beth leads one of the biggest grassroots organizations. Jenny Beth, right now we got a problem. We had you on before as a problem in Georgia and North Carolina. I know you're from the South, but we got a problem out west in Arizona. I know the Tea Party Patriots got a big operation out there. Tell us what's going on in Arizona.
Well, what it looks like right now is going on is that we're looking at the early vote count, and we still don't know how the vote went from today. And so we're going to have to wait until the votes that were cast today are counted.
I'm sorry.
That's kind of how it's been with several of the other states, and we're just going to have to wait as we watch the votes. But here's what I know. The people in Arizona understand what President Trump has done for them, for their state. He's secured the border. He has worked to reduce illegal drugs coming into the country. The economy, he's taking care of the economy, and they understand this about him. And I think that we've got to trust that they get that and just wait as we watch the votes as they come in. I could be wrong, but I'm not freaking out yet. I know it's nerve-wracking, and I've seen those numbers, and I want to bite my fingernails too. But I think we just have to take a deep breath. Remember where we were 4 years ago at this time.
Do I ever? Let's go to Pennsylvania. It looks like the small towns and hamlets have really come through for President Trump in an extraordinary way. You've been preaching the gospel of voter registration for years and years and years. Do you think that's what we're seeing pay off in places like in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing an outpouring of the deplorables really step up and offset what's going on in these big metropolitan areas and the suburbs, or the suburban college women graduates that basically are not Trump fans?
Yeah, I think that is a lot of what is going on. And the fact is, there has been a really good ground game in Pennsylvania. We have not been on the ground the same way that other organizations have been, but I believe that Heritage Action was on the ground going door to door in Pennsylvania, SBA List, Americans for Prosperity. So you've got a lot of people who've been going door to door knocking. Plus, the Trump victory campaign through the Republican Party has been going door to door all around the entire country. And so my point here is, yes, voter registration is important, and working to get out the vote and to earn that vote and to make sure that people know it is important to vote is also part of what goes into this. And groups around the country have stepped up and done that in Pennsylvania. And then look at how many rallies Trump did in Pennsylvania just on Saturday alone. He didn't leave anything to chance at all.
No, he was all over Pennsylvania. I think that's why Jake Tapper said he worked his tail off, because I think he did 5 rallies on Saturday. It was incredible.
Yeah, 5 rallies Saturday, 5 rallies Sunday, 5 rallies yesterday too, I think. I mean, 15 rallies in 3 days. He didn't leave anything on the table, and he did not take anything for a chance. I was in Pennsylvania about 2 weeks ago for a few days. Maybe it was 3 weeks ago. Everything blurs together right now. But for the Amy Coney Barrett confirmation process, and I was doing the bus tour, the Women for Amy bus tour that Concerned Women for America did. I am not exaggerating at all. In the area where I was, there were 98 Trump signs for every 2 Biden signs. And there was a pop-up stand with Trump merchandise for sale on the side of the road. People, certainly in the western part of the state, love Donald Trump.
Jenny Beth, before we go, I just want to say we're overlooking the park where I first met you back, I think it was 2009, 2010. You were just founded the Tea Party Patriots and had these massive rallies here that shook people. Well, the day of the Tea Party now has led into the Trump movement. It's been absolutely incredible. You've had a great run. Look forward to getting you back later in the show. So just a historic, we've kind of come full circle since we're overlooking. We've actually got your crew here from Atlanta that's doing this for us tonight. As you know, is just a fantastic group. They were a little younger and a little hardier back then. Well, I should say younger. They're still pretty hardy. But want to thank you for everything you've done. We'll get you back on the show a little later.
Sounds good. And we all were a little bit younger a few years ago. That's for sure.
Thank you, Jenny Beth Martin. Okay, let's get a reset before we take a break. We're going to try to get Barris back up here. Correct me if I'm wrong. If my number was right of the 289, that included Pennsylvania, and we're a long way from home in Wisconsin, long way from home in Pennsylvania. But if things did play out and we got those 2, we could actually take a hit and actually lose Arizona.
Yeah.
The 11-point hit. We don't want to lose it. We're a long way from losing it, but it is quite disturbing. Remember, we have talked about Arizona being a problem, and one of the reasons Arizona is a problem is the Republican establishment out there has, it's a nested number of Trumpers. Sidney McCain has been campaigning heavily for Joe Biden, doing TV spots. You've got a certain contingent, Mitt Romney announced he was not going to vote for for President Trump. Mitt Romney, as an elder of the Mormon Church, carries a lot of weight, not just in Utah, but also in Arizona. Jeff Flake, who's a Mormon, was very much one of the leaders of the Never Trump movement. So, here is something we thought that Glorious ACB would offset that. McSally, I think she's terrific as a person. She's never been the strongest candidate, just doesn't know retail politics and just doesn't connect with people, so wasn't going to be much help there. But Arizona is clearly, look, here's the good news for the deplorables. We've gone from one bad story to the next, and it turns out Richard Barris walks us through the math and it eventually turns around. He tells us where he's got to get votes. I got to say, what he said about Arizona, you're right, it's kind of concerning. So essentially, you got a ton in Maricopa County. And in Maricopa County, I just don't see Trump this late in the game with, 75% of the vote in Maricopa in. Raheem, Bill, what do you guys think? Bill, you're the first one to bring it to my attention. We got a big problem there.
Look, I think it's early in the evening. We've got a number of states with a lot of ballots outstanding. I think we like a lot of the trend lines that we're seeing in Georgia. Obviously, Florida was called. North Carolina, the president seems to be inching up a lead. We'll see if that holds. Arizona is something to watch, and so is Iowa. Iowa's got about 50% in, and right now Biden's leading. But all of this comes down to whose votes are outstanding, right? It's the president can completely overtake Biden in Iowa and Arizona, depending upon whose voters, whose ballots still need to be counted. This is a long process. This is not going to be an early evening. We've got a lot of states left to do, but I like that we're still in the fight.
Yeah.
Look, I don't love the fact that with 75% reporting, we're 9% down in Arizona.
Yeah, it's
right?
a problem.
That is, of course. But as you say, Bill, there are counties to be reported. There is Apache County to be reported.
But there's not a ton of some of these counties. Arizona's got some huge counties with no bodies.
Right.
I mean,
Sure.
This is it's the desert Southwest. You've got the Navajo Nation up there near Four Corners. I think it has one of the largest counties in the country up there, but not a big amount of population. It all gets down to Phoenix. It gets down to Maricopa.
Just bring you a little bit of color that's coming in here from the New York Times. Katie Gluick says, as the Biden outdoor watch party gets underway, a few attendees are dancing. Some are anxious. It's a drive-in rally and likely designed to only include a fairly small crowd. So I'm not sure that the Biden camp still believes that there is a really broad path to victory here.
You're not buying, Raheem, that there's a path to victory that doesn't include Pennsylvania and Florida?
That's correct.
Yeah. And they clearly had some ideas about Georgia. They had some ideas about Arizona. They knew something was going on there. Bill, before Midge, you've got more breaking news that's pretty stunning. Now, realize I don't think the polls have closed in California yet.
Yeah.
So just use it as a caveat, but it's pretty stunning news.
Yeah, so clearly things are going to change. California's still not in, but Fox News is now reporting that Trump leads the popular vote by 2.5 million. And it's just fun to watch some of these lefty outlets. Like I've been checking in with the Young Turks, who are already in complete meltdown over there, which it just makes me smile.
This is a worse night than Cenk Uygur finishing 5th in the primary with like 0 to Cenk. I love your brother, but man, you did not represent that day. So it's a worse night. The Young Turks are in meltdown
Already, yes, they are losing it.
Sorry, not sorry. No, I got to tell you. You want to talk about a national security problem? You want to talk about the firewall that the oligarchs in Silicon Valley have put around the deplorables? Our Twitter feed was locked. We were locked out of our Twitter feed at the beginning of this broadcast. They knew they were going to do it. Jack, they knew that we were going to set a new, really, standard of getting hardcore details. Remember, for all the deplorables watching us, for everybody out there, they think you're too dumb, you're too stupid, you're too easily, the next shiny toy get your attention. What we try to do on the show every day, whether it's Stephen Hatfield and Jack Maxey talking about the pandemic, or whether it's us talking about capital markets or finance or geopolitics or politics, or the data, the math that drives politics, we try to get you more granularity. Yes, sir.
Where is Jack Maxey?
Jack,
you're very quiet tonight, Jack.
Well,
the audience is asking where you are.
Jump in. Jack was going to sit right next to me, but then I upgraded to Midge.
I have been the guy saying that I think he's going to win the popular vote. Everyone's been telling me I'm crazy. And you know what I said? 5 million new gun owners. Let's presume half of them are Democrats. That means 2.5 million people are not voting for Joe Biden.
Hey, I got to tell you something. In Pennsylvania and in Wisconsin, I think you're seeing some of this. When he was talking about there are the silent Trump vote, the quiet Trump vote in these suburban counties with these women, those are the women that went out and bought guns. I'll bet you can do a correlation directly of first-time gun owners, and they said, hey, at the cocktail parties or at the PTA, yeah, Biden, he's good. I can't stand Orange Man bad. But when they went in, they pulled the trigger for Donald Trump. That's where you're seeing some prizes. And of course, the mainstream media had the whole thing about the gunners. Oh, no, they're going to break 50-50. You're not buying it, Jack?
No, I'm not buying it at all. In fact, you've seen some fairly progressive people. You remember Tim Pool, who's one of the more famous podcasters on the left. And he came out 3 weeks ago. He said, I used to be 100% for gun control. Then the riots started. I went out and bought some guns, and I will never vote for a politician who will take them away again.
Well, I think when we get Richard Barris back, we're going to go back to Wisconsin, Kenosha, Racine. I think you're seeing some of that vote. There are people saying, hey, I may support the Democrats on a lot of policies, but this defund the police thing I'm not into, and I particularly don't like the riots that are taking place. So I think we've got a big feel for there. Yeah. Any others? Midge,
well,
jump
I
in
just
here.
wanted to
You got to fight for the mic. You got to
I
fight for the mic.
I just got to chime in on that. That we're already seeing. I'm following along on Twitter. We're already seeing violence erupting outside the White House with these. BLM and Antifa has already been spotted out there. They've got people hitting counter protesters over the head with a baseball bat, and this video is already going viral on Twitter. And it just makes you think it's only what. That video was posted at 10:30 p.m.
Can we get that video over to Vish? Is there any way we can get these things up? I don't know if it's too hard or not. We want to try to put some of the. What else is happening on Twitter, Jack? Anything happening on Twitter by the White House? I know they put up that fencing today. Yeah. You got to remember something. The whole Chinese TV team of G News and G Media came here, and it's kind of embarrassing, Jack. I know you and Raheem went over a couple of nights ago. Bernie Carrick and I were there last night. The W Hotel. The old Washington Hotel sits right across from the Treasury Department on 15th Street, right next to the White House. Or in fact, from that restaurant up top, you can actually see the White House. We go over there, and they're getting ready. The National Guard's going to come out. They're putting barricades around. You've got all these protests. They're putting this fence up that you can't climb. And you're sitting there going, how embarrassing is this for our country? I mean, it's one thing to have protests. It's another thing to have people that have basically left China, because of the torture of the Chinese Communist Party, the way the Chinese Communist Party is trying to shut things down. And they're here in the United States, supposedly the greatest democracy in the world. And you're seeing what they're really, every store is boarded up. Everybody's getting ready for these riots. And guess what's happened? We're getting close to 11 o'clock at night. We're just about at the 11 o'clock hour. President Trump is clearly not getting defeated in a landslide. He looks like he's competitive. A couple things go his way. He could be reelected, right? And what are they doing? All of a sudden, they're going to start with these riots. Start with this anarchy and this chaos.
Look, the president is up 15% in Pennsylvania at the moment. Okay, we've had 40% reported, and he's up 15%. They didn't think they'd ever be in this position. Why do you think the riots are starting now? I mean, here's the thing. You got to consider all the things we've been saying on the War Room in the last couple of weeks, between the Red Mirage, the Transition Integrity Project. Bill, it's very clear that the Red Mirage, this is not a Red Mirage. Those numbers are not a mirage, right? Like, that's real.
Look, the explanation.
They're going to worry about this.
The explanation that they gave for the Red Mirage was that the president was going to be up on election night, but as the mail ballots came in and started being counted, that this whole thing was going to flip, right? And it was the presumption was the president wins election day, but Biden wins the election through the mail-in ballots. What we're seeing is the number of states that are being called. This is not a Red Mirage. This is the election process. Right. And what we need to do is everybody needs to understand this is going to take a while. All the votes need to be counted. Pennsylvania, Iowa, Arizona, right? And all of the others. And what we're going to see is I think the president's going to be competitive, and we're going to live to fight on Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan.
The one thing I said to Maria Bartiromo today, it's not a Red Mirage. This is the bold red predicate. This is going to be the predicate for his ultimate victory. This was a deplorable showing up on game day and representing. Taking the burden off his shoulders. He taking the ball all the way downfield. The deplorables had to punch it in. They took it today and had mass turnout. When you see these kind of numbers we're seeing in Pennsylvania, you get to understand what's going on. When Richard Barris comes back, my phone is blowing up. That's one of the reasons I'm looking down. I've had a colleague I know very well. He says the Young Turks, to draft off Mitch's comments, he said the Young Turks are on TV right now. He's watching both of us. He goes, who are these Democratic strategists and why did they have jobs? So you're starting to see the beginning of the meltdown of the left is already starting.
Somebody has to be a Democratic.
Well, listen, this is why Chris Wray should be fired tonight. If Chris Wray had turned over Jack Maxey's, before Jack Maxey got through Hunter Biden's hard drive, if Chris Wray had turned it over, Bernie Sanders would have been the Democratic nominee. I think the first thing they should do is find out why the neoliberal neocons are always protected by the apparatus. Okay, we don't believe in conspiracy theories in the war room, but we don't believe in coincidences. The FBI covered for Hillary Clinton and they covered for Joe Biden. Joe Biden finished 5th in Iowa, 4th in New Hampshire. He should have been dead. He lived to fight another day. Why? Because the apparatus protected him. I want to go back to Raheem. One thing I do want to say, Jack Maxey has been on me the entire time. When I keep talking about Trump could lose the popular vote by 5 million, Jack goes, yeah, no way. He's winning the popular vote. I don't care how California comes in. How did you know that, Jack? How do you know he'd be leading this time of night?
You know why? Because I'm very optimistic about the American people, and I know when they wake up and they see the truth, they know how to respond. This has just been our history from day one. Whenever things get tough, we get the grit going and we do what's necessary. And I just saw the attitudinal change in the American people as they started to wake up and realize that this guy wasn't against them. He was actually with them. And particularly, I see that in urban communities, minority communities. This guy has everybody's back. He wants to carry the whole country forward, and they're starting to be seen, and we're seeing this in the vote right now. I think California is going to be a big surprise for people, too. Not because we're going to flip anything necessarily, but I think the turnout is going to surprise people.
Okay, we're going to get Richard Barris here in a minute. I want to go Raheem. Raheem, what do you got for us?
Yeah, so look, it's just 11 p.m. Eastern time, so we've got a flurry of new results coming in. The AP is calling Idaho for Donald Trump, and the AP is calling Oregon for Joe Biden at the moment. We've got a ton of House races and others coming in right now as well. AP calls Florida 27 for Republican Maria Salazar over Democrat Donna Shalala.
Wow.
That's the biggest upset of the night so far, I think.
Bang. That is
Florida.
That is what Jack Maxey's talking about, right? That's the Hispanic community coming out and having the back of Salazar. She's a rock star. Known her for a number of years. She's really something very special, and she defeated somebody from Bill Clinton's cabinet, Donna Shalala, that I think was president of the University of Miami.
Miami, yes.
So now that is a big win. And that's a big win in this realignment because that's going right into the heart of what has heretofore been areas that the Republicans really couldn't be competitive in.
Very interesting will be, and I know we're loath to necessarily go about, the Loomer race in West Palm Beach is going to be a big tell on Florida for sure.
Where do we stand with Loomer right now? She's run. I tell you what, she's run a heck of a race. She can get out there. She can get out there pretty quickly on you, right? But she's
in your face.
She's in your grill. I'm telling you, she's a fighter.
Early in the night, I was hearing, though, that they had already called it, that she had lost. But I don't know if that's, like, coming from the Fox News team or who that's coming from. But that was what I was seeing.
Okay, Raheem, any other updates? We're going to get Richard Barris is going to join us here.
No, I think, look, we're at the top of the hour. We're about to get a bunch of calls. It's your call. I think we should take a break.
We're going to take a break. I'll tell you what, we're going to get Barris at 11:05. We're going to keep him about 10 minutes. We're going to take a break at about 11:15.
Okay.
So I want to get an update here from him, particularly what's going on in Wisconsin. We've got to get back to Arizona because this could end up being Arizona could be a negative surprise of the night. Yeah. Raheem, what do we got at the 11 o'clock hour as we go to more states are coming available? We're going to get Richard Barris of Big Polling Data is going to join us here in a moment.
So, in the 11 p.m. Eastern Time hour, we are now getting the breaking calls from the Associated Press. Joe Biden will win Washington State. Joe Biden will win Oregon. Donald Trump will win Idaho. Joe Biden will win California. Again, not a whole lot surprising in all of those calls so far. However, the big one of the night so far, is that the Associated Press is calling Florida 27 for Republican Maria Elvira Salazar over Democrat Donna Shalala. Now, those are the results as we have them so far. We're about to get some more breaking news. We're following the Bloomberg, we're following the New York Times, we're following the 538s, we're following everything here at the War Room. And the other thing I want to say, Steve, is to the audience at home, there is 85,000 people in the YouTube live chat at the moment. I want to make sure that everybody is sharing, is liking, is making sure that you subscribe to this channel, because we're going to be here until we need to not be here, all night long if need be. So stick around, stay tuned. Steve.
Okay, we got the War Room posse here, the War Room Pandemic. You got Jack Maxey, Stephen K. Bannon, Raheem Kassam. We're honored to be joined from Holtzman Vogel. I think the smartest election lawyer for the last several months. He identified the Transition Integrity Project before it came along. He's walked us through everything that was going to happen. Bill McGinley. We're also going to bring in, we think, the smartest analytical guy. It is from Big Data Polling. That's Richard Barris. He's going to join us in a minute. He hasn't been wrong on any of this tonight. We're going to find out what's going on in Arizona. I think Arizona should be a concern for any Trump voter, that Arizona is going to be an issue. We're going to get to the bottom of it. We also understand we've got a big, it looks like the potential of really setting a predicate in this bold red predicate of a Trump win tonight, or what I would say Trump could claim a victory if we end up big in Pennsylvania. And in big in Pennsylvania, Jack, they were talking about 2.5 million votes for President Trump today. We may exceed that. You're a guy that I know you're a Pennsylvanian before you moved to Florida. But tell us about Pennsylvania before we get Barris on here. How big a win? How big is it that Trump was able to perform like he's performed?
Well, I think it's huge. The one thing that I'm a little bit worried about, Philadelphia has 350,000 absentee votes that I guess they're not even going to start counting until tomorrow. So that's going to be a big question mark. But what will be interesting is to see how many people actually showed up to vote on game day in Philadelphia, because I think that'll give us a snapshot on what's happening in urban voting around the country, because they, over time, have been an assured 90% voter turnout in parts of West Philly and North Philly. And if you see that drop, I think that's going to be a big indication as to how it's going across the country.
Okay, let's bring in Richard Barris from Big Data Polling. He's been our analytics group, our analytics partner all night tonight. Hasn't been wrong. Let's go back out to Arizona. Richard, do we have an update? I know my phone is blowing up. A lot of people are nervous about this. I even think the campaign didn't really see this one coming, particularly where it is right now. Can we get that map up as you walk us through it? Tell us what's outstanding and tell us the math of what has to happen for President Trump to turn this around.
So he needs about 3-1 in Maricopa, what's remaining, which he's been getting in a lot of states, by the way. So it's important to note that. It's really about Maricopa. He needs 3-1, Steve, for Election Day vote, and he needs to battle Maricopa to a draw. And then he needs to bring this margin in Pima up to about 40%, which is where we had him in our polling. Right now he's underperforming that, but they still have a good chunk of the vote out. You may notice, and I've noted this a couple of times, when it shows how much is remaining, it says low end 80%, high end 96. The Election Day vote, I don't know yet about Arizona because they're deadlocked. They basically froze. Reporting has froze in Arizona. So I would really like them to give us some more in Maricopa, but that's Fontes out there, and that's the game he plays. The bigger number it's been closer to that bigger number. So estimated between 73 to 87 in. As this night has gone, it has been closer, especially in Ohio. It was amazing. It has been closer to that low end number. It's still there. It's still possible.
But I want to go back to Maricopa County. How much of the vote is left in Maricopa County? And you're saying 3-1. Aren't those astronomical numbers? I mean, can you really expect to do that? And what would you need to do in Pima at the same time? How much under 40 is he right now? Because I want to give people a realistic assessment. You've been on a roll. I want to make sure people don't think that this is going to be some magical formula. There's a real problem. You admit right now there's a real problem in Arizona.
Oh, yeah. Oh, absolutely. I'm not ready because some of the shifts I've seen, I'm not ready to call it. Not even call it, but I'm not ready to count the president out because Maricopa, and when we polled this, they told us this, that Maricopa would look the best for Biden right now, and then it would close. We did see basically 3-1 voting with Republicans today. So there's about, on the high end, there could be about 27% left. On the low end, about 15, 13. He really needs it to be closer to the high end, and it does need to break 3-1 because he doesn't need to win Maricopa, Steve, but he's got to bring that margin up. He cannot lose Maricopa by 140,000 votes and carry the state of Arizona. That's how he beat Hillary Clinton, in fact. And then Pima down here, very similar situation, only a little bit less of the vote out, but he's got to get to 38, 40%. He's got to get around that ball game.
Why is he? Why would he be underperforming in Pima County?
You know, that's interesting. I think part of this may be who told us they were going to vote when. I'm not sure we could say he's extremely overperforming with any group yet, but it would probably be that Biden did a little bit better with Maricopa, definitely with seniors in Maricopa, and then maybe Hispanics in Arizona are not moving like we're seeing Hispanics in some other places. Because everywhere else on this map tonight, Steve, his increase among Hispanics has blunted the damage from where he lost white voters in some areas. Clearly not in the Midwest, but other areas. North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, the Sun Belt. And then when you go out to Arizona, very similar to some of these states out, places in very similar places in Texas. So that could be it there. But again, that margin is not impossible. And then there's also nothing out of Apache yet, which will go heavy for the president. I do want to note, in order to get him to a small lead in our poll, I needed to see 63% in Yavapai. Right now, I'm seeing about 60.5. That's got to tick up higher.
So he seems, from your polling and what the analytics, you believe right now President Trump is in certain areas underperforming. I don't want to say significantly, but underperforming.
Yeah, absolutely. In Arizona.
In Arizona.
And even in some, and even in some other areas. North Carolina was 3.5 last time. It's now 1.7. It's the professional class here, Steve. That's what it is. When we asked about generation, first generation voters, ironically, the top 5 states, California, Illinois, New York, Ohio, and Florida. That's who moves to Arizona. And they were actually his best group at 58%. Second generation, professional class. So you moved to Arizona, had kids, they grew up, you put them through college, the liberal system made them liberal, and now they're liberal, right? And then you get to third generation and you're back on the Trump train, but you're only on the Trump train 52% now. So that must mean somewhere some slippage with seniors in Arizona. Has to be.
Okay, I want to ask you, he's underperforming for seniors. What about the Republican establishment? You and I talked about, I think it was 7% of registered Republicans were not voting for Trump when you did your poll. And your poll basically had Trump winning at about 2% to 2.5%. Do I remember that correctly?
Yep, that's it.
Okay.
If there's a miss tonight, it'll be here.
Fine, but 2%. But where do you think that miss came from? Right now, do you see establishment Republicans coming back home because of any state? This is where you had the McCain factor. This is where you had Sidney McCain. The Lincoln Project was all over this. You had, obviously, you got, I think it's around Casa Grande. You've got the Jeff Flake crowd and others. Have they come home? Did Glorious ACB bring the establishment home in Arizona? Are they still, is this Never Trump movement out there? Is this having an impact tonight?
That's why I need Maricopa to update, because this next wave, if it is not as strong, Steve, as it has been in everywhere else, Georgia, Texas, North Carolina, if it's not strong like that, then it's that they made a bigger impact than in Arizona, because they have more influence there, than in the rest of the country. But either way, I think it's a pretty safe bet. There's about 7.5%. That's what they represent out there. And in an election like this, you really can't give that up. I also will say, too, though, out here in Navajo, all right, that just now, if we look at the Senate map, it just now got almost half. This is that male voter I was telling you about that gave Trump a little bit of an edge, and she's not pulling it off here. This is a real problem for McSally out here.
Yeah.
That tells me they didn't do it. They just couldn't. They'll vote for Trump, but they won't vote for her.
Okay, I want to go to Wisconsin. If for some reason Arizona is a defeat tonight, that makes Wisconsin absolutely essential if Donald Trump wants to win the re-election here. Let's go to, if we quickly, we only got you for about a minute. Can we put that Wisconsin map up? Can you update us on where you think we stand in Wisconsin? Because I got to tell you, of all the things, I had Wisconsin in my 289 that I put out yesterday. I thought Wisconsin and Pennsylvania would fall, but I also thought we'd get Arizona. What about, and I thought it was a reach on Wisconsin at the time. You had, I think, Biden still up 3, but you thought it was trending to Trump, but I think your final number was Biden 2.5 or 3. What are you seeing tonight that's different? And directionally, do you think this is something that Trump can pull off?
Yeah, so here's the thing, and this is why we did see some of that. Here's the late vote breaking in Ashland. This is a county where establishment Republicans, your Mitt Romneys, your Paul Ryans, they'll just get creamed. And then here's Bayfield. That is about what I expected. Douglas, Donald Trump is carrying. That is a pivot county. You go back to the Supreme Court election, the conservatives get romped here among these northern counties. This is why I thought it was trending to Trump. A couple of points for Biden meant a bigger win in Ashland, a bigger win in Bayfield, more like 33, 35% for Trump. Douglas, Biden carries. What we're seeing here, Douglas is widening out. And then down here in Milwaukee, Donald Trump actually ticked up in the last increase in Milwaukee, and he's just under 40% of the vote. Joe Biden is significantly underperforming here. They got about half their vote in, maybe even potentially 6 out of 10. It's just that Biden needs this to widen out. Dane County now is almost in. At most, they have a quarter left. So this leaves a lot of Trump votes still out. Half. Look at Washburn. That's only 16% in. Trump's killing it there. And down here, Racine tightened a little bit, but I mean, it's going to be hard for Joe Biden to flip at this point. And then you have Kenosha, the scene of the riots, a lot of votes there, half left, and Trump is doing very well there. So this would have to be his path, because I do think Green probably will flip when it comes in, and then Iowa is too close for comfort for Joe Biden. So if really Trump just starts taking all this, leaves Dane, leaves Milwaukee, yet he's performing better there, then that would be his path forward. He lost La Crosse last time. He's competing for it tonight.
Okay, last thing, 30 seconds, you got to go. If you're in Joe Biden's camp tonight, if they're looking at that map in Wisconsin and they understand they could lose the presidency right here after potentially having an upset in Arizona, and you're looking at that map, something that the Washington Post told you less than a week ago that you were up 17 points, where are you looking that you're going to get votes? What are you praying that happens in what sections of that state?
This has to be a fluke. Milwaukee has to be a fluke, Steve. It has to be. He can't be at 39, 40%. He started at around 37 there and started to tick up. Dane has to have more votes than they thought before, and that's really, I mean, it's starting to look bleak. That's really it. That's the path.
You think that there could be an upset in Wisconsin tonight for Donald Trump if this trend continues?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
If you had told me at the beginning of the week, sir, that he would lose Arizona and win Wisconsin, because I thought I went really on a limb on my 289 to pick Wisconsin, but God bless you. Okay, Richard Barish, you're the best in the business. You've proven it tonight. You've proven it what you've done over the last couple of weeks. We're going to let you go. We're going to get you back here in a little while, and we're going to take a short break, let everybody refuel. We're going to let Barish go back to his computers and his analysis and get some updates for us when he comes back. We're going to have other guests. This is a dogfight. The one thing we know, that there is a bold red predicate being set tonight. Jack Maxey, you're absolutely correct. Jack Maxey, when he heard all this about a blowout, about a Mondale-type crushing of Donald Trump and the Trump movement, he laughed at it. He said, this is nothing but information warfare. This is all nonsense. It's not going to happen. And I think we're seeing it tonight. Donald J. Trump, win, lose, or draw, this is going to be tight. This is a fight. There's no Charlie Cook and you guys. Last night, Charlie Cook, you were a disgrace. You were a disgrace. You ought to hang the cleats up. To go on Lawrence O'Donnell and mock and ridicule the President of the United States, said he was going to lose in an epic, historic landslide, just shows what a complete hack you have become. Okay, and the other guys were hacks beforehand, but at least Charlie Cook and some others had some reputation. Before we go, Midge, what do you got for us?
I've got a little bit of breaking news, some projections. Fox is projecting is that Alabama Senate seat will flip from Democrat to Republican, with Tuberville, the Republican, over Jones, the Democrat. Yep. And NBC is reporting something similar might happen in Michigan, saying
this is huge,
saying that we might pick up a Republican.
John James.
John James.
Tell you, the attack helicopter pilot from West Point is one of the greatest candidates out there. This would be amazing. And if John James wins, guys, hopefully President Trump can have an upset in Michigan. I got to tell you, Peters is a stiff, and I think it's the folks in Michigan. And I'll tell you another thing. I think it's the African American community saying, "Hey, look, we don't need just to take another Democrat. We like the cut of this guy's jib." Right, and he's a guy that's going to go someplace. This guy's a superstar.
And what's interesting right now, if you look at the whole vote, James is beating his Senate opposition at a larger number than Trump is beating Biden in the same state. Now they're both well ahead, but I think that leads to what you're talking about, Steve. People went out there and split their vote.
I got to tell you, this is really going to be. Hey, I picked, as you know, I picked Tuberville over Jones, and I picked James as the upset victor in Michigan to hold the Senate. But I got to tell you, on James, it was more of a prayer than really. I have tremendous belief in this guy. He's just a great young man. Okay, we're going to take a short break. Don't go away. We're going to have AVN coverage is going to come up. We're going to take a short break, kind of get reorganized here. We're going to come back with more analytics. We know what you want. You want the details. You want the granularity. You've come to the place to get it. We're also going to get Bill McGinley back up here, talk about the lawfare, talk about what legal warfare is being prepped. Special global edition. We've got our Chinese colleagues right next door doing the first free broadcast of free Chinese ever on an election night. We got John Fredericks, the radio network of the deplorables. We got AVN, Real America's Voice. We got them all here. It's a gathering of the tribes. We're going to take a short break. You get to see Real America's Voice coverage. We'll be back momentarily with Richard Barris, Big Data Polling, and the crew here for War Room.
War Room, Global Election Night Special Edition, will return after this.
stories high, on the boats and in the trains, from Alaskan snow to the Arizona sky. My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. This is America. This is America. This is America. Oh, this is America. Yeah. Everywhere across this land, day or night, liberty and freedom's in the air. If you've been searching for paradise, look around 'cause you're already there. Woo! Come on! My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty. This is America. This is America. This is America. Oh, this is America. This is America. This is America. This is America. Born free in the USA. Yeah, I'm proud to be American made. I pledge allegiance to the red, white, and blue, with liberty and justice for me and you. They say home is where you lay your head. I say mine's the land of the free. America, land of the spacious skies. America, where the eagle flies. America, home of the pilgrim's pride. She's still shining like a light. Oh, America. From every father to every son, for every battle fought and every war we've won. Yes, this home is one we made together, side by side. We believe in the dream. America, land of the spacious
this is a special global edition, our global coverage from War Room with our partners G News and GTV. You know, we're the War Room pandemic crowd early in the morning. You got Raheem Kassam, Stephen K. Bannon, Jack Maxey's going to join us after he finishes over at the buffet table, because he's going to try and get a little warm too. But we have a very special guest here. Remember, right next to us, we're having a live broadcast of the Free Chinese from the diaspora into mainland China. What they're doing right now is really recording for the first time in history a live presidential election. And of course, one of the commentators over there is our own Dr. Yan. We'd like to take credit for of helping her get out of China, but really helping her become the media superstar she's become. Dr. Yan, here's the thing that's so surprising is that this entire campaign with the mail-in votes, all this thing we have, comes from the CCP virus. The whole Biden hard drive from hell that really changed at the end of the campaign, changed the direction of the direction of the campaign. It gave President Trump some urgency. Also took Biden off the campaign trail. Also was about the Chinese Communist Party compromising the Biden family. Are you kind of shocked that you got here to the United States? You're a defector at great risk to your family and your personal life to kind of come to the United States and see that not just the Democratic Party, but none of the elites in our country want to talk about the Chinese Communist Party, and they particularly don't want to talk about the CCP virus.
I have to say, yes, it makes me surprised, but not that shocked. Because we know the Chinese Communist Party very well. I mean, back to China, we know how powerful it is. And we know how it is used to everyone's weakness to get you work for them or scare of them. So in this case, I know that in US, of course, it's, human beings world. So Chinese Communist Party know how to use the human's weakness. But still, I didn't realize that there are so many scientists or so many other people in the pharmaceutical or in other fields. They don't want to face to the fact. They prefer to see that it's more political things than a global health issue. But what I want to tell you is this one actually is not political. You guys make it political. You call it CCP virus. It's the right way because in medicine scientific world, we can nominate the virus from the people who discover it, or we can nominate something to the people who invent it. And in this way, Chinese Communist Party really has done that. They manipulate the bad virus and make it become the human adapted lethal virus. So it is the Chinese Communist Party virus. And also, I want to tell people, don't try to blame people when they use CCP virus, because we Chinese people, we come from that country. We are happy that the world can distinguish Chinese Communist Party with the Chinese people. We are innocent. We are also victim. It's the Communist Party lead all this historic pandemic. And I hope the people who still work with them can realize these things. You may get the benefit temporarily, but finally, as us, you are only the lettuce in their salad in the daily life.
Okay, I want to announce here briefly, Raheem, we've got some, by the way, Richard Barris is going to be joining Fog City Midge, myself, Jack Maxey, Raheem Kassam in about 10 minutes with an update on Wisconsin and Arizona. But Fox News, I think, is called Arizona for Biden. That's a major blow. We should be very watchful now that Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, Michigan become absolutely essential in this. Midge, what do you got?
Well, on that note, apparently the campaign's not happy. A lot of people are claiming that it's too early to call Arizona. Sarah Huckabee Sanders is live outside the White House right now, making a statement about that. And Jason Miller tweeted, it's way too soon to be calling Arizona, way too soon. We believe over 2/3 of those outstanding Election Day voters are going to be for Trump. Can't believe Fox was so anxious to pull the trigger here after taking so long to call Florida. Wow.
And also they were very quick on the trigger. Fox was very quick on the trigger. Kind of gave a misdirection play about Georgia earlier in the evening. Raheem, what do you got about this?
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we heard for so very long about the farcical nature of calling the results earlier, right?
Yeah.
That's what the Transition Integrity Project
Yes,
told
yes,
us.
yes,
That's what
yes.
all the others told us. And yet, without all of the results in currently, they're trying to call Arizona. Now, look, does Arizona look bad for Donald Trump? Yeah, it does, okay? There's no doubt about that.
No, he has to get 3-1. He has to get 3-1 out of Maricopa County.
Fine, but
That's
we
a
were
reach.
told no early calls. We were told that you are not allowed to misrepresent the thing until every vote has been counted. And every vote has not been counted in
100%.
Arizona, and yet the establishment media is making calls. That's a nonsense by their own terms.
You got update on the Senate seat in Arizona?
Yeah, and they're also saying that Democrats have flipped an Arizona Senate seat. Mark Kelly, Democrat.
Captain Kelly, the
claiming
astronaut, Gabby Giffords' husband. I want to go back quickly to Dr. Yan. Dr. Yan, Fauci comes in the other day and says the worst of the pandemic hasn't hit us. I want for our audience right now, there's supposed to be a vaccine. President Trump has kind of been pushing this. From your opinion as, I think, the smartest person, you've come out of China, you're both a doctor and a PhD, you ran the lab that was the WHO lab. If you were an American, would you be welcoming this vaccine right now, or would you be very standoffish on the vaccine?
I just want to tell people that traditional vaccine may be the injected ones, as you say, in the needle. But actually, for vaccine, the function is the most important thing. The function is to prevent you to get the disease. So in this case, all the vaccines have its own weakness. It cannot cover 100% protection, and it always have side effect. And also for the mutant virus like influenza or this kind of coronavirus, you cannot expect a good vaccine in a short while, even in quite a long while. But we do have hydroxychloroquine. It can help you to get prevention, and also they have the extensive function like the early stage treatment combined with azithromycin and azithromycin and also the zinc. So why don't you?
Azithromycin.
Yeah. Why don't you choose that one just because you want to get the needle or you want to get the nose spray? But you don't like these cheap drugs which can protect you and have less the side effect, which was shown to be useful for even pregnant lady and kids.
Yeah. So we've been shut out of our Twitter account, and Dr. Yan's about to get us taken down from YouTube because she brought up hydroxychloroquine. Thank you, Dr. Yan. I want to thank you. The great broadcast we have is about to be taken down. Last thing, Europe's in a new surge or a new wave. It's starting to come back here in the United States. In your mind, is the CCP virus going to continue to get worse until we get into the lab and find out what's going on? Or what do you think happens? Is there going to be more mutations?
Finally, I want to say mutation always exists because it's the nature of the coronavirus. The second thing is China government and even Dr. Fauci already warned you there will be worse situation happen. Trust me, from the intelligence and how I know the government, I know that means they try to warn the world. If you don't listen to Chinese Communist Party, they will spread more other type of lethal passage. It can be coronavirus or it can be other type of things, can be high lethal or high contagious, whatever. If you still want to face to this kind of high risk, you can wait to WHO and some other corrupted scientists come to do so-called investigation in China and make their deal. If not, listen to the truth, that is take down the Chinese Communist Party, and then everything can be solved after a while.
Take down the CCP. Dr. Yan, thank you very much. One of the great heroes. She came to America as a defector to tell the world about exactly what went on in Wuhan. You've become really a star and a great patriot. We really thank you. And I know all the Chinese people thank you. You guys are doing a great job next door. I hope to wander over in the law ball. Thank you, Dr. Yan. Dr. Mi-Ling Yan from Hong Kong University joining us tonight. We're going to get Richard Barris back here in a moment. Midge, you got any updates for us?
I have an update. Breaking news. Fox News calls Ohio for Trump.
That's big. By the way, what's the percentage there, Jack? Because Richard Barris said it'd be between 3 and 5%. Is it 3 and 5% yet?
Let me pull up Ohio.
Okay.
And I have
That's a big win. We got the two foundational elements we said we needed. Ohio and Florida. It looks like you're holding 2 out of the 3. We're still not sure about North Carolina, but it looks like Georgia, North Carolina trending towards President Trump. Arizona, Of course, the White House is very upset about this, particularly Fox News called it before CNN. Fox News is a little quick on the trigger on the Biden calls, aren't they?
Yeah.
Just saying.
Extraordinary.
Looks like
Steve,
they are.
right now with 88% reporting, Donald Trump has a +8 in Ohio.
+8. I got to tell you, maybe they're going to do what they did in 16. At one point, with 49% of the vote in, he was, 12 points down, 15 points down. So I think it started 20 points down. It was a real, kind of a nail biter there. What else you got for us, Midge?
So an interesting, this is coming out right now, Kenosha, Wisconsin, is reporting 63.9% for Trump,
Wow.
34.5% Biden. And remember, this is a heavy Democrat area. So clearly the law and order messaging is coming through loud and clear, and the people are choosing Trump because they want law and order in their city.
Reince Priebus, you got to be very proud. It's the hometown of Reince, Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Wow.
I got to tell you, that the size of the victory coming out of Kenosha, and where you're seeing other people in Wisconsin that want law and order, this could be another massive upset. Washington Post, ABC came out with a poll, 5 days ago? 3 days ago, had him 17 points down. That's purely information warfare. That's a suppression move to try to get you to make sure that you don't vote in Wisconsin. It looks like it hasn't worked. How much is he up in Wisconsin right now?
He's up by 51% to 46. So he's got 1,090,000 votes versus 995,000. His spread last time he won by 31,000 votes.
Wow.
And right now he's already 100,000 votes ahead.
Not in Wisconsin, much less than that, wasn't it?
I think it was like 31 or 29,000
I think it was 21 because, and I think it was 10 in Michigan. I might have those reversed. It was 42 and thing. It was very tight. So
Have we done New York 11, Max Rose?
No, we have not. Staten Island. There's
Local,
Vishbura.
You got to get in the shot here, Vish. Local Daily Staten Island Advance says Republican Nicole Maliotakis has declared victory over Democrat incumbent Max Rose in New York's 11th congressional
Max Rose is a
district.
combat Marine, but I got to tell you, Max, you can't walk back. Didn't he vote for impeachment? People in Staten Island got a long memory.
I tell you what, Steve, this is to me
That's a
an
stunning
upset.
That's a huge upset.
Remember the woman who we talked to yesterday? Is one of our fans in Long Island, and she said this was coming, and she's been contacting us for weeks. She said you go into every pizza place, everyone is quietly giving each other a fist pump for Donald Trump, and there we see it happening.
These are two massive upsets. I think Staten Island's an upset. Max Rose was one of the top guys they had in the Democratic Party. He was a combat veteran. He really played to that Staten Island crowd. Huge patriots. He beat a great guy. The U.S. Attorney Donovan, who was there, had been there for many years. And I got to tell you, this is a big win. Just like down in Florida, Salazar winning against a former cabinet. Clinton cabinet member. Those are two big upsets in the Hill. What do we have? Midge?
Fox News just gave Trump a path to 273 tonight, and that's without Pennsylvania.
Without Pennsylvania.
That's what they're reporting.
Okay, we got to get in back of that because that must mean Michigan and Wisconsin tonight. With losing Arizona, I'm not sure if that math works, but let's go for it. What is Fox saying on that? We're going to get Richard Barris back here in a minute. 273, ladies and gentlemen, would be a victory, right? And if he can get a victory tonight without Arizona, that is a stunning upset. I think it far outweighs 2016 because in 16, remember, they didn't take it seriously. They thought we were just this kind of, ragged band of pirates that had kind of gotten on the Trump train and that Donald Trump was a joke. They thought he was a reality TV star, a failed entrepreneur, failed real estate developer. They mocked and ridiculed him the entire way. Hillary Clinton didn't even go to Wisconsin. She didn't think it was worth a trip to go to Wisconsin to talk to any of the blue-collar Democrats there because she didn't, she thought she would blow Trump out. This time, for 4 years, they've been waiting for him. I mean, the tech oligarchs, the mainstream media, the entire Democratic Party, corporate America, the Wall Street, everything Trump's tried to do, particularly in taking on the Chinese Communist Party, they have pushed back on. And I got to tell you, tonight, particularly when he's been so down, and I got to tell you, the guy who's, I think, the end of the career tonight, if I can say it, is Matt Drudge. You've been an embarrassment. You have been part of the information warfare of the elite, of the establishment. You try to destroy Trump. All your headlines are garbage. You've been pushing nonstop that Trump is going to lose in a landslide. You're just dead wrong. It's been a real embarrassment of what
we
you've
have an
become.
announcement if you want to do it.
Okay, so speaking of that, Raheem, why don't you go ahead and tell us what we got and tell us what we're going to put up tonight.
If you're not happy with Matt Drudge, if you're not happy with the current state of news aggregation that's available out there right now, we have a very special announcement for you right now. We teased it on the War Room this morning. Bannonswarroom.com, that's Bannonswarroom.com, is forevermore from here on out, and as we announce it here on the rooftop overlooking the Capitol building, historic night, Bannonswarroom.com is going to be your news aggregator of choice. You head on over to Bannonswarroom.com and you'll be able to get all the latest breaking news as Stephen K. Bannon sees fit.
Well, it may be, and it may look like a certain type of website. We wanted something that people could feel like they're home, but this is going to have the populist nationalist perspective on it, and we guarantee it's going to be not just real news, but we think we do a pretty good job between the hedge funds, the capital markets, finance, geopolitics, and populist economics, and also the central thing is taking down the CCP. You're going to get all of that in one news aggregator, and then access to everything else. So we're really proud. I'm really proud of the team of putting it together. We also want to make sure Jack Maxey knows he's the new editor-in-chief. Raheem and I will just give some guidance. So Jack will have a new toy to play with come the morning. Hoorah! Okay. Do we have our guy Barris? We're going to get him back in a minute. Give the update. What's Fox saying about Wisconsin right now?
Well, they're just saying that we've got 71% of the vote in Wisconsin, and Trump is up by 5%. So that's sort of what's leading that projection.
I tell you, if Donald Trump can close on North Carolina, close on Wisconsin, close on Pennsylvania, you could lose Arizona. Unbelievably as it sounds, you could lose Arizona and still win the presidency tonight or early tomorrow morning. So we've got, of course, they're going to be saying, count all the votes, etc. I think the president's really got to. I think the president tonight has to take charge of this. I think he's going to see the news media is not his friend. Okay, we're going to go to Richard Barris. I want to thank Dr. Yang. We're going to be back over to the. To the Chinese side. That's doing a great broadcast. G News, GTV. We're going to bring in Richard Barris, our analyst, the guy at Big Data Polling. So, Richard, first off, Fox News has called Arizona as a defeat for President Trump. They've called it for Biden. But Jason Miller, our old wingman here, our co-host in the War Room, is out. I guess he's out in front of the White House saying that absolutely no way. It's too early to call it. There's plenty of votes there. So what do you think?
I agree with him. Steve, this is crazy. Fox News is clearly playing a role here. They're using Arizona to hold off counting on the rest of the country and to make this seem like it's not over tonight, that the president's path has narrowed. The fact of the matter is he has been doing two things tonight that makes calling Arizona incorrect. He has been defying his election day vote total, and he's been defying that break. He has routinely erased 15-point leads in early votes. For them to do this, yet wait 2 hours to call the state of Florida, when Fontes, the Maricopa County recorder, just decided not to. He just stopped. It froze. It's outrageous. I mean, Steve, it's outrageous.
Okay,
I've never seen anything like this in my life.
I think this is Fox. I think this is Fox News, which is different than the opinion side. I think it's Fox News picking a side. But let's go to the map. Let's go to your best when we were talking about the data. Let's go and make your case of while Fox News was quick on the trigger. We got Fog City Midge. She's all worked up about this one, right? She's been a Fox fan for a long time. It's breaking her heart.
It has been breaking my heart. What's going on over there at Fox? I'm concerned. They've been making some good calls tonight and some bad calls tonight, so I don't know what's going on. Okay,
so let's get the Richard, if you can put up your chart. Let's put up your map of Arizona, and I want to specifically
take a look at it.
Yeah, I want to take a look, and listen. Let's go back in time. You actually, in your polling, in your analysis, and you get deep into these states. You actually, as we talked about the other night, you were doing Arizona, one of the last ones. We talked about how critical it was on that second tranche, the tranche of North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona, that would stay on the foundation of Ohio and Florida for a Trump victory. This was one, quite frankly, that I think you felt the most comfortable about. Your final number was around 2.5 or 2.7%. Let's go through that, where we are now, and I want you to make the case for our audience of why you think why you think Fox was too quick on the trigger for calling this against President Trump and for Biden. And all I can tell you is the great guys of the campaign, led by our old partner here in the war room, Jason Miller, he's taken the analysis, I'm sure, of all the hard work of Greg Manns and Steve Cortez, but they're fired up over at the White House right now. They think this is outrageous. Why do you agree with them?
All right, let me give them the data behind that, right? I'll save the yelling for them, but it is outrageous, Steve. The bottom line is we're talking about an 8-point lead, routinely erased tonight, and here's why it can happen. Maricopa County right there, 54-44, with actually less of the vote reported than the total vote statewide, okay? In the end, and then Patchy came in for Joe Biden, maybe a couple hundred votes. Maybe that's what they're thinking. But in the end, what we saw in our polling was that the voter in Maricopa was going to come home and he was going to basically fight him to a draw in Maricopa, but it had to be done with that election day vote. In that first run of early ballots, in that first week, the polling was horrible for Donald Trump on who voted. In that second week, it got a little bit better, which is why it looks now like 10. And then in the election day vote, he could have fought that to a near draw, basically. And that's what he was doing in our polling to pull ahead. In Pima County, there's still a lot of vote in Pima. He needs to get to 40. But this has been the trend all night where he absolutely could. So this call was early, and it makes no sense when you put it up against Florida being over 2 hours before they call that. By the way, I can also say Texas is safely in the column of the president.
What do you think Texas is going to end up? What kind of spread? That's the thing about that. Texas is now turned in. I think it's pretty big. It's over 5%.
Yeah, it's we got it right now, almost 6. There is a little bit left. If we take a look at the map, which we could do right here, the burbs around Dallas, see them? This is Dallas, guys. He didn't do that bad there, but he got killed, of course. It's basically in. Dallas is in. The burbs around Dallas really needed to go for Biden for him to put a run on this. In truth, Biden is underperforming Beto pretty significantly. This is not even a Beto Cruz map. This is a dominant Republican map, or at least it will be, although I would worry about it going forward. Here's Harris, by the way, also another stronghold for Democrats. Steve is at 42%, the president, 42.5% in Harris. There's just nowhere else for Biden to get votes. And as this map fills in, it will get more red. And I think the president's headed for an 8-point win in Texas.
Wow.
I really do.
I got to tell you that.
Georgia, look, the decision desk finally called it. I did say I was going to do it. When I got on with you, I said, listen, Texas is over. We're calling it. And then Georgia, too. Georgia is on the way to being called. The president just keeps widening out his lead there.
And what is Georgia going to come in at?
Well, this is why I think a lot of the vote is remaining in some of these smaller counties. You see 74% here, but most of it is basically in. And then the blue counties, Biden won. He's got some. That's less than 99. That's about 99. Same thing, 99. So he's about maxed out. There are some votes in the Atlanta suburbs, but not enough, Steve, to offset what is 450,000 margin. And then you'll have some of these smaller red counties. See Lumpkin over there. You're going to have some 1,000 spread here, 1,000 spread there. The president's going to come in pretty big in Georgia. I think it's going to be pretty big. It's going to be like, I would say 11 points. It's going to be big.
Hold on. He's going to win Georgia by 11 points?
Yeah, he seriously could win Georgia by, well, if it shrinks down in the burbs and these others don't come in, maybe it goes down to 8 or 9. But I would say low end 6.5, high end 11.
6.5 to 11. We were worried about that one at the beginning of the broadcast. Let's go to North Carolina. Let's drill down there.
Yeah.
Where do you think you're? So you've called Texas. You've basically called Georgia. Put that in its category. What do you talk about North Carolina right now?
So this still looks like 1.5, 1 to 1.5. If some of the counties come in a little bit better, he could inch up to about 1.7. But this is another race. Honestly, we're on the brink of calling. Orange is almost out. Guilford is out. My argument here is this, Steve. Mecklenburg is at now 100% almost. Are they supposed to tell? I mean, really, what is the likelihood that over the next 9 days they find 100,000 ballots and they break for Joe Biden 90-10? We have seen nowhere in the country where anything broke for Joe Biden 90-10. So that ends us up really where we started, around 1.5, 1.2.
Okay, I want to bring in Bill real quickly. When you say on North Carolina at 1% to 1.5%, how many mail-in votes are not? How many mail-in votes, Richard, are that not included? Can this be called tonight? I mean, can we put this one to bed? Or at 1%, are they going to say that's too tight and it's just going to be hanging out there? Since ballots that are postmarked by tonight still have 9 days, and I don't know what they're doing for mail delivery down in rural Carolina. But 9 days. Is there that many votes that are potentially outstanding with mail-ins that have not been counted that they couldn't call North Carolina tonight?
No, they're not there. That's the point I'm trying to make to Decision Desk and others right there. They have the numbers like I have the numbers. North Carolina, there were only 1 million, and not only, but compare this to the actual vote share. 1,455,328 total ballot requests for absentee. At the time that voting began this morning, there were already 4.6 nearly million votes cast. So the president got out about another million voters, and this is why he was able to dent some, leads everywhere. And think about that, Steve, what I just said right there. He got out another million basically, and yet he won them by such a big share. He erased Biden's 12-point lead in that 4.6 nearly million votes. That is why I am saying what Fox is doing in Arizona is derelict. He took 1 million votes and erased a 12-point lead in a 4.6 million voter pool. That's less than a quarter, folks. That's less than a quarter. Do some quick math in your head and tell me how much the president's been winning election day votes. 3 to 1.
Okay, I want to give Bill McGinley, just for after we finish with Richard, I want to give you a heads up. We're hearing from people in Pennsylvania. They've cut off counting in Philadelphia.
They have.
Yes. I mean, is this where the games start? Is this where they're going to start to try to play Smash Mouth? They're going to hold back Philly until they got to find out how many votes they got to make up in the rest of the state. Then they're going to be voting by the ballot down there. Is that the situation? I mean, Richard Barris, I want to go to you first and then Bill McGinley. Why do you cut off counting in Philadelphia right now when this whole thing hangs in the balance? And why are you not going to call North Carolina when there's not enough votes out there?
Donald Trump flipped Bucks. That decision came. We heard that right after Bucks flipped. They've been fighting with a 2-point lead there. By the way, I just have to say, because you got to own it when you own it, Biden did take Lackawanna a little bit, but Monroe did go, and it went big, 24 points for Donald Trump. And almost 30 points in Luzerne. So Trump has a big lead here now, even if they got another 500,000 votes. That would net Biden about 280,000 in what's outstanding in the Southeast. It wouldn't be enough. That's my point. It would not be enough. And we know we went into Election Day. We looked at the numbers before we came on. It was only 660,000 in Philadelphia. This is where the game begins. I hate to say it, but that's the reality, Steve. It really is.
So, Bill McGinley, for Richard Barris, do you agree in North Carolina and in Philadelphia and Pennsylvania, they're starting to play the games now?
Yeah, well, look, this is where the lawyers got to step up and be pretty aggressive, right? I mean, the first thing that's probably going to be happening, especially in Philadelphia, is that the Trump and Republican lawyers are going to be out there contacting the election administrators, seeking explanations and assurances that these ballots are going to be secure. Right? They're going to start pressing them on what's going to happen tomorrow morning, who's going to show up, and which watchers are going to be permitted into the room. The Democrats are going to be doing the same thing. We've seen this before where they paused the count if they don't think they're going to get through the evening, and they're going to try and do this. But this is where the lawyers on the ground in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, got to step up and make sure that those ballots are secure, and make sure that nothing is going to happen to them. There's any number of things that could happen here. My guess is that the Democrats are starting to go back and do exactly what I said. They're going to start thinking about the postal office. They're going to start thinking about what ballots could be on the ground in the postal facility.
They got to find votes right now, right?
Yeah.
They know they got the denominator. They know what the target is. They got to solve for their part of the equation, which we've got to find more
And look,
than what these out.
Credit where credit is due. Democrats typically have pretty good data. So my guess is that one of the things that they're doing is they're going back, and their data and political folks are going back through to find the voters who requested mail-in ballots, to be able to contact them to find out whether or not they deposited it into the post office. Because if they did, they're going to start getting affidavits from those folks and use it as a predicate to go in and start searching the postal facilities. The Democratic lawyers are thinking addition, right? And in some ways, the Trump campaign needs to be doing the same in North Carolina, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. They need to be going back through their data to see which voters that they have who requested ballots, put it in the mail, and didn't get in. You need to prepare to be adding whether you're on top or whether you're on the under the underdog. This is something that needs to start happening now.
I want to go back just for North Carolina. It hasn't been called. You're not prepared to call it yet. It's very tight. But do the math for the audience about the number of votes are outstanding, because this is the concept of being able to call it tonight instead of this, you got to wait till November 12th to all the ballots are in. Do the math for us, Richard, once again, where you're saying this is nonsense. This could be called tonight.
This can be called tonight. They're ballot hunting. They're ballot fishing. There were 1,455,328 absentee ballots requested during early voting. There were already 4,561,016 votes cast before Trump got another million to the polls. So in the end, he won 1 million voters so big that he erased that lead that Biden had, 12 points out of nearly 4.6 million votes. The idea that those ballots, first of all, Steve, have not been requested anyway. It's just not reality. The math is not there. It's just not there.
And this is also your argument for why you think Fox is calling Arizona quickly, because Trump has shown the ability. Your argument that, hey, he could close on 3-1 as you get down to Maricopa County and clean it up in the last 20%. He's done it before all night. And this is why you think they're way too quick on the trigger for calling Arizona. And clearly Jason Miller, our former partner here in the war room, the guys in the campaign are outraged that this thing was called.
Then they should be. Steve, they should. He's been doing it all night. That's been the pattern.
Okay, can we go?
And they know it.
I want to go up to Michigan. We've got a Senate race up there that looks tight. But is Michigan? Jack Maxey keeps giving me the elbow. Is Michigan in play here? Could Trump tonight recreate taking down the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin? Get the trifecta again? Is this going to be as you see it today, right now? Is there enough votes out there for Biden to come back and really take on Trump in Michigan?
Yeah, let's take a look at the presidential race first, and then we'll go to John James, who is doing just a little bit better than Donald Trump. But the fact of the matter is they're both doing what they need to do to win. Here's the secret sauce for Michigan for a Republican candidate. You're going to lose Oakland County. How much are you going to lose it by? We had Trump down by 16, Steve. 16. He's only losing it by 7 points right now. And it does look a little bit better for Biden than it did earlier. So I'll give him that. But this is not the margin that Biden needs, because to win, you have to use Macomb right here, which Trump has increased his margin by nearly 10 points, roughly 10 points, folks. That's big. And you use Macomb to fight Oakland to a draw, nearly a draw. Then you use Monroe, which Trump is carrying overwhelmingly, to outweigh that equation. Then you have Wayne, you have Washtenaw, and you have Ingham. You have to use almost everything else in the rest of the state. This is going to flip soon anyway. I guess it has. It came in 6 points for Biden. Still not a big deal. Trump has the momentum. He has the numbers in these other counties to offset Wayne. And if you go to Wayne, something very interesting, both Donald Trump and John James are performing exceptionally well in Maine. Exceptionally well. They're both in the 40s, which is stunning. And dare I say, there's just no way to do that without getting a decent lion's share of the African American vote.
But is this what Jack Maxey, Richard? Is this what Jack Maxey's been saying about? There's a realignment going on, and you can see it in South Florida. You can see it in Detroit. You're seeing Hispanics and African Americans start to respond to the populist economic nationalist message of Donald Trump. You know, Maxey's been beating this drum for a long time. Do you see that? Do you think right now in Michigan tonight, because you and I walked through what could be a path for Trump to have victory in Michigan, and this is exactly what you talked about the other day. Macomb County is the home of the Reagan Democrats. You said he's got to win Macomb, he's got to win it big, offset Oakland, and then he's got to fight. He's got to get in there and take some votes out of Detroit. Is this what you're seeing?
Yeah, this is what he's got to do. I'm seeing, and just to bring it up and see what we're talking about, he would not have done as well as he has done tonight without this realignment. There's just no doubt. In Florida, in Texas, he did exceptionally well among Western Texans in areas that Republicans don't do well with. That is a Mexican working class vote out there. And there was some hint of that even in the New York Times poll, which was abysmal. Obviously, they were horrible. But there was hints of that. They chose not to believe that voter, Steve. And from this point forward, what Donald Trump has proven tonight is where the path is forward for the Republican Party. They need to not they need to not resist him like they have been doing over the last 4 years, because there's just no doubt this is the only path if the Republican Party wants to be a national force in the future.
Okay. By the way, let's report that. That's Biden deputy campaign manager saying what? Is that just false bravado?
That's Rufus Gifford saying, "We're going to win."
Is that just putting the stiff upper lip, or they know something we don't? Before we let you go, Richard, we know you got to jump here. You're going to be back a little later. We now are in the 4th of November, the year of our Lord 2020. We've actually gone into the next day. But remember, when we won in 2016, it wasn't until 2:30 in the morning. So, Richard, I just want to give a snapshot in 60 seconds. No, you got to bounce. Wisconsin and Michigan. Where do you think we stand right now? And do you see Trump having momentum that these two, which to me would be a major upset, that he would take both Wisconsin and Michigan, that you had polls coming out in the last week that showed him 12 down, showed him 17 down, that basically these were not competitive. Where do you see these two before we let you go?
Yeah, I mean, I have to say they lean to Trump right now. Michigan and Wisconsin lean to Trump. Steve, he's doing what he did in 2016, but he's doing it bigger. Again, I go to Michigan and I point out these two because this is really what it's all about. Here's Macomb. He's winning it by 33 points. He only had 56% of the vote there in 2016. I don't mean only, because that was a feat for a Republican candidate back then. And nothing's like that since Reagan. We're now at 66%. And in Oakland, Biden is only up by 7. This is more than a draw, folks. This is more than a draw. This is turning into a thumping in Michigan. More than a draw.
What about, real quickly, what about Wisconsin?
Wisconsin, similar thing playing out there, although it did tighten a little bit. What we see is really, here's Milwaukee, Donald Trump at almost 40% with about half reported. That's way above the performance in 2016, and Biden is also below, which is important. In Racine, it tightened, but Trump just has to carry it. And then in Kenosha, he is romping, not just winning. He's romping. A lot of votes there, and it's causing a big spread. That leaves Dane, and they're in, Steve. They're in.
Okay, Richard.
I mean, really.
Richard, we're going to let you go. We'll have you back in a little while. Freshen up. Do your other stuff. We'll have you back. People loving what you got to say. They love the granularity. They love the detail. Thank you very much. We'll get back. Richard Barris is the head of Big Data Polling. He's a guy that called it in 2016. He does all the hard work, sir. Thank you very much. We'll see you in a few minutes.
All the best, Steve.
Okay, I want to go to McGinley. We're going to get an update from Jack and Midge and Raheem, but I got to go. My phone's blowing up right now. People are saying, hey, this is when the game starts. Is this when the lawfare starts? Why have they stopped counting in Philadelphia? And why are they saying there's too many votes out in North Carolina? You're going to have to wait.
Steve,
what's going on here?
Just so you know, New York Times has called Ohio for the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Fantastic. It only took an 8-point win to do it there. They're going to keep us till 2:30 in the morning before they call Florida. You know it kills them. So, Bill, what do you've got to say about? Are they playing games in Pennsylvania? Is this how they're going to try to steal this?
Look, this isn't starting now. This has been going on for hours. They've been watching the vote totals come in, trying to understand the precincts that have reported everything, including the counties, and they're doing their math. And this is where the Trump campaign needs to come forward with its analysis to demonstrate why the state should be going toward President Trump. This is going to become a comms battle, and it actually has become a comms battle right now, because the campaigns are starting to message a number of these states. Typically, Biden feels confident now that they're going to do it. Their deputy campaign manager is coming out with some pretty bold statements. The Trump campaign.
Do you think that's hubris, or do you see any? By the way, Fox News just called Iowa. Fox News just called Iowa for Trump, right? So we've got another one that's come to ground here. So is this just false bravado?
No, this is the typical posturing that happens in a close election, where candidates who are down or candidates who are up are starting to put out their messaging. This is the game. This is the grind. This is not going to end anytime soon. While North Carolina and Arizona and some of these Midwestern states, including in Pennsylvania, are beginning to process and go through these ballots. The grind has begun in this, and this is not over yet. The lawyers, the political operators,
this is not over by a long shot.
This is where you really have to start grinding it out, and you got to get the comms message tight. You got to be able to message it to keep the everybody in place, and the lawyers have got to jump in and start working their magic. They got to secure these ballots. If they're gonna halt the count, these ballots need to be secured, and they're going to be there full force tomorrow morning. And most importantly, transparency is righteous right now. Need to have full transparency on the process, how these ballots are going to be counted, and what sort of cases the Democrats are going to try and file to go out there and find additional votes. We talked about before with the affidavits. And by the way, it's not just going to be the Biden campaign. It's not just going to be the DNC. They've got a whole constellation of outside groups funded by their dark money that are out there trying to find plaintiffs right now, Democratic voters, that they can walk into court to try and get their ballots into the pile.
First off, you can't go into court. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Something that we never thought we would see. Rhode Island, 50% of the votes are in. Donald Trump is trailing by 2,000 votes in Rhode Island.
I want to tell you something funny. He would always bug me. Why are we not going into Rhode Island? I was like, hey, we got enough to worry about. But I got to tell you, that would be a massive win for Donald Trump if he won Rhode Island. Only four electoral votes? 5 electoral votes? But hey, anything in this, that would be a massive upset. It might put us over the top. Right now, dogfights in Wisconsin, Michigan. But you're seeing the games being played. Can the campaign go in the middle of the night? Could you go see a judge and force him to start recounting in Philadelphia?
There are judges on call during elections.
There are judges on call.
There are judges on call. Yes.
So you could go and argue right now they got to open back up in Philadelphia. They got to keep counting.
I don't think the judge is going to grant that relief, but I think it is.
Why the judge just say, "Hey, we'll wait till the morning"?
Yeah, the judge is just going to say it's after midnight. This isn't going to determine it right now. So why don't we give people a break? We'll start fresh in the morning. That would be my prediction. But hey, maybe you get the right judge and they order them back in. But I really think
unlikely in Philadelphia, you're going to get a friendly judge, right?
Right. But one of the things that they should be thinking about is making sure that there's some sort of judicial relief to secure the ballots, just so that they know who's in, who's out.
What do you mean judicial relief to secure the ballots?
You go in and you can ask, hey, will the sheriffs come in and sit with the ballots?
Wow.
Right? I mean, get an objective
you want
party.
You want 24-hour watch. You don't want those ballots.
Well, while the ballots are alone, yeah, maybe when they're not having the observers in there, it's not out of the realm of possibility. It's happened before. It's happened in a recount I've been involved with. We brought the sheriffs in and to sit with the ballots. And we also assigned observers to stay overnight just so that everybody had full confidence in the process. So it's not unheard of.
Why would they stop? I don't know what they've said, what their public statements are, but why would they stop counting in Philadelphia? Knowing how important this is, how the whole nation's waiting this, the financial markets are waiting on this, why would they stop? What would be
what the
logic?
election administrators are going to say is our people have been sitting in polling booths manning this election since 7 a.m. this morning, and it's now after midnight. They're exhausted. They want to make sure that the count is accurate. Let's let them get some sleep, get back right at it first thing in the morning.
Don't they have multiple teams, or is that not the way it
That's not the way it works.
Remember,
we're also in the pandemic, and a lot of the election administrators had problems recruiting people in order to be able to man the polling places, but also to conduct the mail-in and absentee ballot count. And so, there is a personnel shortage because a lot of retirees would be the ones that would actually perform that function. And of course, they're at most risk for the virus. So they've gone out and actively tried to recruit people who are healthier and younger. One of the reasons that the judge would be reluctant to do it is because the pandemic would be a reason for them to give people a break.
Raheem, you got an update?
Well, look, I want to address this before it addresses us. There's a lot of people tweeting right now that Fox News is retracting its Arizona call for Joe Biden. We don't have anything to confirm that right now, but we are consistently looking into it. I mean, this would be a huge deal if Fox actually did retract its call for Arizona. There's a lot of people tweeting that, but we do not have confirmation that Fox News is retracting its call.
Is something happening in Georgia right now? Because we just had Richard Barris on here, so it's going to be a 6.5 to 11-point win. So what's going on?
Well, it's interesting. They have sort of pulled back. The New York Times were estimating that Trump was going to win it by a couple points just 45 minutes ago. They're tilting back towards Biden.
What do you mean? What do you mean tilting back towards Biden?
I don't quite understand it because of the votes cast.
Yeah, don't give me when they say a tilt. What is the percentage numbers right now?
Their needles move.
Yeah, no, I don't need a needle. What I need is a.
Right now, Trump has 53.4% of the vote versus 2,170,000 versus 1.8 million.
What percentage is that?
80% counted.
80% counted. It's 53. What?
It's 53 for Trump, 45 for Biden, but I think what they're waiting on is the Atlanta votes.
Okay.
Yeah, but I mean, hold on. I mean, you got 96% reported in Florida, and the New York Times still isn't calling that.
Yeah.
Yet they're happy to call Arizona at 76% reported. So let's just take
information warfare. Information warfare.
A little bit.
We'll get Barris back
cautious.
up here and talk about. I thought he said that most of the vote from Atlanta. Is that what they're looking at right now?
Well, the thing is, DeKalb County is a Biden plus 65 so far, and they've only counted 31% of the votes.
But how many? What's the raw?
So there's
what's
250,000 more votes to come from DeKalb.
Okay, and how much? What's the raw vote they're down in? He's got to be down. If they're down 53-45, it's an 8-point lead. What did they?
He's still up almost 300,000 votes. So I don't know where they're coming with this. Maybe that's just they're trying to keep people's eyes on their estimates. It doesn't seem like it's changed much in my mind. I think Trump still pulls it out.
Well, it was Richard was saying it was going to be anywhere from a 6 to 11-point win. 6 was the bottom end of the range. I think they're at 8 right now. But we'll listen. Everything's in play, and you got to be on every vote. What Bill McGinley said 3 months ago: own your vote. Every vote counts here in these states. Let's go back to this Arizona issue.
Yeah.
If nobody else has called it, only Fox News, right? And it looks like Fox News has been a little quick on the trigger all night. They were quick on the trigger in Georgia.
Trying to make news.
You think that's what they're doing?
They're absolutely trying to make news. Fox is trying to make news, and that's okay.
You think they're trying to do it by showing their independence from the Trump movement?
Both Fox and CNN dropped the AP call a couple of years ago, and they moved to their own decision desk, and that's okay. That's entirely up to them to do so. However, we're going to see the integrity of those different desks tonight. They've already managed to kind of flub on some things. There's talk of Arizona being, 76% reported, and I wouldn't be making that call right now, but that's okay. We had Richard Barris; he knows more than I do about this stuff as well.
Well, he's saying definitely no way you should make this call,
right?
Particularly when you have 96% of it the reporting in Florida.
Virginia call right now, given what the numbers are, right? You got 76% reported in Virginia, and you're playing a 1.5 million to Joe Biden versus a 1.6 million to Donald Trump. I would be holding. And here's the thing: we've been told the line is, the state establishment line is, no calls before every vote is counted. Is Fox being taken off Twitter? Is the New York Times being taken off Twitter? Is 538? Is Nate Silver being taken off Twitter? They're making calls right now without every vote counted. Hey, listen, if I did that, let me say something. If I posted on my Twitter right now, Donald Trump has won, and then just add in a state that hasn't been called yet, I'd be nixed immediately. Yeah. So what's the difference?
Let's go to
because they're Fox News.
Yeah. Okay.
Can somebody pull up Nevada? How are we doing in Nevada?
Here's something interesting, guys. Biden is apparently going to have a statement. He's going to make a statement in 3 minutes at 12:30. It might be.
He's got to do it. He's got to do it at 12:30 because he's got to put him to bed. Jill's, come on, it's so far past his bedtime. He does the sundowner, late in the afternoon. So he's going to put his jammies on, his duck feet, and he's going to go. He's clearly going to be put to bed by Jill. That's why he's got to make the statement. You think he's going to declare? Is this where he's going to declare his victory and start naming his cabinet? Right? Is this what he's going to do?
Is this a premature declaration?
Yeah, premature.
Is he going to be taken off Twitter? Here's the thing, to answer your question.
He's going to make an announcement that says nobody
wants
wants
right now.
Do what?
Less than 1% counted in Nevada right now. To answer
Less than 1%. Okay, fine. That's very slow, particularly since so much of that was mail-in. I guess they actually closed late during Pacific time. Let's go back to, can we pull up John James in Michigan? Because this could be one of the breakout stories of the night. I think this guy will be a rock star. He's a helicopter pilot, West Point graduate.
John James is up by 325,000 votes over Gary Peters. 52% of votes reporting. He's got 54.6% to 43.5%. That complies with Donald Trump. So they're almost matching each other.
Wow.
Donald is up by about the same, 300,000 votes, 54-44.
All you got to
guys make a good team.
All you got to get is through Ann Arbor and through Detroit, and you're home free, right?
Yeah, and one of the things I've always liked about James, think about it. You're a parent. I'm a parent. Could you imagine having a son like John James that you would not be so proud of? Here he's an Army officer,
all-American
Apache pilot. Everybody who
I think it's a great
red, white, and blue heart.
I think he was a football player at the academy. This guy's been a star since day one. If you're a great football player, to go to the academy, you got to not just play football. You got to do all the stuff that the academy wants. So it's not like you get the easy ride. You get it. At the universities where you're treated as a god on campus.
And going to flight school is not the easiest MOS either.
No. Okay, so Minnesota's called now. Minnesota's officially called by Fox News for Biden. So I always thought, by the way, how much is he up in Minnesota? I always thought that was a little bit of a reach. Although the campaign the other day were very aggressive in Minnesota, more aggressive on Nevada, and pretty aggressive on Michigan. And Michigan could be the upset of the night. That could actually be a bigger upset than Wisconsin. Even Steve Bannon didn't call Michigan. That was not in my list. I thought that one was going to be too tough to pull off. So, Raheem, what else you got for us?
Well, again, you look at the Minnesota numbers. At the moment, we're talking about 67% reported, and Joe Biden leads by about 200,000 votes. That's 53.5%, playing 44.5%. You compare that to the Florida numbers that are reporting right now. 96% reported, Donald Trump 51.2%, playing Joe Biden's 47.8%. But seemingly the news networks are willing to call Minnesota and not willing to call Florida. Now, I understand. It can come down to what they know about certain counties and certain areas that have not reported yet, and they pretty much know where certain things are going to go. But remember, we were told time and time again, you may not make a call until every vote is counted, and I just don't see that playing out in the election coverage from the mainstream media networks tonight.
By the way, if Trump was to close on those states where he's ahead right now, he would be president. If he closed on North Carolina, if he closed on Georgia, if he closed on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. The Trump supporters have to know that although we had, I think, a stunning, or at least Fox has called a stunning loss in Arizona, if you close on that, you would still win the presidency. Iowa has been called by Fox News. Bill, you got something?
No, I was just going to say, I mean, what we're seeing is the process of counting the ballots play out, and this is where we've talked about this many times. This isn't a recount. This is the original canvas of the ballots. But because of the importance of the election, it's almost going to play out like a recount. You're going to have the legal component. You're going to have the comms component, the data, the political, the admin. This is where.
Do you think, as you see it right now, and this is not to criticize, you were with us in 2016, and then you came into the White House as cabinet secretary. Do you see? I mean, how would you compare and contrast the two teams? How would you compare and contrast Biden's team in all those elements you just talked about, from what you've seen of the Trump team and all those elements?
Look, I think both teams have very fine lawyers, obviously very skilled operatives. I think the world of Jason Miller on the comm side, I give him the advantage for the work that he's going to do. Fundraising is going to start beginning. One of the things that you're going to see the campaign start doing is both the DNC, RNC, the state parties, and the Trump and Biden campaigns under the FEC rules can set up what's called a recount fund. This can be used to pay for all of the post-election administrative proceedings and litigation that's coming up. And so the donors better get prepared, because the fundraisers are going to start calling, because this isn't going to end in the next couple of days. Chances are we're looking probably a little bit beyond the next couple of days and possibly a couple of weeks. This all costs money. So the campaigns are starting to mobilize all these different components to try and get prepared and to start executing on their plan to make sure that their clients, their candidate, comes in with the resources that he needs.
We would love to be tweeting out tonight all the breaking news, everything is coming, but unfortunately, Jack Dorsey decided moments before we came on air with this big global broadcast. We're here with we've got G News, GTV. The Chinese are doing, Free Chinese are doing a broadcast from here overlooking the nation's capital. We've got the John Fredericks Radio Network, got Real America's Voice also doing a broadcast from here. But they decided they would lock us out of our Twitter account because of something Jack Maxey put up, 4 days ago, or on the 29th. 29th.
Jack Dorsey versus Jack Maxey. Who's going to win?
Come on. Not even a contest.
We're not afraid of the Twitter Reich.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty scary. Social media is going to be a big part of this, is it not, Bill McGinley? How they craft the message, how they shut things down, how they stop communication. You call this that we're about to enter the grind. Right now, you can tell there's kind of a lull in the action here. We got things happening, but people are not calling it. We're gonna get Richard Barris back on here in a minute. Start going some more analytics. They look like just like in 2016. There's a lot of ripened fruit there just ready to fall, but it hasn't fallen yet. On this grind, talk to people. How do all this have to converge together? Data, social media, communication strategy. The legal part is just one element of it, correct? You've also got a street part. Rachel Maddow essentially had last night on her show after she went to Bauer, after she went to the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. You got some breaking news for us?
Let's just be very clear about this, because a lot of people on Twitter and in the live chat and all over the place are making the claim that Fox has pulled its Arizona call. It has not. Fox News' decision desk is standing by their call that Arizona is going for Joe Biden. I can confirm that. Fox News is standing by its early call on Arizona. I have to clear that up.
Why are people saying? Why is the Twitterverse saying that it's? Why is Twitterverse saying that it's reversed the call? Did Fox put out anything to say that they're going to review it? They're going to do analysis? Is this just Twitter being Twitter?
Yeah, I think it's Twitter being Twitter, and it's taken off.
Okay, we got Richard Barris. No, hang on for a second. By the way, I want to go back to what's Twitter saying right now. Since we're locked out of our account, what is Twitter saying about? Can we go to Biden's live remarks? We're going to try to here in a minute. When it starts, we're going to cut to Biden's remarks. We'll go live. Joe Biden is going to make some remarks tonight before Jill tucks him in for his. He had his nap. She's going to tuck him in. Does Joe Biden get Gerbers? Does he get the Gerbers? Does he get the? Does he get the? There's the live where we got Joe Biden's going to come out and say a few words. I think I'm sure he's going to be very aggressive, and I can guarantee you that will trigger a guy named Donald J. Trump.
Yep.
Yeah. So will Trump live tweet? Will he live tweet during Biden's remarks?
Yeah, and he'll probably get banned. But let's be clear. Is Joe Biden going to come out and declare victory here? Because if he doesn't that fly in the face of everything that they've told us?
Well,
I would doubt that he did.
I don't know how you're going to claim victory when you're down in Michigan, you're down in Wisconsin, you're down in Pennsylvania, you're down in Georgia, you're down in North Carolina.
He's got 41.
He's going to come out and he's going to say, we're leading the electoral count.
Yep.
213 to 145.
Yep.
Right.
There are 180 electoral college votes to do this. The states are making plans to count all of the outstanding ballots.
Oh, you're saying he wants to go to bed?
Yes.
So
he's going to say now is the time for us to be patient. Now is the time for us to let the process work itself out.
That would be
Give me that again.
We're staffed up. We've got the team. We're monitoring the situation. But as it looks right now, he's going to say we are confident that when all the votes are counted,
Biden,
that we will
we're on a
prevail.
path to victory.
Yeah.
But we have to wait. Everybody go to bed.
It's classic
we'll wake up in the
recount
morning,
messaging.
and I'm going to be the president. That's what he's going to say.
He's not going to come out and declare victory. He's
Right.
going to say, we are confident that when all these votes are counted, we will come out on top.
Yeah.
Let's let the process play out. It's important that every vote is counted.
Probably doesn't
That's going to
want
be
people
his
freaking
message.
out.
That's my guess. Maybe I'm
We're
wrong.
going to go to Biden or we're going to go to Barris? Let's go to Barris. And we'll cut in. We'll have to tell Rich. Hey, Rich, how you doing? Rich Barris of Big Data Polling. He's been a rock star tonight. I want to go to let's go to North Carolina quickly, Rich. I think there's 94% of the vote in. It's Trump 50.1, Biden 48.7. Are there enough votes outstanding out there for Biden to catch him right now?
No.
So why?
That's the short and sweet of it.
So why is this not being called? Why is the Associated Press? Why is the decision desk not calling this?
You know, that in Georgia really starting to perplex me. We got Biden coming out now, Steve. The only thing I can conclude, I'm a numbers guy. I'm looking at this from a numbers perspective. Even over a 9-day period, turnout in North Carolina was so high. There's just not that many ballots left. It doesn't make sense that it's going to Operation Red Mirage, apparently, right or left. Should make everybody uncomfortable. Mathematically, Steve, some of these victories are going to be bigger, it looks like, than 2016 in the Midwest. So it's not like North Carolina, the ultimate outcome is really in doubt. It's not like the ultimate outcome of Georgia. We could take a look at that now too. Texas has been called, but
hang on. I want to go to Georgia after, because it's going to be tight in North Carolina. But you're saying that there's not enough votes there for Biden to overcome Trump. In Georgia, the New York Times is playing around. You said when you left that you thought it was going to be a 6 to maybe 11-point victory. The New York Times, it's got its needle that's saying it's tightening up. What say you? Is this the New York Times once again trying to play games with people?
Yeah, I think that it is. It really is. There are some counties they're waiting on. Putnam County, for instance. Washington is in. Baldwin is in. The suburbs of Georgia have DeKalb. But look at that margin. That's 80,000 votes. Even if DeKalb does give it another 80,000, we're not there.